Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to the opening call. This is TopstepTV. We are looking at the gold right now. We're just finished the opening range in gold. We're looking at an opening range trade. Hoag, what's your consensus on this? We should be in the market right now. We just got a short signal.
Yes, we did.
I'm working on
Yeah, let's
offer.
get in. It's contrary to the bigger picture on the short side. So if we do see money in a short trade here, it's see money, take money. Overnight inventory is long. You can see where settlement. Well, our settlement is right around here. Let's see here. I thought I had it on here already, but the settlement's 28.75.80. The market opened last night, right around 28.73. So a lot of overnight longs in this market. The
Mm-hmm.
first move without new business coming in, it'll take care of old business, and that could be an inventory adjustment back towards the gap close back towards weekly kickoff high, which is 78. I'm sorry, 28.78 even. Are we in it?
28.78. We are in the market right now. We are short
Okay.
28.68.80 in the house account. House account is short one gold contract. Opening range trade.
Okay.
See if we get some follow through here. Pretty
All
decent
right.
selling pressure coming into the open, leading up to that 7:20 bell, 7:20 Central Time bell. We're hovering right
Overnight
above our entry price
inventory
right now.
is the only reason to short this thing right now.
Yeah. Can we talk about that a little more,
Yep.
Hoag? Overnight inventory.
Well,
So we're
yeah.
looking for that to pair off a bit.
Yeah, in a second here. All right. So overnight inventory is because a lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands longs moved price higher and put in a new all-time high in the overnight session. If they don't get what they're looking for, and that's buyers right off the open, there's a tendency that they're going to liquidate a lot of those longs, which could push price lower, which gives actually better trade location for eventual longs because, as we know, the longer term trend in gold is to the upside. So we're gonna monitor this, and if we see a decent profit in this, we're just going to take it. I don't, this is a see money, take money thing because it's contrary to the bigger picture. The bigger picture is an uptrend. Any shorts, we should take money. If we get money, we
Exactly.
should take money. But we did open out of range, out of balance, so this kind of increases the possibility of a decent opening range trade. I would have much preferred to the upside because it's with the trend. But if we have a
Mm-hmm.
decent overnight inventory adjustment, here is where that settlement price is. I knew I had it on here. 28.75.80 would be a settlement close. Gap close would be to yesterday's high, which could be 28.77.10, just 9 ticks short of the weekly kickoff high. I think if we get anywhere near weekly kickoff high, we take this profit if it is indeed a profit. If we're going to have a catastrophic stop on this, I mean, it could be up around 28.90, 80, 90, 91. That would be a catastrophic stop. I want to see this market continue to pay us. If it does not in a reasonable amount of time, then I think we time stop it out. We got to see some movement to the downside here, which we are starting to see. Right back
Sounds good
there,
to me.
right back at the opening range low. We got to see some participation down here. Most of the volume is in the lower half of the current regular trading hour session range, which ain't bad. Ain't bad.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
We do have a 7:30 report out, Treasury refunding announcement. I don't think it's going to be a heavy market mover. There's also a 3-year note announcement, 10-year note announcement, 30-year bond announcement. Announcements, not auctions or anything like that. Just announcements. So we'll see if anything's market moving going into 7:30. We had a couple numbers out earlier already. MBA mortgage applications always on Wednesday came in up 2.2% week over week, uh, compared to down 2% last week. And gold is just barcoding. We've got almost 4 identical 1 minute bars in gold right now. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
We are struggling to hold below the overnight VWAP, which on the 30-minute chart I have here at 28.88. I'm not liking that.
Yep, it's coming for us. If we're gonna get a break, we need it now here.
Mm-hmm. Time stopping is not usually not a bad idea.
What kind
We
of time were you
really
thinking?
didn't. Um, a couple of minutes
How
ago.
much time I should? Yeah, immediately get out. This is a horrible idea. Opening range trade was gold yesterday. We didn't play it, so came in this morning heated, ready to play every opening range trade now.
Hmm.
A little bit of selling coming in.
I mean, unless we take out the opening range high, it's still a valid trade. Just a little bit bigger opening range than we were hoping for.
Where do you like the CYA? Right now we're at 90, 2890.6.
That's good enough.
Think
I
it's
mean,
good enough.
they could just take out the stops here, but I mean, this is a contrary move. We want it to pay us. We don't want it to go
Yeah,
against us, and it is against us now. We should be out.
we're out. Yeah, we're out.
Okay, all right. So relatively weak overnight inventory adjustment there. It's taken out both sides of the open range. It was a contrary move again. Looking at the bigger picture, I mean, obviously, just in the overnight, it's been putting in higher highs, higher lows. That just took out our stops. My original thought for the stop was around 90 or 91, which would have kept us in.
Barely. Yeah. Ticked us.
Well,
Here we go. Our stop was the better entry again. We've been preaching this all year, Hoag. Wherever you're thinking about putting your stop, put your entry.
yes, it is. These markets have been, well, especially in the equities markets, I think, because we've had no longer time frame participation, it's just been shorter time frame, picking shorter time frame pockets, and that's when you get those situations where the market just doesn't stop where you think it might. It goes a little bit further. It seeks out all those stops, and the algos are really good at that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it knows the game better
Mhm.
than you and me. Back to that eco calendar. What else? We had the ADP employment report out this morning. 183,000 new jobs. 153 consensus. 120 to 200,000 consensus range. So right in the middle of that prior 122,000. So nice boost in ADP employment report.
Mhm.
We've got a whole lot more jobs numbers coming out the rest of the week. Friday, big one. January jobs report. Uh, Claims on Thursday.
That's
We had the
clams.
jolts yesterday. Clams, sorry, the clams, the jobless clams.
Jobless clams. Well, good morning, JD.
Good morning to you, Hoag. Wonderful to be here. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Uh, we came in hot. We're looking for that opening range trade in gold. Paid off yesterday. Didn't pay off today. Uh, Still just watching it. We're gonna move on though. Hoag, overnight markets
Oh,
in
here we
Asia.
go. We got negative delta here in gold on the highs. Very short
Mm-hmm.
time frame, but
I'm gonna scale back. I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. I'm gonna scale out a little bit. Moving to a 5 minute. Coming off a pretty strong 15-minute candle to the downside in gold. I mean, I feel like that short play was legit. It was just those opening range trades. I love them and I hate them.
yeah, you'll love them when they work really well.
Exactly.
Just not
But
seeing
they are nice.
confidence. just yet in either direction.
A little more selling coming in. Overnight, markets in Asia was a little bit mixed. Hang Seng Index down 0.93%, Nikkei up 0.09%, Shanghai Composite down 0.65%. There we go, some more selling coming in. Markets in Europe currently trading a little mixed also. FTSE is up 0.23%, DAX down 0.05%, and the CAC down 0.26%. Watching gold heading back towards the low of the opening range right now. We got the dollar index sitting at 107.54. VIX trading at 1724. Haven't seen above 20 in a little bit. Scale out to a one month chart on the VIX. Yeah, haven't seen over 20 in the VIX in a couple days. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury dipped below 4.5%, currently sitting at 4.452. Some chip maker news yesterday caused a little flutter in the markets this morning. Futures trading a little lower, still in range, still in value from yesterday. But overnight
After the close
inventory,
yesterday,
yeah,
nice little drop after those earnings came out after the close yesterday.
overnight inventory looked to be a little bit short. Hoag will talk more about that, but we're basically trading back almost inside of value from yesterday in equities right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, hey, JD, it's good to see you this morning. Eddie's out this morning, so we will look forward to seeing him back here tomorrow. But welcome everybody to the opening call Wednesday, January 5th. Context, risk management, patience, always top of our minds on the opening call here. As well, good morning to everybody. I see John Jones beat Dan Trader into the chat. Good morning, Thomas, Tom, Slip Kid, Jibo, one time, Art, Shubham, Anastasios, Gary, Slippers, and Yabbersmack, top of the list. Good to see everybody. You know, a little competition going here. It looks like between John Jones and Dan Trader trying to get into the chat earliest this morning and actually last night. JD, we did have some earnings come out this morning. We had Novo Nordisk beating on both earnings per share and revenues. We had Disney beating on earnings per share, but just as expected as far as revenue is concerned, Boston Scientific beating on both. Everybody's favorite rideshare, Uber, also beating on both. My daughter actually works for Uber, but Uber Health. They're trying to get into everything Uber is. After the close today, Qualcomm, Aflac, MetLife, and Ford, just to name a few. JD, I think you already went through most of the known economic releases due out today. As far as talking Feds, I see on the list here we've got Barkin at 8 o'clock. Central Chicago time, we've got Goolsby speaking at 1:30 Central Chicago time. They do have a tendency to pop up unannounced once in a while. And then Bowman speaking at 2 o'clock. And that's pretty much where we are. Remember, these are very news-driven markets, folks. Now we're getting our move to the downside. Gold.
There it is, Hoag. All right.
You gotta just put those stops just a little bit further on the other side of that opening range. But it was such a big opening range that was a little bit risk averse on that one. I would say we were hoping for a smaller opening range. 30 points is 30 ticks is a pretty big opening range for gold. So next time we'll catch
Sure is.
that one. But hey, that's the
No,
way the ball
yeah.
bounces. It's a long day.
Still
We'll
no
find
series
something
follow
else.
through to the downside yet, but
Yeah.
could have done better. A couple numbers out later this morning. We've got PMI Composite Flash at 8:45 Central Time, ISM Services Index at 9 o'clock Central Time. Of course, the EIA Petroleum Status Report at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Treasury buyback announcement at 10 o'clock Central Time. The those can be a little market moving. The actual buyback results won't come out until tomorrow at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, but the announcement might have an effect on the markets, at least the treasury markets, if you're into those. For anybody that's curious, Hoag and I do have a phone call every night and discuss what we're going to wear on the opening call in the morning. We decided to be Twinkies today. We both put on our rally sweaters for a chilly Chicago morning.
Well, yeah, I mentioned my daughter works at Uber, but she got me this for Father's Day, I think. Awesome. Like my daughter. She likes when I wear this on screen on TV. So
It's a
I
cute
don't
sweater.
think she's watching just yet, but if she catches it, love you, Smush.
Very nice, very nice. Still
All
watching
right,
gold.
so
All right. Hoag, what do you say we get into a couple of charts before the crude oil open? We'll play the opening range in crude,
absolutely.
see if we can't have a trade on going into fast markets, or at least scratch our morning.
Yeah. All right. Well, as always, starting usually with the daily in the E-mini S&Ps, but today I'm going to start with the weekly because this is something we've been talking about, and it's a really good visual here on the weekly chart. So this is the weekly chart. This goes back to October. The highs here go back into December. We have been inside that range ever since. So October, December, February, well, January, now into February. We're really centrally located in this. And in the longer time frame, this is a consolidation. This is range bound. This is the market seeking new information before choosing its next direction. It is looking for some sort of impetus. And with the current situation politically, there's lots of uncertainties. So the market is really just kind of gyrating back and forth inside of this range. To take a look at the daily chart, here's where this was the election night gap to the upside. Here's the December high. Here's the November low. Here's the October low. Here's the January low. Very even lows there. I've even got 28, 58, 58, 12 as a potential for a um, a weekly kickoff level should we show signs of acceptance below the current weekly kickoff low of 59.88. As far as the week is concerned, I mean, we've tested into and rejected below last week's low. Last week's high has yet to be tested, and if you look at where price is, it's right in the middle of it. This market is seeking new information and has been for some considerable amount of time. So when we're looking at this range bound activity, the longer time frame has largely been vacant as far as big adjustments in inventory. The bigger, longer time frame investment type traders are basically just holding pat. We're seeing open interest up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. However, yesterday we did see a pretty decent jump in open interest of about 21,000 contracts. All right. Well, what was that all about? Well, we did test to the weekly kickoff low and rejected that yesterday with some pretty decent buying coming in. Uh, Again, there's a lot of political and global uncertainties keeping investors and traders on edge. Nobody's making any major decisions here. So again, it's 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 kind of like JD when you were standing in a trading pit and there was no paper coming in, and it was just kind of the locals bidding and offering and trading with each other instead of with paper, just trying to pick each other's pockets. And this is exactly what that felt like. And what this feels like is be patient. Let trades come to you. I was reading Dalton's book last night, and he's got a little subtitle in one of his chapters called Let the Trade Come to You. Something you've heard me say, you've heard all of us say over and over on this stream. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. And there is information in the profiles that we're going to discuss here very briefly in just a moment. So overnight inventory was short. That overnight inventory since 4 o'clock this morning has now been trying to reconcile. Where did the market open last night in the extended trading hours session? Let's just say it opened right about here. We got a little bit too short. We're already reconciling all that inventory, and we're basically flat in the overnight session again. Where is this in regards to the range from yesterday? Well, here's range high. Oops, here's range high. Here's range low. We are smack in the middle of it. Smack in the middle of it. Try and stay patient today. Try and stay patient today. Now, let's take a look at the profiles. With no overnight inventory and in range and near value, I'm going to suggest trying to stay patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. That's something that I've always kind of believed in, and nothing works exactly the same twice ever in trading. So let's take a look at the last two profiles. We talked about this yesterday. This, a P-shaped profile. Oh, hang on. P-shaped profile, indicating potential short covering. What do we have today? We have, what do we have yesterday? Another P-shaped profile, indicating potential short covering. Now, both days added open interest. There's a little bit of cognitive dissonance in that fact for me. Typically, when we see short covering, we're going to see typically a loss or an even open interest on the following day. But we added open interest yesterday of about 13,000. We added open interest 2 days ago of about 13,000. We added open interest again at 21,000 contracts. Now, is this longer time frame traders? If looking at the charts, it's probably not. It's probably more speculator, which the short covering has a tendency to weaken a market because those short coverers have to be buyers to cover those shorts. As we remove shorts that were probably stuck in the hole down here, there's buying power that's being taken away from the marketplace. There's no trend in longer time frames in this market. The longer time frame traders have been vacant. So I'm going to be, again, just trying to be careful, trying to be cautious, and looking for the opportunities when my time frame, day time frame traders, which includes people that go home flat every day, people that may take positions home for a series of days, maybe even up to 2 weeks. That's what I consider a short time frame trader. We are all day traders. So I'm going to be looking for areas in the bigger picture of the balance that we're in. So say, okay, if we're down here, we're probably seeing a lot of preemptive shorts looking for a breakout to this, which I think is what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we had, we opened below weekly kickoff low, a lot of shorts, decided to cover. But remember, there is no trend in the longer time frame currently. You find a day time frame trend like we had yesterday in the ES and the NASDAQ. Try not to fight it, but be reasonable as far as profit expectations may be concerned. Yesterday, however, in the S&Ps, now this is another little bit of cognitive dissonance or kind of conflicting information. Yesterday on an up day, we had negative delta of approximately 10,000 contracts in the S&Ps. We talked about that at the end of the day yesterday. We had lots of lots of 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 um of shorts up in here in short time frame. Again, we just have to use the tools that we have. A lot of shorter time frame traders short up here, maybe short at bad levels. So we're looking for that squeeze at the end of the day, and it was a little bit of a squeeze, but didn't even take out the previous session high. And then when the earnings came out, they got paid. They got paid on the way down. Well, God bless them. That's wonderful. But again, overnight inventory is flat. We're in the range. We're below value. There might be some value in that. But we will see how this plays out. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is similar, but always a little bit different. Excuse me. So let's go back to the weekly chart. All right. Okay. Are we range bound? We got all those crazy announcements here. Well, where did this start? Back in December. The January low, the January high. We're range bound. Where are we in the range? We're in the middle. Be careful. Be patient. Let trades come to you. Don't fight a directional daytime frame market. Look for opportunities to wait for trades to come to you. To try to be patient is really my suggestion. Here's the daily chart. So again, yesterday, the market tested down to or near weekly kickoff low. In the overnight, that was too short for shorter time frame shorts. They brought price back to the center of the range. I'm calling this the center of the range because we've got last week's low down here at 20,763. We got last week's high at 21,966, and we've got weekly kickoff levels a little bit higher than that. I think that we're looking for a bigger change at weekly kickoff low if we get that opportunity. We did not see that change below that level on Monday. We rallied. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory. There's a couple of things on the S&P chart which I didn't go over, but I'm going to go over here on the NASDAQ chart that do tell us that the market is in shorter time frame control. Now, let's take a look at where we opened last night. Here we go, right about there. And overnight inventory got too short. It is already reconciling. Did it reconcile completely? Okay, that's completely enough for me. There's nothing finite in futures trading. What is going on here? Oh, let's wait here. Here we go. All right. So there's nothing finite in futures trading. This looks like a pretty decent overnight inventory adjustment prior to the open. Where are we going to be opening? Well, we are going to be opening in range, but probably below value. How do I know that this is shorter time frame traders? Or do we really know? Do we ever really know? Well, we can make educated assumptions because the low from yesterday, which was right up against the point of control and settlement from the previous day. Exactness means shorter time frame mechanical buyers came in. Do we have P-shaped profiles in the NASDAQ? P-shape, and another P-shaped profile indicating probable short covering. I'm having fun with these drawing tools, by the way. I hope you're enjoying it. Yesterday we lost 300 in open interest. So this was probably, I would say hypothesizing that this was more about short time frame short covering than in the S&Ps, but those P-shaped profiles are typically short covering, taking buying power away from the market because again, why? Stuck shorts have to be buyers in order to liquidate those positions. So typically pushing price higher and then trying to eke out of those shorts without pushing the price any higher is how we end up with these P-shaped profiles. So now let's take a look at the afternoon pullback high, low, I should say, from yesterday. Here's that afternoon pullback low. I'm just going to roughly put this in here. There's that afternoon pullback low. Price has looked below it. Yes, it is in the overnight, but it is in the overnight, but it kind of supported, kind of became resistance again. It's back at that level. This is an interesting spot. Even though it's in the middle of the range, it's right at the low of value. And again, the low of value is a mechanical short time frame level for executions. But when we are in short time frame control, some of those shorter time frame mechanical levels are good levels to take trades in short time frame. When the longer time frame is vacant, sometimes those shorter time frame mechanical levels can pay. It's just important to keep them in mind and remember them when the longer time frame comes into the marketplace, because those shorter time frame mechanical levels are telling you that we are likely in short time frame control, which obviously is something we've been saying since, well, the beginning of the year, pretty much all the way back to settlement. Actually, this is not settlement. Where is my settlement? Well, I'm just going to put it in here. It's up here. I've thought I put settlement on everything here, but all the way back to where the market opened last night, pretty much. So there's no real overnight inventory. Watch and see if we show some signs of reacceptance and value from yesterday. Just kind of between these points of control, yesterday's TPO volume point of control up around 21,633. The volume, the TPO point of control below, which again put in the low from yesterday, would be another interesting area, 21,398. Let's look at something else here. Let's look at crude oil. All right. So ever since the president said, yeah, we're going to drill, the market has been moving to the downside, and it is still in a downside trend. It's good to see some bigger daytime frame ranges for you crude traders. Hopefully you are taking advantage of that. But the downside trend is still intact. Buyers protected PP weekly kickoff low. Yesterday, there were on the daily chart a couple of simple moving averages that probably came into play on that. We did have the 50 session cross over the 200 session. If this were equities, I would say that was a golden cross. But I don't think that the trend to the downside here has necessarily been broken. Global supply uncertainties versus an energy friendly administration have kind of created a little bit of gyration and have kept value relatively steady for the last 4 sessions. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. What are we doing here? What are we doing? All right, we got 6 minutes before the crude oil open. We'll take a look and see if we can get into something there. So looking at the longer picture, we held this trend line. Mechanical trading. We're now holding above that trend line. We looked below it yesterday, rejected. We're still putting in lower highs overall and lower lows. This, I think, the other day was our first real break in one time framing to the downside in the longer time frame, indicating that this move might be kind of getting a little bit tired to the downside. Overnight inventory is short. You can see the market is already kind of reconciling some of that overnight inventory to the short side. Where did we open? We opened here. Overnight inventory short. Already seeing an inventory adjustment. Value for the last few sessions. It was a P-shaped profile yesterday, again in crude oil, with a loss of 16,000 contracts. So what is that telling me? Telling me that we saw some opportunities to maybe take some profits, or we got too short in the hole down here, and we put up, yes, there it is again, another P-shaped profile. You guys are going to get tired of hearing me say that if you haven't been already, but here it is, another P-shaped profile, short covering, which largely is supported by the loss in open interest. There's that P-shaped profile, taking buying power away from the market, but we are holding above that trend line. We are kind of wrestling yesterday with the weekly kickoff low. We opened below it. We had a decent short going, and then there was a tweet. Somebody said something, and that blew us out of the water, and we ended up squeezing a whole bunch of shorts. in a little bit probably longer time frame speculator grade of traders. The overnight inventory short, maybe a little bit of inventory adjustment. But when we look back, value, 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 value has stalled. Value is now range bound. Value hasn't changed in the last 3 days. We'll see if we can make some sort of a change today, but that's again an indication that while value had been steadily moving lower over time, it is now consolidating. Value is, and a potential change may be coming. We've got a lot of news that can change anything at any time. Just keep your eyes on the news and the tweeting, if you will. All right, let's take a quick look at gold. We've got about 3 minutes before the crude opening. We'll see about an opening range trade in a couple of minutes. Just going to go over gold quickly here. So gold, we tested to the weekly kickoff high yesterday. We only added 400 contracts in open interest. Interesting. Maybe we were some stuck shorts there. It started to bail up near that weekly kickoff level high. It was a bold statement yesterday, and I'm not trying to predict anything, but I could see gold getting to $3,000 by March if this rally continues. I know it's a bold statement, but when we think about it, it's only about $180. Pretty decent up move already. I don't think we're going to go in a straight line, but eventually I think it's bound to happen for us to go up to 33,000. Holy smokles. So again, only adding 400 in open interest. The all-time high, again, hard to trade. There's no reference. There's nothing we can look to the left for. Be careful. Look at the 30. All right, we got a couple of minutes here. So overnight inventory, again, look at this. Yeah, we got a pretty close to a 2-to-1 on that opening range trade. Had we been able to stay in it, overnight inventory, long adjustment. Where did we say we probably get out of that trade? Weekly kickoff high. Bam. Good trade. But again, the market, it did open with a gap. It hasn't closed the gap. It hasn't closed the session gap yet. So we're still playing gap rules. And gap rules state if we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term. And nobody can tell you what is right or wrong with regards to that. But again, we have not yet closed that gap. And if that is the rule, then we're still looking for opportunities for potential longs. Closing the gap, getting into value could create value acceptance, but the value from yesterday is relatively small. I'm not sure if that's worth the squeeze. Now, let's take a look at what's going on in crude oil. Let's take a see. And if we are JD thinking about maybe looking at an opening range trade, I mean, we are out of value from Friday or from yesterday, I should say. And
Looking at it right now,
overnight inventory is short.
We got 30 seconds to the opening bell in crude oil. Keeping an eye on it. Continue though, Hoag. I've got the house account open. Did we lose Hoag? All right, opening bar in crude oil. Crude is open for business. Seeing a little selling coming in early. Hoag, I think you're on mute.
Let's watch this.
There he is.
Crude. Here we go. Crude.
We are watching crude.
All right.
I love how quick chat acts on the $5 fine for the mute button.
$5.
$5.
Dolby wants a $25 mute fee.
Ooh, because it's the opening call. First fine of the day. I get a big one. There we go. 10 seconds
Harsh.
left.
We're looking at a 6 tick opening range here, JD.
Does that
Put a
mean we double
stop
up?
1 tick above it. Put a stop. Put a sell stop 1 tick below it. The risk is, minimal. 12 ticks.
Mm-hmm. Working 03 bid.
I think there's something wrong
Missed
with
it.
my.
Come on.
Oh, go ahead. Just get in.
We're in 07.
Okay.
Still working that
07,
03 bid.
97.
Might go in for 2 here. I hit the force of habit, hit the join bid button instead of the market button. That's my preferred button. Trading the Nasdaq. Join bid. All right, we're in for 2 Hoag. I was counting
07,
long
you
2.
said?
Average price 05, 72.05 long 2.
All right.
72.05.
So, being somewhat contrary to the bigger picture, I see this as see money, take money again.
Okay.
Not getting, I'm not getting data here on my profile in crude oil as I should be. One, where do you have your CYA on this, JD?
71.90. 71.90.
It's a little tight.
Should I spread that out a little?
Yeah,
All right.
84.
Down to 85. 84? You got it. 84 CYA.
Now, this opening range trade is something that goes way back, way
Mm-hmm.
back. And while it can be a low probability trade, when it plays out, it is magnificent. Now, when you think about it, we're looking at 20 ticks of risk on a day when the opening range remains either the dead ass high or the low. You never really take any major heat on it. And
Mm-hmm.
those days when the opening range is the dead ass high or the dead ass low, that's how trend days usually begin. Not all of them, of course, but a move away from the opening range quickly with some momentum can usually indicate, you know what, you've got them. We're gonna go with this. If we were, I would say if we were short in the opening range, that I think would probably be a bigger opportunity. All we're trying to do here, JD and folks, is we're trying to catch the overnight inventory adjustment. We know that the overnight
Exactly.
inventory is short. So if we can catch them short, get them nervous, turn them to buyers, bring it back up to settlement, then we'll be in clover. But again, we're there's the stops right on the other side of the opening range trade. Now, if we can bring in some buyers here, if we cannot get there it is. Some
Yep, we're out.
bitch. Mother. All right. Well,
It's a
all
nickel for
right.
the swear jar too, Hoag.
That's all right. I got a
Anne
nickel.
Marie's
I
thinking
got a
about
nickel.
Anne Marie's thinking about 28.80 supporting gold. Stop near 28.76. That would have been a good buy on the dip down there.
Mm, well, yeah, I mean, 28.78 is weekly kickoff high. That was resistant yesterday, support today. We should have been maybe a little bit prepared to look for that as a long because that was
Yeah,
our target for the short.
that's true. Yeah, that was our profit target or our target price.
Uh-huh. Very distracting.
It is.
It just is. Let's see if we get a pullback here, JD, and keep an eye. And I'll finish the YM, and then we'll get back down to business here.
Yeah, let's do it. Get back into the charts. Uh, just one market left, right?
Yep.
Dow. Let's do the Dow. Perfect. Thanks, Hoag.
Hmm. So again, this is the daily. We got last week's low, last week's high, the extremes of the current range. We looked at the last week's low on Monday. That was swiftly rejected. Lots of long shadows down against that last week's low and weekly kickoff low, 44,150. What did we do yesterday? We lost 100, about 500 in open interest. Now, you got to remember, we're talking about the Dow. We're talking about a contract that has overall about 83,000 contracts in open interest. When we're looking at the NASDAQ, we're looking at a contract that has about 500,000 contracts in open interest. No, I'm sorry, 260,000 contracts in open interest. S&P's over 2 million in overall contracts in open interest. So the change in open interest is magnified in a market that doesn't have as high of an overall open interest. So here we are. We're looking at, well, again, price is central in the range. This market, all of these markets, these equity markets, are seeking new information. They're right in the middle of an established range. So tough to trade these centers of established ranges. So we're looking for a short time frame information and levels to look for our opportunities. Overnight inventory? No. Inside range and value from the previous session? Yes. When we opened yesterday in range and value, we didn't change value. We didn't change the range. Today we've opened inside range, or are going to be opening inside range and inside value. Are we going to be changing the range that much? Are we waiting for new information? Are we ever going to find out who killed JR? There's just a lot of kind of hurry up and wait, it seems like, in these markets. So the 30-minute chart, no overnight inventory, inside day, inside value, seeking new data. Be careful. Watch your ass. Cover your ass. Let trades come to you. Can't say it enough. We go looking for trades, we're going to find them. Wait till the trade comes to you and says, "Excuse me, um, I think this is the one you've been looking for." And it's not going to yell at you. It's going to just say very calmly, "Yeah, this is your spot." You go looking for it, you're probably going to hear a lot of yelling like, "Okay, this is it. All right, this is the one. Oh, no, this is the one. Oh, no. Wait, this is the one." Don't do that. Just stay patient. All, I think, of the known economic information is largely out. You have S&P Services PMI at 945, Services Index at 9 o'clock, couple of minor overall numbers. Look at the profile. P shape, short covering, day before yesterday. Balance today. Yesterday, I should say. A nice even bell curve. What's that tell us? Balance. That price was very well accepted in this area, inside the value area. Very well accepted. No major changes. We did take a look higher, lower volume up there. Already starting to see the market coming back to settlement. Oh my goodness. If I could only just have a big 8 ball Where'd it go? There it is.
A
Big eight
big 8 ball
ball
of
will
what, Hoag?
say. All right, eight ball. What's the market going to do today? Is it going to go up? You guys, you're a nut. Is it going to go? Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? Oh, mighty eight ball. You're useless. You're useless. Hypothesize what you think the market is going to do. Have a couple of different hypotheses. When one of those hypotheses rings true, have a strategy ready to trade that hypothesis. That's all I can suggest. I hope these were helpful for you. Yeah, no predictions, no trade ideas, just trying to keep things in context. And again, we hope that helps. All right. So I can't wait, JD, for the first time. Well, I mean, I've had opening range trades that were just absolutely killer. I can't wait till the
Hmm.
first time we really catch a good one on screen. How about that?
We did last week. We caught a ripper in crude oil last week, late last week. It was really one of the first times we started doing the opening range trade live on TopstepTV. Was it Wednesday or Thursday last week? We caught a good
Yeah, we caught
two
a good one.
thirds of the entire day's move based off the opening range trade. Very nice.
It was about a 7-to-1 reward over risk on that.
Yeah. Opening range is real tight. Caught a nice ripper. We're only risking like $100 and came out with a 750 profit on it.
Yeah.
So you only got to hit it once or twice a week if you're managing risk correctly, and these trades can be a beautiful thing. Uh, Opening range was a fade in crude oil. We got robbed in gold. Gold's coming back though, right back to the bottom of the opening range in gold right now. But Hoag,
Yeah.
let's start scouting out what we're gonna do in equities on the open. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now. We bounce right back to looking at the ES with 60.48 half. It is yesterday's value area low, so still trading below value from yesterday, almost right back inside. Uh, Overnight inventory is kind of balanced out. It's paired off a bit. Opening in range, but just below value. What do you think of this play? When's the last time you did an opening range trade in equities, Hoag? Has it been a while?
Well, we we didn't do it yesterday in the Nasdaq because it opened right in the middle of the range, right at point of control, right at settlement. And
Mm-hmm.
typically, even Dalton says when the market opens there, the probability is for some sort of chop early in the session, which just didn't happen yesterday. We saw buyers came in and drove the market higher, so we missed that opportunity. Today in the Nasdaq, I mean, we're opening below range. We're opening below value. No real overnight inventory to speak of. Uh, do we like it in the Nasdaq or in the S&Ps, JD?
Honestly, I like the Nasdaq better because we are trading outside of value from yesterday.
And the S&Ps are kind of already. So
S&Ps
let's
are right
let's take
there
it like this. What's the biggest opening range we won't take? The range.
in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Ooh. 25 points. Does that seem
25
reasonable?
points.
Points, yeah. 100 ticks.
Okay. I can see that. I can see that. So let's take it as long as it's under 25 points.
Okay. I don't think I'm
Why don't
in
we, of
for. I'm not in for fast markets, but I'm going to be here watching, judging,
course, of
waiting.
course. Why don't we do the tip of the week, JD?
That's a good idea. What is our tip of the week? Can we pull that up, please? Stay updated with market news. We're learning very quickly, folks, that rogue headlines are the new normal in the markets these days. So, having a good news source open with an explanation of why these markets are moving. You never know when a headline's going to hit the tape, and it just cancels out everybody's position. Happened to us in crude oil yesterday. We played the opening range trade, or gold, I should say. We had an excellent trade on in the morning. It was going our way. Everything looked clean, and then a headline hits the tape right around what was it? What time was that at Hoag? 7:40 Central Time
Yeah.
yesterday morning,
Mhm.
and everything just ripped and knocked us right out of a decent trade, all because of a headline. So keep your eye on the
Yeah.
news. Headline risk is on for the foreseeable future. It's a part of life now, trading these markets. So always be cognizant. Always be conscious of what's happening outside of your little world in front of you.
And, you know, could we have seen that happening? Could we have seen that coming, JD? We could not have.
No,
We
you can't see that
protected.
kind of stuff coming. Yeah,
We protected ourselves,
that's why you have a
and
that's why you have a stop in.
yeah,
Yeah,
hundred
protecting
percent.
your capital.
And you take a look at even some of the best economists on TV or anywhere else. Do they know what's going to happen if to the markets if some sort of news comes out? Maybe in a longer time frame, but the knee jerk reaction is always in question, and that is what the short time frame traders are trying to take advantage of, are those knee jerk reactions, which can be in any direction, no matter what the news is. It's very difficult to try and trade news, if you ask me. I mean, sometimes you might
Hmm.
get lucky.
And lucky's not lucky shouldn't be part of your trading plan. If you're hoping to get lucky,
Oh, well, I don't
if you
mind
use the
being
word
lucky.
hope, if you overuse the word hope, maybe you're yeah, a couple of bad words for this business. Hope and lucky.
Yeah. So, in Eddie's honor, we did last week have two market legends on TV. You can see them on our YouTube channel. It was Dr. Brett Steenbarger and Jim Dalton. We're going to put those links in the chat for you so you can see them. But I mean, what a great opportunity for traders to meet and to hear these two market legends talk. I enjoyed every minute of being with them and having the opportunity to talk to them. We're looking forward again to their triumphant returns back to Topstep TV one of these days, hopefully very soon. But Dr. Steenbarger was the author of The Daily Trading Coach and many other trading books, including in Enhancing Trader Performance, which is one of my faves. Anne Marie was with me. We had a wonderful conversation with the good doctor. And then, last Thursday with Jim Dalton, one of my guys, just fantastic. Now I've got his book. I've been reading it very carefully, very slowly. I've got lots of good notes and things to talk to Doctor. Excuse me, to Jim Dalton about the next time he's on. Really enjoying reading the book. It is really laid out in layman's terms. It's not overly complicated or technical. There's a lot of thoughts about how to be an artist when it comes to being a trader, and he uses the word creative. You got to be creative to be a trader because the market is telling you things that you may not recognize if you're not open to the recognition of them. And it's really a good book. I'm looking forward to talking more about it a little bit with everybody here, and then certainly having Mr. Dalton and his son Robert back on, if Robert would join us, and talking more about how things have changed since the first book, which was I think back in 1992. How things have changed since Stottlemeyer's original kind of theory started back in the mid 80s, and just really good stuff. The links are in. Make sure you watch them. You can watch them over and over again if you want. Just the way
Hmm.
I've read those books over and over again. There's always more to learn. Always miss a little bit every time through. But great stuff.
Yep.
Great to have those
I will
two
definitely.
gentlemen
I will
on.
definitely. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be going back and watching those videos again. I've watched them a couple times already, and it's It's one of those things you take a little something away every time you watch it, a little something new every time. So yeah, do yourself a favor when you're taking your break, going for your ham sandwich, throw on your headphones and give it a listen.
Team
Very
ham
good stuff.
sandwich.
Good information. Team ham sandwich. Sorry, I stole your ham sandwich joke there, Hoag, but it's
Oh
mine now.
no,
I am
yep,
Team Ham
it's yours
Sandwich.
now. Yes, it is yours now. Yep, you need a break. Go take a walk, have a ham sandwich, get a glass of milk, pet the dog, do something.
Yeah, I think it's funny because it's true. Like, I love a ham sandwich. When I go and take my break, I'm probably going to make a ham sandwich. All right, guys, we're going to step aside and get ready for Fast Markets. We got Andre, who is coming in for Fast Markets. I just had it up.
Jay, Coach Jay.
Yes.
And the man, the myth,
Muhammad.
don't cry to him.
Mo doesn't care about your tears. Don't go crying to Muhammad about anything. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. Fast Markets coming right back. We got the equity open. We might take an opening range trade in the NASDAQ. We were just talking through it. Might see some action right away. All right, folks. Big Mo, Coach Jay coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, to Fast Marcus' TopstepTV. Eddie's out today. I know he's waiting for what's going to be in the gate. Oh, well, we got JD in the house. We got Hoag in the house as well. We're just talking in the green room how the S&Ps is the strongest of the three indices. I'm looking at that chart. I would totally agree, Hoag, as well. 60.52. We're keep cruising higher here. We got about 60 seconds till the open. Hoag, what are you seeing there, the difference between the NASDAQ and the S&Ps coming in this open?
Well, I think the major difference is the NASDAQ is still testing into yesterday's value area low, where the S&Ps are already back inside of it. We can see that here. This is the NASDAQ value area low. Oh, let's just call it on this platform 584.
Okay.
But in the S&P, the value area low on this platform is 47. And we're already in it.
47.
Overnight inventory's already been adjusted. We're back inside value even before the open. And I think that there's, the possibility, of course, that that price could reach the other extreme of value even before the open here. We could see here. We're gonna just watch the open here, and I think we're gonna pick one or the other of those markets and choose the opening range trade on one of them. We
JD,
see the S&Ps did not hold that afternoon pullback low. NASDAQ is right up against that afternoon pullback low. The afternoon pullback low is the farthest point the market was able to pull back before the close yesterday. And we're right on it in the NASDAQ.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, we are open.
We are open, yeah.
Yeah, we are.
30 seconds in almost.
15 point
JD.
opening range.
All right, here we go. See if we take
opening range. 21 point opening range in the NASDAQ. JD, I'm going to take this if that's all right. If
yeah, call it
Do
out.
it. I'm watching it.
Down a couple tickies.
Seconds.
Start. Here we go.
Yeah, we got a little wood to chop here, boys. Let's get to it.
60.50 last trade in the S&Ps. NASDAQ 21,540. Now 37. Now 34's trade.
All right, we're short one in the NASDAQ right at the low of the opening range here.
Okay, what's the price there, Hoag?
21,535 and 3/3.
21,535.75. I'm gonna hold this sucker.
Oh god!
Now, gold overnight making new all-time highs. 29.01.
Gotta hold this afternoon pullback low here in the NASDAQ.
I know.
I'm gonna put JD our CYA kind of far away at 564.
I can stop.
Sounds good. A little more selling pressure coming in.
Yeah.
Basically just chop right now, though.
Yep.
Give it time. We got ADP came in better than expected. We got 1,000 lot downside here in the S&Ps. 60.43. 1,000 lot bid in the S&Ps.
I didn't see that. Nice call. What do you like for
get it, Mark?
Target here, Hoag? What are we targeting? Do we have a target?
Trump tweet. 60.43. 1,000 on the bid. Yeah.
If there was ever a time for a dumb statement, now is the time.
Wouldn't hurt right now. Wouldn't hurt right now, but this is what it's come to. We're crossing our fingers for tweets. No.
I mean, I want at least 2-1 on this, so 30 points. If we had multiples on, would be the first out. I could see, if we hold this afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ, which so far we are, I can see us coming all the way back down to point of control, 21,398. If we got to get through this overnight VWAP right here at 522.
Yep. 522 last trade, 530. You see some selling pressure coming in. Gold moving to the upside. Gold popped. $5 pop on the open here.
S&P and the NASDAQ opening range, dead ass high.
That's right.
Wow. Opening range, dead ass high.
S&Ps.
Yes, George, delete the VWAP. Get it out of the way.
George. Nothing on the tilt right now. Coach Jay will be joining us shortly. See him in the green room.
Yeah.
He's attending to some other business right now, but don't worry. Head coach of the Lunatics and co-star of At the Buzzer will be here shortly.
I'm not impressed with the amount of volume that that came in below that opening range, JD.
No, speak of the devil.
Agreed. Still
Speak
holding.
of
High
the
is still holding, though.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Jay. We
What is
are
up,
short,
Coach Jay?
short one NASDAQ from 535. Call 536.
Okay.
Our NASDAQ sold off to overnight VWAP at 522. Found some buyers. And see if we can get some more volume coming in here. Gold's still not done rallying. Gold up about $5-6 off the opening bell.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I know. You're kidding me. It was just buy the dip there. No way.
Yeah, well, the
volume.
the thing was there was no volume down below there.
Yep.
You really got to pay attention to that.
Yeah, bounce right off of that overnight view up.
We're still in, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, we're still in. Just far enough away on that stop to keep us in that time.
Know.
Way to widen that out, Hoag. Good call.
Gold still rallying. Gold making new all-time highs overnight, 29.02.
We got our pockets picked on that opening range trade in gold this morning.
Man.
We should be in that long.
In the gold long, Hoag?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anne Marie liked that gold long this morning. She called it out in the chat. Was it 28.80?
Which was our target for the short. It was just a pure overnight inventory adjustment that played out perfectly.
Yep.
And we got just ticked out on it. Just ticked out on it. Now it's
equities do
now
look pretty
gold is
strong
just
here.
ripping above the IB high.
Yeah. And we do have an initial balance set in crude oil. We're out.
Yep. Now I think we go long.
Yeah.
Right.
By every bleeping dip. That's what that says.
We're long.
We got all right, let's flip it in. 75% long in the NASDAQ.
Oh, look at that. I didn't even look at the tilt. 76% long.
76% long. 62%
You're getting
long.
active early. I like this.
Yeah. Heads up, we got a number in 9 minutes. S&P Services PMI. We got a number at the top of the hour. ISM Services PMI. 9:30 Central. EIA crude inventories. 1:30. Everyone's favorite Fed speaker, Goolsby, scheduled to speak. And then 2 p.m. kickoff power hour. We got Bowman in the house. Getting ready to jibber jabber.
Everyone's favorite Fed speaker.
Is it? I don't know.
That's
I just made
pretty
that up. I just made that up.
Austin Goolsby.
I don't know. I don't even know if that's true.
He does have a soothing voice, I'll say that. Yeah.
He does. He does. And he's definitely the mouthpiece for the Fed very often.
Hoag, where's your CYA on that long?
81% long NASDAQ. Go ahead, Jay.
Just asking Hoag, where's your CYA on that long?
539.25.
Okay, got you.
Just below the point of control. Below the anchored view app. See, this is...
Was there a 7?
A lot of folks ask, if the opening range doesn't work one way, why don't you just take it the other way when it hits your stop? It's a good question.
We'll tug of war there. It's
what happens if it's a range day?
That's the problem. We are in range from yesterday in the NASDAQ, but below value. So if we can start to show some signs inside of value, which is above 582, then we could see a decent move to the upside up to around 680.
Yep.
I like that.
I see that.
Also, remember, pin to the top of the chat, as always. I say every time about 9 minutes into the open, pin to the top of the chat. You got Top Step daily levels. They are refreshed every morning, 5 days a week. Have those open. Have some real estate on your screen for those. We referring to them throughout the day. Hell, you can even have them overlaid on your Top Step X charts if you'd like. Make it a little easier for you. Again, Top Step daily levels, pin in the top of the chat. Make sure you have those open. As last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,575. 575 takes us into just the lower end of zone 2. Looking at Top Step daily levels. 21,578, 50-day session moving average. All right, into
Nice
the 80s
flip
now,
down
Hoag.
there.
Yeah. Little reversal challenge on a Wednesday.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
He came
I
out
like
swinging
it.
today.
Yeah, we did, man. That's freaking, we're adapting on the fly. Hoag, what's we got any targets, visual targets? Any price target we're looking for to the upside here? Charts are very visual. Hoag would
Active
say.
value low from yesterday. We show if we hang up here, we spend some time up here and show some volume, then
Yes.
then the target's the other extreme of value, which is 681. Let's call it 675 just to be sure.
Yep, I'm looking at
And we
the
kissed
Top Step
that. We
deals.
kissed that 589.
Yes, we did.
Yesterday's value area low. Ticked it. Pulled
Yep.
right off.
You guys have these levels up. By no means is signals. They're just areas of importance, areas of interest. All right, see if we get another leg higher here.
Hoag, would
numbered
you
5
add to this at
minutes.
all?
I'm sorry?
Would you add to this position at all?
I would if we
Number-
can show some reacceptance inside of value. So far it's
Okay.
rejected.
73% long ES, 76% long in the NASDAQ.
And to
Number
all you
in-
experts in the chat, do your own thing. Don't watch us. Don't do what we do.
Watch us.
Hate us,
Please
whatever you
watch
want
us.
to do, but this is
Zero
not
days.
advice.
Yeah, 0 Day J. Don't fade me. Don't copy me. Listening to 0 Day J yesterday, he had me thoroughly
That guy was
confused on that.
hilarious.
Yeah, I was. We're going to have him
He
back.
cracked me up. I couldn't
They
stop
funny
laughing. I
20
was
years of
watching in
trading,
the
and you
background.
guys think you know me.
You might know Hoag the trader, but do you know Hoag the person? Who is John Hoagland the man?
The artist.
The artist.
Pottery maker.
The artist. The artist formerly known as
We know
Hoag.
it's Hoag. 20,563 last trade in the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on this gold. Gold about $10 off new all-time highs there. Made them overnight. First time we saw 2,900s print. Less than $99 away from $3,000. We may see it sooner than later.
By March.
And yeah, that's what we were calling for.
Mm-hmm.
Number in 3 minutes. Now, of course, we have always one eye in the news as headlines are flying around fast and furious lately. Oh, Barkin speaking. Hello. We also got Barkin speaking there. Throw that in there. Fed. The Fed is closing in on 2% inflation, but not quite there. I don't know if Fed
I
speakers
like how this
matter
just held up
Yeah, it did.
at that
Buyers just coming.
high of the 3-minute opening range, just tested and held. I do like this. We got a number coming out, so of course I could change everything, but I do like the trade for what we have right now.
Well, I hate it. I hope we lose.
So do they, Hoag.
Using some
So do
reverse
they.
psychology here, Hoag.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good game, Jinx.
Hoagology. That's another swag idea. Reverse Hoagology.
Reverse Hoagology. 85% long NASDAQ right now. Very, very heavy tilt there. 76% long in the ES. That is a very,
See,
very
that
tilt.
bothers me.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
85% long. Big tilt. What time is it? 42.
Back to your anchored VWAP here, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
21,562.
Some questions about the economic calendar. PMI comes out in 3 minutes. 2 minutes. PMI composite final. 8:45 Central Time. ISM Services Index, 9 o'clock Central Time. EIA Petroleum Status Report, 9:30 a.m. Central Time. 2 minutes to a number.
Yep.
Minute and a half.
Also, that third icon from the bottom, the upper left on your TopStep X, that little people icon, click on that. You'll get the eco calendar right there.
There you go. We're giving you the answers, folks.
Yeah. Before you even take the test.
Yeah, I'm seeing upside target
Yeah, let's go.
on this, maybe 640.
Nice.
If we can break, I really do like this.
It looks good on the
Of course,
chart.
I
It looks
hate
clean
it.
on the chart.
Hate it.
Hoag, I know why, Hoag.
Hate it. Yesterday, we got yesterday's volume point of control at 654. That'd be a nice target area if we get through this 90 level.
It's a good strategy, Hoag.
Number 50 seconds, 5-0. I don't know how big of a number
I think
it actually
everybody should
is.
sell it right here. Sell. Move the market
Weird.
against it.
Yeah, S&P serves PMI final coming out. Barking, still barking. Lower labor supply from immigration is not good for firms. There are jobs out there that haven't been devalued, that have been revalued up because of scarcity.
Rafa, I'm not throwing bad vibes. I'm just joking around. You know, there's not a bad vibe in me.
This is tradertainment, guys. Tradertainment.
Called you Hog, too.
Hog.
Drome
And
is
then
out this
Bink
week.
says,
Number
Bink
coming out
says
right
this
now.
is a good time. Here we go.
And, all right, good.
Ladder just disappeared.
Yes, it did. All right, I do not have the number.
Went
just
bye-bye.
yet. Sweet, we can move on.
Barking. Arf, arf.
Acceptance of value is what price, Hoag? 590?
What's up, Mo?
Oh, what do we got?
Number came in line. Number came out in line.
Good morning.
Good morning.
584, Jay. 584.
584. Got you. Good morning, Mo.
Well, good morning, Mohammed. How was traffic in Riyadh today?
Yeah, normal. But today I was on a schedule appointment with optical doctor to check my eyes if I can do the operation for LASIK or not. And that went, a little bit longer in the, he decided that I shouldn't do it. He said, don't do it.
So we keep the glasses.
Yeah, he said if you do it, you will have difficulty reading the near things.
Yeah.
Seeing. I have a problem with the long distance, but the short distance is fine now. He said if I do the LASIK, I will have the opposite way. I said no. The short distance is more important for me.
That pays the bills. Short distance.
Got to see those candles.
Yeah, how are you gonna see candles?
Yeah, exactly.
Three-bar reversals.
I'm not a driver,
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mohammed, the house account is long the NASDAQ right now from 21,559. So far, so good. Last trade 21,575. So we're looking okay there. We have another number coming out in 14 minutes, and speakers throughout the day as well.
Yeah.
77%
quickly
long,
reading the
78%
market.
long.
Quickly reading the market today. The market started bearish, breaking the recent low or major low, and coming back above it now. So it is safe to say, as long as we are above this low, which is 21,550, as long as we are above this, we are fine to continue this long bias. Otherwise, we could find ourselves making lower lows, continue to do the lower lows from this morning. Until now, the buyers has the short-term downtrend. I will look for a long just once the 5,000 tick chart, which is a new systematic way for me to declare what is the bias for me, current bias. So as long as the sellers have control in the 5,000 tick chart, that means still short bias is on the table. Once they have the control, I mean this intersection happened in the 5,000, then I will look for a buy opportunity using the 2000 or the 1000. The ultimate scenario, if both of them have bullish bias, all of them
Yes.
has buyer control. So the question always, who has control? And now I dig deeper and said, which time frame? So that's very important. So to have a bias, a general bias, I look for the bigger time frame, which is 5,000 contracts. So that will give me the current bias right now. So for example, now this is 5,000. It is at the final step for the buyers to have control. That means if I see a control for the sellers in the 2000 and then the 1000, I will jump short, because until this moment the buyer haven't have the control. Once they have the control, now I will look for a buy entry setup in the 1000 or 2000.
All right, sounds good, Mo. Also, 11 minutes till the new number coming out. Also, hashtag fast markets. See that in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It's up at Topstep TV. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour at Topstep TV. What do we want to see today? Let's see. I always like I always like to see what trading setups look like. What's up, Hoag?
I'm out.
Hashtag power hour at Topstep TV. We're out.
I'm out.
Taking it.
We've had 4 rejections at value low from yesterday. So
all right.
Yeah,
I'm out.
I see this still can go to 21,661. So if we change the bias to the bullish bias and we start looking for buys, I see 21,661 as a target for the buyers. For the sellers, if you are a seller in the chat, or I see 21,480. So both sides can work actually.
See what that NASDAQ tilt looks like. It was up to 85%. Still 74% long in the NASDAQ. Staying strong. ES paired off a little bit. Now 63.
Yeah. All those longs in I mean, 4 rejections in very short time frame, of course, from value low is what just took me out of that. But
I'm long in crude oil from 72.06. My stop is 71.80.
Why? What do you see in there, Jay?
So we had that huge move in crude yesterday off of that news. And right now we are trading above 50% of that move, which was at 71.87. There was it looks like some volume just came in there to kind of push us above that 71.87 level. So I'm just trying to get in the flow with them if they continue buying, and my stop is right below where that volume came in.
Okay, I don't even need to know your CYA. You do have a stop in place.
Yep.
Okay, sweet. We have a 930 number, 930 central. We got EAA crude inventory, so you can ride this sucker all the way into that if you want. In the near term, we do have a number, ISM services PMI, in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes here on Topstep TV. Man, oh man, we got 5,200 people watching us right out of the gate. Thanks for showing up. We'll be here for you Sunday through Friday. Click like, click subscribe. S&P seeing some selling pressure coming in here. 60.46, about $9 off the highs. 9 points off the highs, I should say. Gold's still making a run for that 29. What's up, Mohammed?
A good out if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Mohammed, watch out this support area in crude oil at 72.26. It was a support yesterday, broken today, and they retested once. And now, hopefully, the second time they can crack it up. However, it is a resistant area. You already know
what was that price again, Mohammed? 72.26?
72.25.
Yep.
Yeah, 72.25, 72.10. You can see this wick here from yesterday. From this wick, it has been tested twice, maybe, or something.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, but if we get up to 72, if we close above 72.25 on a 3-minute candle, I'm going to start to trail into profit. My target on this is somewhere up near 72.90s. But yeah, I see exactly what you're saying there.
We already broken this major trend line, which is a good sign actually. So
So anyone in the chat, do those that thousand lot in the S&Ps, that get filled or that get pulled? It was a 60-43 on 1,000. Don't see it trading.
Yeah,
Did it
let's
get
see.
pulled?
Let's
No.
see.
I don't
Let's
think
see
it traded.
now.
I don't think it did either.
The NQ in the 5,000 didn't confirm the controller for the buyers. Still, sellers have the control at the edge of it. At the end, I mean, it was, you know, a little bit higher. They would take the control, but the sellers came on time just to refuse giving back the control. Now let's look to the 2,000. We still have buyer have control. The 1,000, they are about to take control. So here what we'll do. If we see a retest of the moving average, nice setup to go short, I will take that short because this is still sellers control in the 5,000.
5,000. Hoag, what price did we get out at on those 59s?
A nice exit. Just
It was nice. We'll take it.
yeah, he just rip off the market.
76 and a quarter.
What did we get?
76 and a quarter.
26 quarter.
Poor guy who bought it from you, Hoag.
Poor guy who
You know what? There were a few things that were just not MGI, baby. Yeah, we couldn't get it. We couldn't find any acceptance inside yesterday's area of value. And as long as tilt was up there,
yeah.
After our last 2 days in trading crude oil and how thick tilt got our way on the high, it was really long. We didn't pay attention to it. And on the low yesterday, which I believe they probably would have gotten paid if we didn't have that tweet that came out. We were short opening range. Everything was going swimmingly, and then the news came out, but it was pretty deep in the short at that level. I did write it down on the chart, but you got to pay. I mean, I'm learning to pay attention to tilt, especially at critical levels.
Great you got me looking at tilt now. Crude tilt 74% long.
Yeah,
I've got an indicator that we have to make that shows price. Actual, the price that it's trading, where tilt is, and where everybody's long or short according to tilt. We can do it on one chart. I think it would be beautiful. Been trying to kind of get them to look at it, but I'll just keep working on trying to get them to take a look at it.
Great job using tilt.
And Marie knows what I'm talking about.
If you can see the Mag 7 now, all of them are down. Google, Microsoft, Apple, they're down. Google is down 7%. And only NVIDIA is up. Only NVIDIA is up.
We had Uber and Disney earnings before the call.
Before
the open. Qualcomm, Ford. Shout out to our person who drives that F-250 out there in Belgium. I hope they're there today. They're back today. So it's got a Ford F-250 out there. Ford earnings after the bell. A number here in about 3 minutes. Oh, great job using tilt. Just another tool in the tool belt. So this oil, $72.04 a barrel. Coach J Long from
it's just information. It's nothing to judge on. It's just information.
What you do
and
with
good
it.
MGI, market generated information that not everybody has access to.
Sellers coming in here. Dow falling off. S&P's falling off as well. NASDAQ lagging, but Dow definitely on the move to the downside. 44,576. We're about 200 points off the highs just made on the open here. And then Dow's definitely leading the way down here. S&P seem to follow. NASDAQ catching up with it as well. A lot of red candles. Remember again, 85% long. 85% long in the NASDAQ around that 21,570 level. So something to be said there.
I'm trading crude. I started watching Landman, and
oh, you're an oil guy too now. Yeah,
our job is to.
It's a great show, isn't it?
$72 and $78. Yeah, so we're right at 72 right now.
That town of Midland, Texas. I am fascinated by boom towns now. That whole thing is just.
It's a great show.
So weird. Boom towns are it's just so weird.
Yep.
It's all about the barrel. It's all about what the barrel of oil costs. Town either exists or does not exist based on oil. It's crazy. Paramount. We got it through Amazon Prime, which is Paramount. Yeah.
ISM in 2 minutes, in 1 minute.
Yes, we do. Again, third icon from the upper left there, that people icon. Click on that. You'll see all the news and economic releases coming out for the day.
Yeah, it will be strong movement. So be careful, chat. Be careful.
Yes.
Careful. Gold's been my favorite.
Gold, yeah, man. Hoag's calling for $3,000 by March. I think we're on to something there.
I thought you were going to say by Monday.
Yeah, I mean, we could get it Monday. Why not at this
point? Jay. And again, that's not a prediction. Not saying anything's for sure. Nothing is for sure ever.
No. Just shooting the shit around here. Hey, take a look at the 10-year yield, 4.51%. Okay, here we go. Number coming out in 30 seconds. Look how thin it got. Where'd that 1,000 lot big? They just flipped off the algos.
Well,
let's see. That keeps holding that overnight view.
Look at that NASDAQ ladder.
Yeah, the news might change the bias for the large time frame with this candle. Let's see the news, what will do. Or it will confirm the selling bias.
Andre,
so now
that ladder doesn't look like a ladder. It looks like a rope.
It does look like a rope, man.
Oh, there we go.
One too. Here we go. Number coming out. And it is out.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing. Oh, buyers coming in here. It must be better than expected. Wow. Is it better than expected?
Buying bias.
Come on. Why isn't this updated?
Still waiting.
Yeah, someone got it. No, I'm not seeing it yet on my end here.
Yeah.
Yep, not seeing it here either.
Nothing.
All right.
Now the juice is
financial juice is down.
Yes,
everyone's trying to get it. Financial juice is not loading.
We got to find a new juice. Just ain't reliable, man.
Here it is.
Juice ran dry.
Non-manufacturing PMI for January was expected at 54.2. It came out at 52.8.
It's a little lower.
The ISM non-manufacturing prices came out at 60.4. Last was 64.4.
Cooling there.
A little non-inflationary there, wouldn't you say? No wonder the market's like that was quite a knee jerk to the upside, and again, rejection from value.
Interesting.
Okay, now I have all time frames. Buyer control. This one they just took it in the 5,000, 2,000 already in a buy control. The 1,000 sellers took it for a while, and now it's back to the buyer control. I just need a signal to go long. Not yet.
Not yet. Tilt flattened out.
We need a strong green candle, right?
Live swag. Oh, sweet.
Actually, I needed two things. One, I can let go. The first one, I cannot let go, which is touching the moving average. They haven't pulled back to the moving average. And this is very critical condition for me. They have to do it. The second one is the smoothing line is inside the moving averages. So that means we are in a range currently.
The range.
This one I can let go. When I see this strong move, that indicates we are about to break out of that range. Now we are touching the moving average.
Mm-hmm.
This will be a second try for the buyers, which is ideal for me. They already took the stops here who cannot be patient, and they just bought it here. They put their stop there and they take them out. Let's see if the buyer will show us a strong green candle. The stop will be just below 21,560.
560, okay.
Not yet. Wooden buyers or golden buyers?
Oh.
Yeah.
My boy Mo.
Yeah.
There.
So far, nothing for me. Nothing
It
for me.
sounds
Maybe
like
not yet. Timing
sounds
is
like
critical, and this
Winthorpe in the pit.
helped me
Not yet.
to choose
Not
the
yet.
correct timing.
No.
Yeah, nothing.
And I am out of that crude oil trade
Wow.
for a loser. Talking about that tilt, the tilt was 75% long up at those highs. And that's the second time today that we've seen it.
God damn.
Where that tilt gets heavy in one direction.
Man, look at this. Here come the sellers. Look at this
Whoa.
sell-off.
Okay.
MGI.
I'm waiting for
Rejection
this
of value.
off.
Yep. How many times was that, Hoag? 5-6 times with there.
21,483.50. 21,483 is the entry. The stop is at 454. So what I will do this time, I will buy at the stop because it's strong push. So we will buy better entry at our stop. I will apply this. I did it 3 times this week. It worked magnificent.
Nice.
Yeah, I did
Nice.
it.
Entry where the stop was. I like it.
Yeah, so if you want to take the entry, yeah, I'm playing the risk that I might miss the trade. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
But I would
Right.
like to take the risk to buy it at the stop, having a bigger room for the stop now at 21,425.
21,425. Last trade, 21,500. Big selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. Dow as well. Dow just putting in new lows on the day there. Dow, 44,472 lows there. S&P still not low overnight. About 10 points off of that, but we're about 25 points off the highs in the ES. 60.32 last trade there. We did peak out at 60.55 going into that 9 o'clock central number. Gold pushing higher
Just
here.
think
Gold.
of all those poor people
gonna say?
that just bought that high. That
What were you gonna say,
knee-jerk
Hoag?
high in the NASDAQ. Just smoked
Yeah.
every one of them. Oh my
Yep,
God, it's
one big-
going higher. Buy it.
Puke
And
fest. Yep. In there.
Yeah, there's not much definitive in either direction right now, right? Nick Fortick said it yesterday. If you see some profits, take them in this environment, because we just had
Yep. We were talking
quick
on slow
60-point
markets
push to the
yesterday.
upside, 100 points to the
Talking yesterday on
downside.
slow markets. It's we're adapting this new environment, this new market, these new market conditions. Look at these buyers coming in.
Right.
These swings. It's thin. It is thin on this S&P ladder. Or as Hoag called it, a rope. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ.
I can see this. When I see the moving average is just flat in here in the 5,000 tick chart, that means there is no real bias now. There's no real bias. It could be buying the low, selling the high. And this is why I would like to buy the extreme low here. So we might get back to the middle of that range.
Okay. Very thin. Algo on algo action right now. Sit on the S&P ladder. Tilt is flattened out again. 50-50. We did see Hoag wisely taking a look at tilt. It was 85% long in the NASDAQ, or around 570, 21,570.
yeah,
Let's see what happened.
there were two things. It was up against value
Lost
from
trade here.
yesterday. Could not spend any time in there, and that high long
this a
tilt
short?
was like just yelling at me. Hey, get out, get out.
Out. You were not going to be caught when the music stopped. You were going to make sure you had a seat to sit in.
Which is a
I
lot
might-
for me because I'm kind of slow.
I might take a short. I might take a short here. All conditions are met. The 5,000 is bearish. 2,000 is bearish. Seller control. And there's a signal. I don't know how I didn't see it. That was a signal.
Hey, Mohammed, what are those three
Interesting.
questions you ask? Who has control?
Who has control?
Who has the target? Oh, what's the target for those
What
that
is
are in
the target?
control? And where are we in terms of
And
the
where
target?
we are.
Yes.
Exactly. So who
Now
has
you're
control?
long.
Sellers in 5,000 tick chart, 2,000 tick chart, 1,000 tick chart. So sellers has control.
Yes.
What is the target? The target is for this move to have measured move for this move, which is A, B should equal
Smokey Bear.
CD. So the target is 21,440, and we are away from this target, so we have room to that target. So my entry short was 21,527. Stop CYA at 21,547.
Short from 27. Short 527s.
You're long, aren't you?
Yeah. Short. I'm short. I was looking for long down there, almost to my target for the short. So that was the entry. As you
It
can
looks
Chad,
to me like
Chad
you're
seems to
long.
think you're long, Mo.
Yeah,
Chad's,
Mo.
Chad's convinced
I
you're
was-
long.
I was looking for a long down there.
You are long.
Here.
What's
No,
your
you're in a
ladder
long
say, Mo?
I
position
was
right
looking
now, Mo.
for a long here.
Mo,
No?
you're in a long position. Look at your chart.
Oh,
Yeah, well, that's eight.
Huh.
Trading
okay.
buddies.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what trading buddies
Let
are
me
for
take,
right there. Thank you,
Gotcha,
Chad.
Mo.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah,
thank you, Chad.
you. How did I do that? Oh, I did stop buy. All
Yeah.
right, all right.
There we go. Thank you,
Okay.
Chad. That's what we're here for.
Thank you. They're
good.
fired
That's
up.
trading buddies.
Professionals.
That is
Even
trading buddies right
professionals
there.
do that.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And thank you, market, also. Thank you, market. That was nice from the market to wait for me.
Maybe subconsciously you wanted it along.
Where's
Yeah.
your entry point and stop, Mo?
26. Entry is 26. Stop is 47. And we are about to exit with the stop. No, market wasn't nice for me. He waited for me until I fixed the error.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so far so good.
Oil number in 20 minutes. EIA crude. We got some
My
P&Ls.
first target will be at the low, 21,500. My first target, 21,500.
Big selling coming in, like Hoag said. Big rejection up there. 3, 4, 5 times. Sellers came in and said, nope, nope, nope. And the volume dictated we are going to go lower. Buyers ran out of steam. Sellers said, no, here we come. Drop the hammer in on those equities.
What's your target, Mo?
21,500.
21,500.
Big
The
fat
first
round
target.
number.
The second target
Nice.
will be 21,400, 2430s.
Fact.
Come on, Sarah.
And
Push them.
backloaded day for
Smash them.
Smash them, he says. Jerome. Mohammed Jerome. Jerome. Yeah, we got backloaded day for Fed speakers. We got Goolsby, Bowman, Jefferson after the bell. Earnings-wise, we did get the heavy hitters out of the way. Qualcomm, Ford, some of the big ones. Amazon tomorrow after the bell. Oh, boy.
Come on, do it.
$60.35 last trade in the ES. Market's a bit of a digestion mode right now as Hoag scratches his back. You scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. Speaking of which, let's get to 150,000 subscribers. Click like, click subscribe. We're at 143, closing at 144,000. We get to 150,000 subscribers. You scratch our backs, we'll scratch
Nice
yours. Wink,
segue,
wink.
Andre. Nice.
Yeah, I just read the teleprompter here, Hoag.
You're the best.
All I do. But yes. Wink, wink. Let's get
Nice trade here, Mo.
there.
There you go.
By early March. Well, how much short?
9, 509, 511, 13.
Jerome.
Let's count down
To what, Mohammed? What are we counting down to?
0.
until 5.
Zero.
Until 0. Until 0.
We could all retire. Actually, we got bigger problems. If the stock market goes to zero,
Yeah.
and you're not getting your money.
Yeah.
Let's just put it out.
Yeah. You have no way to spend that money.
No, the banks aren't going to have any money to give you if we hit zero. We're in trouble.
I'm
We're in
scratching
deep,
my
deep.
back. You got to remember you're on screen sometimes. You're like, I don't
You wouldn't have a business to spend the money on.
Correct.
Come on, sellers.
Jerome. Got JD in there. I see JD getting ready for some P&Ls. A big P&L yesterday. I wonder if they held it. You guys remember what we were talking about from yesterday? Big numbers being put up in the live funded accounts. I'll take a sneak peek at what we're working with so far today. Jerome, Jerome, you dirty dog, even though he's not going to be on with us this week. He is at a symposium or a conference for doctors, for the smart people. He's trying to cure Alzheimer's, this guy. He just happens to trade on the side as a side hustle, if you will. Jerome's up $1,000 today. Hopefully Jerome's paying attention at the conference and the symposium this week and not trading too much. He has bigger fish to fry than buying low and selling high.
Yes, he does.
I got some slippage in here. I think, here.
It's thin markets, Mohammed. It's going to happen.
Yeah, 46. Actually, no.
Okay, we're okay?
Actually, no. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, very good.
So this trade was only 6 points from the target. But still, bearish bias. No time frame.
60.43 last trade in the ES. Gold chugging along about $2.50 off. High of the day last trade, 28.98. High of the day and all-time highs for that matter, 29.01 half and 50 cents.
The all-time high in gold was put in the overnight session. That is probably not going to last. That would be 29.01 half. Odds are we're going to trade above that at some point today.
Hoag, are you still reconsidering taking back your wife's Valentine's Day gift based on the price of gold right now? Could it serve the family better?
I was going to sell it. I could get a profit on it, baby.
Yeah.
Would
you be in trouble? Would you be in the doghouse if you did?
No, because she doesn't know about it yet.
There you go. Has she ever watched her husband, the YouTube star, before? Does she ever watch her husband, the YouTuber?
You know, she works in a nurse's office in a hospital in a high school, so I doubt she's busy. I doubt she's.
What's up, Mo? Mohammed, you're short from what price?
Yeah, I'm short again from 539. That was top run so far. Short again after the strong red candle. Still, the bias is short. Buyers are sellers are in control. Nothing changed.
Stop level?
CYA 561. 561.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 points. Oh, 539 here.
Short from 39. About 20 points in the money right now. We caught that nice.
Yep. And
Mo rode the Mo to the downside. Lots of people getting chopped up in this range. I'd say PIE. Trader, I will
not let you play against me. If you go down, I will be with you.
Mohammed, are you looking to make is this looking to be a home run trade, or are you just looking to take 20 points out of this trade?
No, again, I will take one.
What you've seen, what we've seen so far in this market, 1, 2, 3, 4. These candles are very, very choppy. Why not consider just taking 20 points out of this trade as opposed to letting this thing run?
First of all, this is managing the risk here.
Okay.
So my risk is 27 points.
Yes,
I mean, from the entry. Yes, I get better entry, but from the entry, 27 points. So if I exit at 20 points, that will mathematics will not be adding up. So at least I should take 27 points, which is at 507. The original target, because if you have stop run, usually the market will go to the original target of those guys.
Very good.
So I will stick to my target, the 500. Let's do it this
If we
time.
hold below 518,
And you're
so
gone,
this
you lame.
looks good.
You're gone, bro. You're lame's. Sorry.
Yeah.
And this lame is gone. See you in 24 hours, dummy. Don't say dumb shit on here. 21,518 last trade in the NASDAQ. 44,630 in the YM. We're respectful around here, okay? Gold, last trade, 28.99 last trade there. 29.01, high of the day. We're still chugging here. Can we get into 29.01s, 29.02s? Nicking new highs here. Most
that was
short
a very
from
good
20.
question, by the way.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
The last question you had for Mo.
I mean, markets, there's no runners here. Yeah. 71.55 last trade in the CL. Got a number here in crude in 11 minutes. Still no speakers coming out here. 44,622 last trade in the YM.
Come on, buyers, give up.
Jerome. Jerome out here making $1,000 low key. We're trying to get on that Jerome
Just
train
give
on the
up.
downside.
Unbelievable, this support.
So right now I'm waiting for that crude inventory number to come out. Or if I see a volume spike that is worth trading in the equities. So we got about 10 minutes on that crude number. Seeing some selling get absorbed at these lows right around 71.55-ish. Would I get long again potentially if it sets up? Keep talking.
Yeah.
But just being patient
going
here.
down, you know.
Keep going, Jay.
When you pause it, stop.
Watching this gold too. Gold's trying to
what else?
punch up 2900s, 2900s, 2900s. We're trying to get into these 2900s. And if we get through, Hoag said that he sees this a pretty weak top up here.
So
see some wiggle here on the ladder.
I'm
Ladder's
not
just chopping
anything.
around. 10 points up, 10 points down. How much is really trading? Who knows? The markets are thin right now.
Jerome.
Jerome.
Okay, so that's...
PEI trader asked me to sing a song. I was actually listening to that. Andre, you know who Luke Bryan is?
I do know who Luke Bryan is.
Rain is a good thing.
I don't know that
I was
one.
looking at that corn makes whiskey. I was looking at that corn chart.
Hey,
shout out to Coach Paul. It's been trading really well. Just a nice sell off this morning, 1% down here on corn. I know we focus really early on the equities, but the agricultural markets have been moving. So shout out to any traders that are out there that are trading the eggs right now.
Hoop was pretending to be like he was a farm boy yesterday here on TopstepTV. He mentioned how he grew up on a farm in Central Illinois many times. Hoop the farm boy with now he's living the good life out there in AZ. Hoop, are you in here? It's our Aggies guy. 21,520 last trade in the NASDAQ. Oil number 8 minutes.
Patient. We need to be patient.
Yes, Mo. I've been listening to Barkin not done. Hello. The U.S. labor market has stabilized. The jobs market could break toward more hiring or firing. That's why they pay him the big bucks. 300 lot here in the NASDAQ upside. Where'd it go? I lost it. I still believe inflation is settling toward the Fed's 2% target. I do not believe the case for a rate hike is close to a base case right now. No indication of an economy overheating. Market not done.
U.S. labor market has stabilized. Andre, that's why you make the big bucks, man. Jobs market could break towards more hiring or firing. That's why they make the big bucks.
Yes,
so you're saying there's a chance.
It can either go up, Hoag, or could go down.
Or it could go down.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Answer is yes. Speaking of that, it is David Green Wednesday. He'll be joining us this afternoon for those that are here in the States. This evening for those like Mohammed out there in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson was there last week.
I saw that. Man, you guys are getting Saudi Arabia's the place to be these days, Mo. I see all the sporting events you guys are getting. I see the World Cups you guys are getting the big concerts out there.
Especially in our winter. We have a very nice winter here.
I'm coming. I'm going to be there for that World Cup, Mo. I will be there. All right, we got 6 minutes until the number. Oh, JD. Oh, shoot, JD. We forgot to bring in P&Ls. JD, if we want to squeeze in some P&Ls, we can do that right now because we saw some big live funded account P&Ls yesterday. Let's see if they were able to hang on to those massive profits.
Uh,
There's JD. JD, come on in. Let's do this. We got plenty of time for this. See these P&L numbers from yesterday, man. Trading has been very, very tricky lately. We are all adapting last 3 weeks. Everything's changed and flipped on its head, so to speak. So, JD, what are we seeing over there in those P&Ls?
Well, you weren't far off, Dre. We had a huge winner yesterday. I felt compelled to check out this trader's trade report also.
Nice.
You're gonna you're gonna kick out of this. So we have Ramey at the top there. $79,741 trading in the live funded account. $78,644 came from the NQ. $1,097 came from the MNQ.
Wow.
Looked up this guy's trade report. 22 days completed in the live account. 2 winning days. Everything else, Club DLL all the way down. But get this, the 2 winning days, going back to, I lost it already. All right. Second day in this live account, January 6th, $70,000 profit.
Oh, it's like
yesterday,
that.
22nd day in the live funded account, $79,000 profit. So 2 winning days out of 22 for just about $150,000 in total profits on those 2 winning days.
I don't like that formula, JD. I don't think that's not sustainable, is it?
That's tough.
We're at an account balance high. Only 2 winning days though, so not eligible. Almost $120,000 in this live funded account, not eligible for a payout yet. So
it's not going to work, Ramey. I get what you're trying to do. It's not. Yeah.
Ramey, if you're out there listening, you got 3 days left to earn that payout. Everything. I'm not joking you. 20 days of straight Club DLL. You might have to do a shoulder tap on this one later today.
Yeah, that's a tough way to stick around this business. But I see what you're trying to do. All right. Well, they put up the numbers, so hey.
Yep. Next up, we got Scott H. Mixing it up a bit. Ups and downs in a few different markets. Made $3,500 in the Dow, $120 in the 10-year note, $1,400 trading the ES. Lost close to $1,400 trading gold, and then made $16,000 trading the NQ. Total profit of $19,821 for Scott. Nice job. Our boy Rake Trades. Trading the NQ, $14,448. Xavion, trading gold, $14,341 for Xavion in the gold market. And then finally, Derek, $14,244 trading the NASDAQ. Those are yesterday's top live funded P&L leaders.
Yeah. Kelvin in the chat. Hey, Kelvin, these are live funded. These are real trades. There's no resets on these, man. I don't have to tell you, these are there's no mulligans, there's no resets, there's no do-overs in these account balances. These the live bullets.
Give me my money back.
Yeah, I wish. There's no resetting trades. There's no recess in that. So real fills, real profits, pro ball. That's what we do here at Topstep. Thanks, JD. JD,
got it.
That gold trade this morning, man. We had the tiger by the tail. What happened, man?
We were talking about it. I mean, totally just picked our pockets on that trade.
I know.
We were on the right side. We had the right move. Yeah. Opening range trades, man. When they hit, they're beautiful. When they don't hit, you mentioned it's death.
They're cheap.
Paper cut, and then you hammer one home and it makes up for everything else.
Yeah.
You know you're wrong
Kelvin,
quick.
Kelvin.
Yeah, it's true.
I exit the short,
Are you an
obviously.
airhead? Don't even know why they have you
Market
there, bro.
closes.
I don't either, Kelvin. I don't know why they have me here either. I'm sorry. I don't get it either. Bad hammer.
We love you, Andre.
Kelvin doesn't. Someone pissed in Kelvin's Cheerios this morning, and now he's taking it out on me, and it's not very nice. Kelvin, we love you around here, man.
Oh, we'll pray for Kelvin.
You're our guy. Keep trading, man. Come on. I know these markets are difficult. I'm the same way, Kelvin. When these markets get difficult, take it on the people that I care about the most. It's a very, very...
This market could easily get the worst out of you.
Trading and golf and traffic, Mohammed, brings out the worst in people. I've said it forever. Traffic, golf, and trading. Do some things that you didn't know that you could say some things and do some things you didn't know. Comes from
Do you have a traffic issue in Chicago?
Oh, yes. From O'Hare Airport to downtown.
Really?
Oh, very, very bad, Mohammed. Very, very bad.
Similar to LA or worse?
It takes about an hour to go 15 miles.
30 seconds on this crude number.
30 seconds till crude. Everyone flat on the crude. Got oil coming out. Trading's even brings out the worst. Trading in traffic. Now you go, Burns. That's a bad comment. Do not trade in traffic.
Guys,
on the way to play golf.
You shouldn't tell me that I entered wrongly long.
You're late
After
for your
a
tee
shitty round
time.
of golf.
Your stop just
After
got hit. And
you're late to your tee
bumper
time
bumper
trading,
traffic.
and you're taking a loser. Oh man! All right, here we go. Oil numbers coming out. Oh, that was good. Very good, Jay.
All right, looking for 1.9 million.
You got a Hoag. Thank
He
you.
lived in Saudi Arabia in Bukayg. Yeah, think that in Aramco, working in Aramco. Just
Aramco.
8.66 million.
Way off.
Wow.
Way off, Hoag. I mean, not even close.
Ad of
they never get it right.
Million. Wow.
They are being wrong in purpose.
They have to be. Not even close. Oh,
You're not kidding. Oh, I think they lie to us.
I mean, I wish I found it one time close. Not correct, close.
yes. That would be the anomaly. The anomaly would be if it's close to the projected.
Well, drill, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Drill.
we are in a long bias. We are in a long bias now.
Retired weatherman. Chat's funny today.
This market.
Hey, J Money trades 90 back again. Laughing out loud. What's up, J Money? Always tuning in, give us those clicks and those eyeballs that we so desperately need around here. Thanks
what do we think the
in.
90 means? Is that how many negative comments you can post in a day?
Born in 1990. Born in 1990 is my guess.
That's probably it.
Born in 1990. Or maybe age of 90. You never know. But chat is fired up today. We love the passion you guys are bringing. Love it, guys. Love it. Keep bringing that passion. We got the passion for trading from all corners of the globe here on TopstepTV. We got Riyadh in the house. We got New York in the house. A couple Chicago guys up top and the bottom of that little totem pole there. Mm-hmm. Right now, markets are chopping around. Yeah. Have a range.
I locked myself for 15 minutes after the second.
You did, Mohammed?
Trade. Yeah, I did. 15 minutes.
Very good.
I'm down 1,019. Actually, this is still in the recent range. Let's get back to the original bias. Still undecided. Whoa. No buyers, no sellers. Yep.
What made you take the? I know why you took the 15-minute break, but what made you have the self-realization? Hey, I need to take 15 minutes. What was the thought process? Because you're on TV here, you're watching the markets, you're talking to Jay, Hoag, and myself. But you also said to yourself, all right, Mohammed, you said to yourself, Mo, you need to take a 15-minute break. What was that internal conversation like with you?
He's already been in traffic. Usually when I sliced it into the woods.
Oh, God. Now you took a loser.
And he's taking a loss. 15-minute break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually when I take 2 consecutive losing trades, I should take some time off. So that's time 15 to 30 minutes. It wasn't if it was lousy trade, wrong trade, totally wrong, I regret it. It could be an hour or maybe end of day. But it was a very lucrative trade according to my plan. The market just refused to get to my target for 5 more points. So they was correct trades according to the bias, according to the signal. So I just took 15 minutes because it is a consecutive 2 losing trades in order to avoid a revenge trade. I was planning to buy this market actually, but because of the timeout, I didn't. So sometimes it's good that you don't revenge it. It's always good to not revenge the trade. What I mean that I lost a buy, not yet, but it looks that I'm losing a buying opportunity right now. But that's okay. So this is why I took the 15 minutes timeout. The market is there.
Very good.
I can rethink myself. Even the market, if it jumped to 21,610, does that mean I couldn't buy it anymore? I can.
Mo, I want to ask you a question.
I bought the market. I bought oil when it was around $15 and I lost. And I sold the oil when it was 123 and I lost. You know, so
oh boy.
Go ahead, James.
I just saw James in the background. I just saw James. He's laughing back there. Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Jay. Then we're gonna bring James in for some news. Go ahead, Jay.
Just thinking about opportunity costs, right, Mo? Where you said like you just lost a long opportunity, where it looked like a pretty good setup. Anytime you review, because I like to think about this as well, right? The quality of the trades that I took initially that might have put me in a drawdown, are they costing me more than just that trade because I'm missing out on the opportunities that for better setups later in the day? That's why I'm being patient here. I took a chance with crude. It stopped me out. But we're still an hour into the session, right? There's 7 hours left to trade. And just thinking about potential opportunities further, I could take something here, but I don't want to miss out on an opportunity later on that presents a better outcome. So I don't know if I even asked a question there, but
did you ask a question there, Jay?
Let's bring in James.
Let's bring in James. Bring in James. James, come on in. We got some news. One of my favorite parts of the day. Coach Jay's on fire today, man. You're cracking me up. James, come on in. What's behind you? What's this background?
It's a segue that I love. What's behind me, Andre? You know what this is. Well, I gotta. It's the delicious Doritos liquor that is currently featured on the Topstep office liquor desk.
Bueno.
I don't know what else to call it. We got like a bottle of whiskey up there, and look, delicious. And there's the God, now I know how you guys feel. Here's the mixed drink we made. Andre and Dolby made it. If you haven't watched it, I think it's on our YouTube somewhere. And Andre, your mom is one of the geniuses behind Cool Ranch flavoring, right?
Indeed. Team of 4, Cool Ranch Dorito flavoring. That's her. Shout out to
bringing it all back home. All right, let's talk about some news. First thing I got for you today isn't really news, but I was watching the morning news as I do every morning, and they were featuring this item, and I gotta know, have you guys seen this before? It's called the Mighty Carver. Okay, it's an alternative to carving meats, vegetables, whatever you would chop up.
Texas. It says Texas written all over.
I gotta have that.
There you go.
Well, then, Hoag, please don't take the bit I wrote down personally, because I wrote, do you want to be the most obnoxious person in the kitchen? And you can get this thing.
Yes.
They have videos of how it can be used. Gabe, roll the clip I sent next.
The clip?
They have gasoline powered?
Wow. You can delight your guests by chainsawing that bagel in half.
That's America, Mohammed. That's what America looks like in the deep south, Mohammed.
Just found my dad's birthday present.
That is some redneck engineering right there, man. That's where that came from. Oh, that's
the only thing better would be if it was gasoline powered.
Yeah, that'd be true American. Right? I was like, exactly, Andre. I see my family down in Alabama do that every Thanksgiving with a real chainsaw. I don't need.
That's where that came from.
Anyway, I just had to bring that up. I thought that was too crazy this morning. On to actual news. it has been reported that Swiftie fan number 1 will be attending the Super Bowl this year as the first acting president to actually attend a Super Bowl. Secret Service has been on the ground for the past 4 or 5 days trying to make sure that the New Orleans Stadium is the most secure for President Trump to arrive and watch the game between the Chiefs and the Eagles. What do you think the over-under is? This is the first time he's ever going to hear "Not Like Us." You think he has it on his phone already, or is he going to hear it at the game? And
it's on. He has an 18-year-old son. He's heard it.
Probably a minor.
James,
yeah, so it'll be fun. Be cool to see. Moving on. Is it totally? What is it? What is it the kids say these days? Are we so back, or is it so over? Grubhub has been hacked. We're cooked. This came out this morning. If you've used Grubhub before, your personal data might be at risk. So go ahead and do the whole check your passwords, keep an eye on your bank statements. The hacker is able to access private information connected to customers, merchants, and drivers. Information such as your name, your email address, your phone number, and even your physical home mailing address has been lifted. But your credit card is fine. So, ignore those cars that are driving outside your house every night. And every time you seem to look, they just drive on by a little bit faster. It's nothing.
Everything's fine.
My last... Everything's fine. My last story of the day. Heist of the century.
Ooh.
Pennsylvania state troopers are looking for 100,000 eggs that were lifted off the back of a truck. This is serious news. If you've heard about the price of eggs lately, it is this is real news, Andre. This is real hard-hitting journalism news.
That's what we do around here.
They were organic eggs too, okay? They were stolen Saturday night from the back of a distribution trailer. They come from a farm where the chickens get to enjoy dust baths. So, sure, that tastes great. If you think this news is funny, well, guess what? Waffle House has added a 50-cent charge to every egg sold at its restaurant. So yeah, now it's funny. Waffle House, they've come. When Waffle House comes for you, it's over, man. We're cooked. Speaking of cooked,
so one of my best friends is a Pennsylvania state trooper actually. So I'm going to send that to him and ask him.
Let's find
some
more
details, James.
Let's find.
Thank you, Jay. I need to know
and
the egg
if
heist.
he's selling those eggs, I'll take some.
We could take a dozen.
Yeah, who's to say this guy isn't the Robin Hood of eggs, right? So, he gives them back at half the cost.
God.
One last thing here, not news related, but as we keep talking about, and we're going to keep dropping these as they get produced, but a couple weeks ago for Jimmy Carter's funeral, we met up in Chicago, and one of the things that we did, Andre, Hoag, JD, and myself, we tried one of the Chicago hot dogs right by the Board of Trade, and I think we have that video of the review ready. So
very cold day.
Go ahead and play it.
What's the order? Danielle, what's the order?
I got 5 Chicago dogs.
Run it through the garden.
No ketchup, Michael. Ketchup is for kids, not closers.
Oh, you heard that's the problem with Chicago dog. JD, something tells me when you're in the womb with your mother, super dog every day, right? break down a Chicago dog.
Here's your classic Chicago dog. Vienna beef, poppy seed bun, pickle, neon green relish, sport peppers, onions, tomatoes. There's some mustard down there, a spritz of celery salt.
Where's the ketchup?
Oh, what?
Ketchup is up there. Go with a 3. Pickle is too small. Boiled hot dog? Nah, give me a char dog.
Ooh, love the hot dog. Miss me with the tomatoes. Everything else, bueno.
6.4. Pickle is a little wobbly, a little floppy. Tomatoes could use a little more pep too. 6.4. That's it. That's what we do.
Perfect 5 out of 5. I'm easy.
How about that?
You know what I noticed when watching that, Andre, is that every single person had a different review metric. Hoag said 3 out of what? 5 or 10? Andre didn't give a number.
5.
JD said 6, and I said 5 out of 5.
Yup.
I
really rehearsed that
good?
one. We rehearsed
Pick your
that
favorite.
one.
And
Mine was 3 out of 10.
Out of 10. I'm easy. Anyway, that's all I got. Back to you guys.
I like that. That was fun. Thank you, James. All right. We're starting to see some buyers finally stepping in here. 21,600. Low key creeping up higher. About 13 points off the highs in the NASDAQ. Looking at the ES, 60.54, about a point off the highs there. Just a low-key rally here. Gold. Oh, just ticked above 2,900. 2,900's print about a buck 50 off the all-time highs in the gold. Crude selling off about 20 cents off, 16 cents off the lows there. $71.56 a barrel. Dow. Okay, equities on a little bit of a relief rally, if you will. Gold. All right, gold's now into the 2,900s. We are about a buck 30 off from new all-time highs. Get your air horn ready.
Give it a minute.
Jay, can you buy those backpacks? No, cannot buy those backpacks. Those are for us.
Yeah. By the way, cool, Jay, though. Nice exit in the crude oil trade.
Nice exit. Thanks.
Yeah.
Was wrong about the direction, right about the stop.
Usually it is a winning trade, but it could be a nice trade, losing trade.
Yep.
Crude behind us. Next item on the calendar, we got Goolsby in about 3.5 hours. Nothing. President's been
who has control?
Everything quiet out of DC so far. Gold's about, here we go. Gold's pushing high here. Gold's about $1 off new all-time highs.
Okay, who has control now? My book, buyers, they took control in all 3 time frames. What is the target for the buyers from this spike and channel? We see now, this is AB equal CD. So the target is 21,680. So whoever have control, the buyers have control, are looking to 21,680, 21,660, let's call it 60 to 80. And now waiting for the entry setup to show itself.
We have, I just realized this week we have non-farm payrolls.
That's right.
Friday. Yeah. This is just been a very range bound day, kind of megaphone. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now, and the 15-minute opening range VWAP is a flat line where we've seen it market look below the opening range, above it, and just kind of get right back into it.
Yeah.
Does this pattern hold the whole day? Maybe not, but yep.
Keep it on gold. $1 off all-time highs. Yeah,
it's happening.
Give
it a minute. Go ahead, Andre. Yeah, so just inches away from new all-time highs in gold. Put in the overnight. Probably not going to last much longer here today. Mohammed, let us know if you act on that trade.
Yeah, actually, the one that I missed is this long when I was locked out. It worked just fine to the target. Yeah, it worked just fine. So I'm not sorry about it. You know, I just followed my rule to not to trade.
Hey, no crying them all.
It becomes like
no crying them all.
Yeah, we will have another opportunity if the market touches the moving average again.
There it is. New high gold.
We will try again. It will be a retest of this range.
There's the air horn. That was me. Sorry. That's my air horn for the new all-time high in gold. Just took out the overnight high.
Okay. Could you explain the bands? Okay, so you can check this video.
And Jay, you're really patient today. I'm appreciating that, and it reminds me of something that, reading Jim Dalton's book. There's something in that book that we say all the time. And Gabe, if you're ready, let's put it in there. Let the trade come to you.
Yeah,
right from the man.
I think we could try to put trades on. I was actually just thinking about taking a short. We were just talking about getting right back into this range, right around these 600s where we're not seeing a ton of volume. But I'm okay being patient, Hoag. I'm not, just from the numbers, right? I'm not a great range bound trader, and that's what we're seeing. It's a pretty big range in the NASDAQ or in the equities where, it's decent enough to trade. It's 100 points. But I made a prediction yesterday at the buzzer, and we said there was probably going to be some news out of the White House that gives us a volume spike that I'll trade. We haven't seen it yet. and I'm banking on our president to give us some kind of headline that will shake up the markets a little bit, and I'll trade that.
Jay, can I ask you one thing?
What's up?
You know when you're looking for trades. What's the difference
100%.
between when you find a trade you're looking for and one that comes to you?
It's the ones that come to you are pretty obvious, where we have repeatable patterns that we look for when we do back testing and things like that. And you look at your numbers and you know exactly which ones work out. When you see it, it's just like it's muscle memory, right? It's like, oh, hey, that's that trade. I need to click the button and go ahead. And sometimes you're going to be wrong. It's not always going to be right, but
Right.
just not seeing one of those. Yeah, I could make something up here.
Let's do it.
Oh, you can,
It
yeah.
wouldn't let's do it. All right, let's get.
No.
You want to make something up, Dre? Let's get short the Nasdaq right now.
Bad.
You want to
risk
find
above
something, just change your
612.
time frame.
Exactly.
Andre, gold did it. New all-time highs.
It did it. Yeah, buddy. And we ain't done. 29.03.
Starting to think we're really getting into the laggard buyers, though. The laggard buyers. I mean, we don't know how far.
John, we are testing the moving average now. Everything is bullish. Everything is buyer control.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if this will work out.
We did it. Like gold, man.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that 10-year. 10-year. Wow. Gold not done. Buyers breaking this thing out.
I did it verbally. There's the arrow.
Man, oh man.
Not yet. Doji
Right,
candle.
There's the arrow.
That baritone voice, man.
Or a foghorn.
Order filled. 78% long in the the YM.
So John, if this close green, we will enter at the close with a stop at 573. Stop will be 573, but I'm waiting for this candle to close strong green candle after flushing those stops below this pivot. But so far, no signal yet, no setup yet.
NASDAQ tilt long 64%.
See, that short up there worked, right? So for our range bound traders, I'm seeing it on a 15-minute chart on the equities. Right around that 600 area. You're good for 20 points right now.
Mm-hmm.
This gold continues to push.
Like Secretariat, just running to the upside.
Machine. Well-oiled machine. Look at gold.
Wooden buyers back again.
Robert in our Slack says, still holding 5,000 viewers. Yes, we are, Robert. How about that? We're holding 5,000 viewers as gold continues to make new high. Everyone take a look around your necks, your wrists, and your dangling from your ears. All that gold. Everyone's getting worth more and more by the second here.
I'm back in long crude. 71.84. My stop is going to be 71.54. So giving this one a little bit more space. Just saw some buying coming in there. Gonna want to try to ride that momentum up to 72.50.
Jay, I need like four
$375.
more eyes. Got a failed downside auction in crude. You're looking good.
375 lots showed up on the bid at 95s and got filled.
We are short in likes.
Oh, I see that, Mohammed.
Very short in likes. What is this?
They stopped liking us.
I just noticed.
Where's the love, Mohammed?
Better buy some likes.
Yeah, let's have some likes, guys. Let's push it to 1,000 at least. So now the entry will be at the trigger. Yes, we are in at 584.
584, Mo.
Come on. Take me. Take me.
Take me. Gold not done. Gold not done. We broke through those 2900s. We are now trading 2905. Now 2906's print.
Okay, so we have
we got G.
Stop 573. Sorry, stop now is 568. 568. CYA.
Wow, we got a lot of things going on. We got J1 crude oil. We got Mohammed Long.
I have a good feeling about this trade. I have very good feeling about this one.
House account flat, correct, Hoag?
Yeah, we're flat right
Okay. Let's go flat. Look at gold go. I mean, they just blew through those all-time highs by $4 and said, see you later. 29.01s, I could do you $5 better. 29.06, how about that?
This rally in gold is getting very emotional.
What do you mean by that, Hoag?
Pullback.
What does that mean? It's getting emotional.
These are all laggard buyers. These are
late to the party.
These are the traders that missed the whole freaking move, and they're getting in on FOMO.
I've been there before. That is a bad place to be.
We don't want to be them.
No, I've been there before. Oof.
They can move the market for a period of time. I just think that it needs a pullback before we're going to get
chaser
up to
buys.
3,000.
Tony Hawk calls them.
That's
chaser
just thinking.
Buys. Yep. No, that's thinking because we've been on the wrong side of that trade, Hoag. We've been there before.
Oh,
saying, there goes the market goes going without me. I got to get in. FOMO jumps in. We get in. The music stops, and there's no chair to sit in.
That's how I get into some of my best shorts. I have to learn not to buy it first, and then I
100% Hoag. They ask me how I make trade decisions. I'm like, well, I've learned what not to do for the last 20 years. I've been on the wrong side of these trades. I'm trying. When you're not in, you're trying to think, where is everybody? What is what Homo says? Who's in control? Who's losing? Who's losing? How bad are they losing? Can you apply pressure to them to make them puke? We are in a range. S&P's last trade 60.50. NASDAQ 21,583. Crude oil $71.90 a barrel. And gold just put in new all-time highs 29.06. We're about $2 off those highs right now. Oil ripping. Yeah, that's right, Deepak. Oil is ripping.
It needs to rip through this 100 lot at 72.
Ooh.
Oil dripping. That would be a problem.
Oil. Let's take a look at that crude 72. Yeah, I see
liquidity, man.
Crude likes to run away from it a lot.
73. There's 185 on the offer.
That's how markets should be, Jay. Market should run away from it.
Right.
So I
could.
Right.
It took me 2 years to rewire my brain.
A profit at 605.50.
05.
My first target.
Those FOMO buyers in gold, they can continue to move the market. We don't know how far.
Yeah. Oh, we're not saying it doesn't work.
Going to get. It's just a warning sign.
We're not saying it doesn't necessarily work. On the whole, it's not going to work. But yeah, like Hoag said, they're chasing. It can work. You just got to be the first one out. You can't be the last one left holding the bag.
You can't be the last one to buy the high.
Correct.
Don't do that. Thank you.
Right,
It's too much. This is too much.
I love the more toxic markets. I love
Just
we've all
decided
been
to
there.
stop on me. 1 point.
Yeah, it's David Green Wednesday, folks, from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Always a good time when he's here to join us. I see he's very active on the Twitter as well. Dakota as well. Or how reluctant Dakota was to get into social media. Lo and behold, he is a leading voice in this space. I think I saw MP has 14,000 followers on the
I
X.
love social media.
Do you, Hoag? Do you?
I don't know. I've never looked at it.
Go give MP a follow on the 14,000 followers. Oh my goodness. Gosh. How does he have 14,000 followers?
Look at this. Just look at this. This is teasing me. It's just teasing me.
It is teasing.
Okay, what do we got?
Trying to be patient with this crude oil trade. Just want to just ask why I got back in. I saw some volume step in there. Saw some buyers. The issue with crude has been the lack of follow through on any of these moves to the upside. It's been a little bit better on the downside, but we see a spike of volume and then immediately the volume dries out. And then we kind of float. So I'm being patient here because we're holding where that volume initially came in. But immediate losing confidence in this trade when we couldn't take out that buyer at that seller at 72. So going to hold it, see if they continue to buy, but need some buying.
Everybody get out and push.
Right.
What do we got up here on the list? Who's back to Gabe? James, what do we got on the list here for the rest of fast markets? Coming up to the top of the hour. Got Euro close in about 32 minutes. How'd you guys like that new format? We're kind of doing shoulder tap and lunchbox trading into one. I hope people enjoyed that because we certainly did yesterday. Got what do we got today? We got trade with Topstep. Yeah, same thing with JD. Oh, Dakota doing a VIP drop in this afternoon. Pop squad over there. We got Dakota and David Green for Power Hour. Long ways to go, of course, at the buzzer with this guy, Coach Jake, the coach of the Lunatics. And also a new oil man after watching Landman. We're all
maybe not after today's trading session.
My girlfriend, dude, she's telling me to shut up. I'm like, I'm an oil man now. She's like, shut. No, you're not. You're not an oil guy. 60-50 last trade in the ES. A bit of a holding pattern right now.
Yep, that 72s came in and hated on this trade.
Sounds good, James.
Be right back, guys.
All right, sounds good, Hoag. Market will be here. People are fired up in the chat today. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Let's get to 144,000 subscribers by end of day. I think we can do it. Numbers are growing. Great numbers at the buzzer. I see those numbers, man. Good job over there.
Thanks, man. It's been a great session.
Slug.
Muhammad, this market doesn't want to. Muhammad, the market is stuck right now. Muhammad long from 584.
Yeah, the market was just going higher, no problem. Just when I jump in, they just stopped.
I know. This is YM 79%, almost 80% long in the YM.
What is there?
Hey, Marco. Much love from California. Much love to you as well, Marco. Thanks for watching. $71.57 in the crude right now. See if the gold wants to make another run for all-time highs here. Bit of a pullback here. He pulled back to 29.02. You got high of the day 29.06. So about $4 here. See if they want to make another run to new all-time highs in the gold. Dollar getting weaker? Is that what's going on? Takes more dollars to buy. Ooh, where we go? 100 lot at 500 and 450 in the NASDAQ. Let's go check that out. Oh, down below. 450. I don't have that. That's way off.
450s.
That's
oh
way
yeah,
out
I'm
there.
saying it's down there, but yeah, it's way down
It's
there.
down there, yeah. Wishing order, as they say. Very thin on the S&P ladder. New market environment we're in, folks. We're not seeing very algorithmic trading.
Yeah, it's a range until it's not, right? Then
I
the
don't think
headline
there's
drops.
runners to be had. I'll open up this. I don't think there's such thing as runners right now, guys. And if only we had a runner, fine. And once in a blue moon, there's going to be a runner. I think it's see profit, take profit. I think we're all scalpers at this point until something changes, till things become more definitive with whatever policies and regulations, whatever's going to happen with this new administration. But I think everyone's got to be in scalp mode right now. Keep your losers
100%.
tight, keep your winners tight, and we're just dinking and dunking right now until there's some more certainty in this market, whether it be the Fed.
I'm
yeah.
My bad. I'm flat on that crude trade, but exactly what you just said, Dre, right? I had, I think, about 15 ticks in the profit. It could have took the $150.
Just gonna
Looking
take
for
them, man.
follow through. It's just not there. Yeah, it's just not there until it is, right? Then we get a headline that
Fine.
moves the
Let
markets.
it be there. Yeah, let
Right,
that follow through show
exactly.
up 3, 4, 5 times. Till all right, fine. You're gonna miss out on some ticks, but all along the way, you're gonna be making ticks along the way. So, watching us from Algeria.
Come
Hey,
on, buyers. I'm dying here.
Zachariah.
Finally, a winning
go.
trade. Thank you.
Mohammed, did you get your
What is
605s?
this? I was checking, is it bond or NQ?
And bonds are NQ. This is NQ. NQ finally woke up 21,606. Mohammed, I thought you were working 605. Did you get the fill or are you just letting it go?
Yeah, I took my first target. I trail my stop to point of entry right now.
Very good.
For the remaining one contract. The next target would be up to 2168 fort. 21684.
Crude's still selling off here.
And I will keep trailing. So what is that?
Took like would it take a half hour for the market to, or the crude market to digest those inventory numbers? And it's finally, oh, they missed big. It's time to sell. 71.42 last trade in the crude oil, about 5 cents off the lows there. Mohammed long the NASDAQ, hoping we get some more push to the upside. 70% long in the tilt. We got some announcements. James, I think everyone, Mohammed, Mohammed's got a one lot on still. We can do some announcements right now. Markets are a little quiet. So James, come on in. What kind of announcements we got for the peeps today here on TopstepTV?
Absolutely. You were talking about Michael Patak and his Twitter following.
Yeah.
My Twitter algorithm is really confused because it likes to show you more of what you like. And, I give Michael a good like every now and then, but I also like the Fantastic Four trailer. So now my Twitter is just Michael Patak and Marvel. Anyway, talking about Michael Patak on Twitter, he's liking the Payout Club stuff you guys are posting, and we do too. What is the Payout Club, you may ask? Well, dear reader or dear watcher, the Payout Club is for traders who have made $5,000 in payouts. That is payouts that you have requested and received, totaling $5,000. You can fill out the Payout Club form that we're going to drop in chat, and you can get yourself a 5K payout hat and pin. Fair warning, they take a while to get to you. You're going to hear about it every day, but when you do get it, you're going to feel so good. All right, this little package shows up. You've forgotten about it. Got a little handwritten note in there and the hat that you guys all want. It's awesome. Sign up for it if you haven't gotten it yet. And then, a couple months down the road, surprise, surprise. Do like to say right now, we can still only ship to the US. As always, we are trying to look into other ways to get them to everyone's hands who want one, but there it is. You've heard this morning on opening call, but if you're just joining us now, last week was a big week for TopstepTV, right? We had the red carpet rolled out for market legends Dr. Brett Steenbarger and Jim Dalton. And we have the video links for you. If you missed it or you just want to watch it again, go ahead, find the links in chat or search our YouTube channel. You'll be sure to find them. They're worth a watch, I promise you. Dr. Brett Steenbarger, author of The Daily Trading Coach, has an exclusive conversation and Q&A with John Hoagland and Anne-Marie Band about developing the mindset and habits of a professional trader. Hear the good doctor talk about proven strategies to strengthen your mental toughness. And then market profile pioneer Jim Dalton revolutionized how traders analyze price, time, and volume. Jim deep dived into market profile and showed us his own charts and analysis from his morning trading. You watch to learn practical strategies that you can apply to your own trading. We hope to have both of these fine guest speakers back in the future. But for now, go back, give them a watch. Like I think JD or Hoag alluded to earlier, you always get something new on a rewatch, something you didn't catch before. So definitely worth a watch. And also, again, if you are just joining us, opening call. It's even earlier now. 7:20 every morning. Be right here for JD, Eddie, and Hoag as they go over the opening call. A longer opening call gives us more time to analyze the markets, jump into pre-market trading activity, and get to hang out just a little bit longer with your favorite TopstepTV crew. Anyway, that's all I got for now, Andre. I'll go ahead and pass it back to you, and I'll talk to you guys a little bit later.
Sweet. Thank you. Gold just got smacked about $15.
Yeah.
Gold just got absolutely worked to the downside. I do not on volume as well. Gold just got absolutely smoked to the downside. 28.92 last trade. We were trading around 29.04 right before James got on with the announcements. I do not know what happened over there, but big selling volume coming in here.
Right. Laggard buyers, Andre.
All those buyers,
laggard buyers.
Yep, they're all late to the party, and this turns into one big puke fest. They saw that, the big paper, saw that coming in from a mile away. Weak volume to the upside above 2,900, running out of gas. Sellers came in and just said, sell it, hit every bid, and look at it go. $15 smackdown over there in the gold.
Nothing makes the markets move other than announcements, news, and the green room.
I love it. The green room, that's right. All right, so excuse me, still chugging higher here in the NASDAQ, 21,608, about 5 points off the highs there. 60.53, bit of a holding pattern here in the ES. Right now, gold just absolutely smacked right down to overnight view at 28.90, about $3 bounce off of that. Everyone's flat right now, I do believe. Correct, Jay? Flat?
Yep, I'm flat.
Cool. Mohammed taking a quick break. Hey, it's just you and me, Jay. On this.
Oh, it's just you and me. All right, what do we trade?
What do we trade? Give me the keys to that damn house account. See what we can do.
I don't want to bang my head against the wall 3 times, but crude might be the better buy here.
Here we go. Equities popping here. S&P's just put a new highs. NASDAQ as well. We are cooking to the upside here. 21,627. New highs in the NASDAQ. Market woke up. Someone hit the buy button. 60.58s now trade in the S&Ps. Market has woken up out of its slumber. Well, keep an eye on this gold. Gold continues to sell off as well. See if the Dow wants to wake up and follow its 2 friends over there. Gold's still selling off here. We are now into the 80s. About an $18 smackdown in the last 10 minutes or so. What is going on? Keep an eye on the headline. Haven't seen anything yet.
I didn't see anything.
Me neither. But when you see these types of moves, you always look to the news to see if we missing something here.
Laggard
There's
buyers.
my CYA to 21.6 to 5.99.
5.99. Muhammad's got that runner going. 5.99. Just stop. See what happens here in the gold. Gold, about $18 sell off here in the gold.
I don't know why my browsers are jammed.
Talk to us.
Only, it's jammed. I think it's something happening in my PC.
28.89 last trade in the gold. Let's see if we can get another leg higher here in NASDAQ and the ES. ES 60.58. Last trade. Dow chopping around the highs as well, but hasn't really gotten that upside move that NQ and ES have gotten. Crude still hanging out around the lows. 5 cents off there. Last trade, $71.32. There's Hoop. What's up, Hoop? I was goofing on you earlier. Tell us about your days in Central Illinois, being a quote-unquote farmer. Hoop was a farmer. He fancied himself as a farmer back in the day. All right, bit of a pullback here in the NQ. 20 points off there, 21,616.
I don't know. I think I have to restart my browsers. Everything's jammed here for a reason. The only thing working is the vMix.
Well, that's good. We'll take it.
And Slack.
At least we still have you.
Yes, 73% long in the ES tilt right now. 67%. Go ahead, Mo. Mo, just restart it. Mo, restart it and come back when you're good.
I will restart the browser. I might.
Yes. Yeah. It's very good. All good. 67% long in the NASDAQ. 73% long in the ES. Again, we saw 85% long in the NASDAQ earlier this morning. We were long with it. Hoag saw that and said, maybe we're a little too long up here. Yep, a little too long up here. So, let's get out and regroup and see what happens here.
So let's take a look at what happened in gold. I'm hoping somebody caught this because, we had a new all-time high in the overnight session right here. That was 29.01 half. The market looked above it, extended above it in the regular trading hour session. And as it was happening, I was saying, these are all laggard buyers. The inability of the market to hold the overnight high gave you a nice opportunity for a potential short back inside below the overnight high, right around 29.01, and your risk on that was 29.06, so maybe about 50 points, but still, you don't have to risk that much. It never really got that far against you once you took that, maybe 20 points, 20 ticks, I should say, 20 ticks, and it just failed, and the sellers came in. You just got done saying, we need a pullback. We need a pullback. Laggard buyers are always the last ones to the party, and they put in the high. That's exactly what happened right there. Now, I'm not saying that this longer time frame upside move is over, but it needs some relief.
Shake out all the weak hands, Hoag, get better prices, and continue the rally.
There you go. There you go.
Yep.
You got it, Jay. 100%.
Now, how far does this shakeout go, right? Do we go back down 2880s?
That's
about
the
halfway
question.
through. That's about halfway through the day's range if we're looking at the overnight session.
Seems like, yeah.
Well,
do more of the heavy lifting overnight in the gold. It did make its run up.
Look at the daily chart. We've got
that sucker.
We've got a rally. You know, we've got some mechanical buying along this trend line. That rally accelerated. Yeah, this is not necessarily in the right spot here. Hang on. The rally accelerated. That's usually when the laggards start to come in. They start to panic. You start to get emotional upside moves. And if you see the profile from today on this move to the upside, it was very emotional. Here's how you can see the emotion in the profile. Let me put this up here. All right. So the initial move was to the downside, but we started, once we took out the IB high, we never looked back to it. We left single TPOs here. When we opened here, we looked higher, looked above the overnight high, failed. This upside moves once the low was in was highly emotional. There were lots of holes, lots of gaps. Look at it on a 5-minute chart. You got, a move pullback. All right, there's one of your first hints that the buyers might not be as strong as we think they are, or in a shorter time frame. But you've got, little gaps, that doesn't really show on the 5-minute chart, but it does on the profile and on the 30-minute volume profile. You've got single TPOs left behind, and that's usually going to be a signal of emotional buying. And emotional buying, when you think about it, Jay, Andre, Mo, when you're buying emotionally, are you making good choices?
Hell no.
No, you're hoping.
Typically not.
Yeah.
Typically not.
No. You are simply trying to chase. You're just chasing. The market's running away with. All right, we got some more selling here in gold. Gold's going to try and keep pushing this thing lower. 28.
Actually, when you enter a trade emotionally, even if it is correct trade, remember when I entered my trade here, I said
Great
something
stuff,
that caught by the chat. I said, I feel good about this trade. Saying that is very, very risky. Very risky, because you are making in your subconscious that, let me share my screen. I think it's not shared.
Hey, more selling coming in here. Got some selling coming in here in the equities.
We have failed upside auctions.
Yep. 15 minutes later,
saying that will make your mind not accepting losing that trade. So when I said I feel good about this trade, now my subconscious is, my target is there. When the market went there, I refused to exit even with this difference. And I stayed in this, although, to be honest, my strategy is saying exit at point of entry if your target are almost there. So I didn't. So feeling good about or bad about your trade will impact your performance. So be careful, because these things matters.
We're selling here in the gold.
Go to short NASDAQ and feeling good about it. Got a failed upside
21,500.
option.
Yeah, 21,574 last trade in the Nasdaq. See if there's more room here to the downside. S&P selling off.
I
as
just got
well.
short the Nasdaq at
Worried about a
75.
reversal.
575,
I'm
Jay.
going to, yeah, 575. Stop is already break even, right? See profit, take profit. I am going to try to trail this, but I'm not going to let it turn into a loser.
There you go.
Try to catch some
feel like
momentum or stay out of a trade.
On the house, I feel like I'm chasing here. I can't do it.
Yep. I'm out.
All
I'm out.
good.
I'm flat. I'm out flat.
So we'll go.
Zeros. Not trying to hold on to anything here. Yep.
Don't. Euro close 12 minutes. 60.49 last trade in the ES. Yeah, someone in the chat said oil is bleeding out. Oil is bleeding out. It's just hovering about 2 cents off the lows there. $71.21. 44,695 last trade in Dow. Just nothing wants to go. Dakota short from what? 590, I do believe.
Dakota short.
I think I saw that. 590s, yeah. We're going to have a VIP drop in. Hey, let's do a VIP drop in with the head coach of the Lunatics while we got him here. That's in about 10 minutes. Probably do that on the other side of the London close. We have JD in here, our VIP correspondent. Everyone flat right now. Nothing on the tilt.
Okay.
Got some speakers.
Who
this
has
afternoon.
control?
Sellers.
Yeah, what time frame, Mohammed? What time frame?
Like
currently?
5,000
Looks like sellers.
buyers, 2,000 tick chart buyers, 1,000 tick chart sellers. So that means if buyers can take back the control, I will buy this market again. If not, I will wait for the bigger time frame to change bias. So far I am bullish bias until now, but waiting for the 1,000 to give me the signal. Maybe the 2,000 as well.
We are continuing the megaphone.
That moment when you're out for lunch and you're still watching Topstep TV, getting crazy stares from the company. Don't tell them you're watching, Mike Ortiz. Keep watching. Actually, hell, tell your boss to tune in. Click like, click subscribe, give us a follow. Get everyone over there at your company. You check us out here on Topstep TV.
Algos have control.
Algos have control is the real answer, Mohammed. Yes. And Marie, spot on.
Nice quick scalp short here. I'm not taking it, but this is a strength setup. Looking for ATR 12 points from 573. I'm not taking this. This is against my bias. So that will be 12 points. That will take it to 561. It's not worth it. With CYA at 584. So that is a strength setup.
Juice is not worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
What's your overall P&L right now, Mo?
300 minus. For today, you mean, or overall?
Yeah, just for today. Yeah.
Yeah, it's minus 300. Overall, it's around 3,790 from yesterday.
Keep an eye on the crude here. This is kind of just bleeding out. There's some value behind this sell-off. Looking at the 5 minutes, there's a little bit of conviction here, but volume is waning, tapering off, if you will.
Yeah, it looks like the market is waiting for a tweet or something.
100%, Mohammed was just about to say that. They're just tiptoeing. The buyers are tiptoeing higher. The sellers are tiptoeing lower. Always looking over their shoulder, waiting.
I can send a tweet if we need it.
Just waiting for something to hit. Just anything. This is the new market state for the foreseeable future.
That strength setup almost worked from So the stick setup is strong red candle, followed by weak green candle. Entry at the close. Target is ATR, CYA, the last two red candle. So it didn't work even. It's one tick to the target. So if I took it, it would be crazy right now.
Gold looks like it has some more room to the downside, down to 20.
Sure does. In crude.
2880s.
Yep.
Looking at Twitter right now. Topstep. We have a great post on that right now about the top 6 things that make a great Topstep coach.
All right, give us a follow on the Twitter. Off about $20 on those highs in crude. Looking for some more room to the downside here. London close in 7. Call it 6 minutes. PJ says, Sir Hoag, please tweet. Need some volatility here.
I don't think anybody's listening to me. That's the only thing.
Hoag, I beg to differ. There's about 5,000 people listening to you right now, right here on TopstepTV. Thanks for tuning in right now. We got Jay in the house, head coach of the Lunatics, co-star of At the Buzzer. Got Mohammed in the house, joining us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are global around here. Pretty cool stuff. Got the machine chanting Jerome, Jerome, Jerome. You must be short. That trade with Topstep coming after this. Got morning recap before then with Hoag.
Hoag, what do you think about buying NQ around 535 at this demand area? 535 or maybe 530 with CYA below 500.
I don't hate it, except for the fact that we do have the failed upside auction, but it's value low. The session today value low, so there's been really nothing but rejection below that in the regular time frame. In the RTH daily time frame. So, I mean, it depending on what it looks like for risk management down there, I like it.
Yeah, in case the market goes there, I still believe that market has more room to go higher to the 60s, at least 60s, 2160, 2168, because this pattern still valid. The spike and channel AB equals CD, so the measured move from the low.
What was that?
Rude has given up IB the weekly kickoff low now, 7130.
10% long in the Dow. Market's just waiting, holding pattern right now as we continue to. I saw that, Gabe. I don't think anyone else saw that. Pull up in the chat. What account are you trading right now? Combine, XFA, or live funded?
So we are waiting for the buyers to get back the control, and then we will buy the pullback. So now the plan is I want the buyer to show themselves higher, give me a nice pullback, and then we go long to continue the journey. Why? Because in the 5,000 tick chart, buyers has control. 2,000 tick chart, buyers still have control. But in the 1,000 tick chart, they lost it for a while, waiting for them to gain that control again, and then I will jump with them.
So do you defer to the longer time frame when it sets up like this?
Sorry?
Good question.
Do you defer to the longer time frame control over the shorter time frame control in this regard?
No, if the longer time frame is bullish, which means buyers has control, then I will look for my short time frame to find the opportunity.
To line it up.
So,
got it.
Here comes the buyers.
Yeah, so now they need more time to gain the control and then to give me the entry setup. Sometimes you have to wait long time. Sometimes they come at the same moment. Sometimes I see it. They have control. They give a signal here, and you can find the same signal in the small time frame, and that is an A+ trade.
Yes, it is. It all aligns, Mohammed. Confluence.
Yep. So
all right,
now
you're
it's waiting.
Some buying stepping in here. 21,600 last trade in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the Topstep daily levels. Again, we told you to have those. It was pinned to the top of the chat earlier on the open. I'll make some room for that on the screen. 21,600. Volume play, call it. We're in zone 2 here. Look at the NASDAQ. Last trade in the ES 60.53. Zone 2 as well in the ES as well. I'm chopping around right now. Gold long now, Alexander says. Alexander getting long with gold. Okay. Last trade 28.90. $16 to the room to the upside there.
Anne Marie was saying 28.80 was a buy zone for gold.
Yeah. I think Jay liked that
Almost
as well.
got there.
Yeah, I did. I was looking down there. Just never got there.
Yeah. Well, what doesn't happen
Very
can
nice
be as important as what does.
Very nice entry long in the 5,000 tick chart. I cannot take it because it requires 33 points of risk. But very nice entry setup in here. So maybe you can go with one contract, but I'm not doing that. Entry 21,595, CYA 561, target 635.
Are you in, Mo?
No. This is in the 5,000 tick chart.
5,000. Waiting for buyers coming in here. Make another run for the highs
I
here.
don't take
$2 or 2 points off the highs. 1 point off the highs now in the ES. London just closed. Let's see what happens here after European close.
Just opened the equities above the IB high, so it's longs from here on out.
Bullish, yes.
As long as we hold that. IB high in the NASDAQ, 613. IB high in the S&Ps, 55.
Let me see this.
Sure is, Hoop.
We might have a string setup if this candle close weak red candle like this. So I'm entering long at 21,117, CYA 596. And looking for the ATR 13 points from here, 13 points, 630.
Okay. Mohammed Long.
Where's your CYA again, Mo?
596.
595. 595. This is quick scalp. This string setup, usually the risk to reward is inverted. Looking for 630,
Hoop.
the ATR of
Hoop's cracking me up.
Continue the momentum. It's a momentum trade, so this could done quickly. Come on, don't do that.
Right there, Mo. 630s. 1 push. Go this market, man. Give him that fill. I think you got it. No, there it is.
Stop at entry. So I don't worry about it anymore. Nice. Come on, give it to me.
Should get it.
I took it.
Where you? Yeah, 630s filled.
Nice.
Yep.
All right, good Mo flat.
Yeah, this is a typical string setup. Explain it again. 3 strong green candle followed by weak red candle. Entry at the close. Target is ATR, which was 13 points. CYA, the last 2 green candle. Early exit, if you see 3 consecutive red candle, you just exit because the momentum is killed.
Nice quick trade, Mo.
Yep.
Are you holding it or did you take your profit?
I still have one. I still have one as a runner, as I always do.
Mohammed looking for some more move to the upside. What does London close imply? London close implies that a lot of the European session traders are calling it a day. So whatever momentum they had coming into the New York Open, so the New York and the London sessions overlap for about 2 hours or so. And from here on out, theoretically, this is more of a kind of a thing of the past, but just something to keep an eye on. You'll see a reversal in the markets after London close. Just something to keep an eye on. Make note of on your clock. $71.09 a barrel in the crude. About 4 cents, 5 cents off the lows there.
And I'm flat now.
Okay, nice trade. Just no run. It's just there's no foul. There's no runners here. Runners do not exist right now. I don't.
Yeah.
Runners do not exist. Unless you caught that $15 runner getting short in gold when all the locals were hung long there. I mean, there's your runner if you want to call it that. All right, let's bring in JD, our VIP correspondent. Again, season 2 started this week. In the big draft last week. 10 teams, 50 traders a team, 500 VIPs here at TopstepTV. And we got the head coach of the Lunatics in the house. Had a fantastic pass rate for all you Lunatics. Consider yourself very, very fortunate to be under one of the best in the biz, Coach Jay. So, JD, if you're ready to go, let's do a little catch-up with the boss. BRB. Go ahead, Jay.
I think we're live. Here we go. What's up, Coach Jay, head coach of the Lunatics?
What's up, JD?
VIP. Season 2, we're a couple days in. We don't have a lot of data on these traders yet, but what are you seeing in your Discord room? Anybody getting close to passing combine yet?
Not yet. We've really just been focusing on the downside first, right? Knowing how to accept a loss. So we made some suggestions on, setting a daily loss limit for the account and sticking to it, and trying to get traders to get comfortable with losing. We've seen it before where traders can pass these accounts in 2 days. But ideally the goal is to get into an XFA and then get consistent payouts. And I think what we see from the leaderboard traders is that happens when you know exactly how much you're going to lose when you lose. So no one there yet that I know of that's close to passing, but that's okay, right? If they take a month to pass the combine, I'm happy with it. If they see some losses along the way. But a lot of engagement. Everyone's there. We had a group call yesterday. I think we had about 32 traders on it. So it's good to see people in there asking questions. We'll do it again tomorrow, and hopefully
32 out of 50. That's not a bad hit rate. They're there for more than just a free reset or whatever it is. But
right,
whatever. That's but Coach Hoop said something interesting yesterday. He's actually doing the trading combine along with his team. Is that something you'd ever consider doing? He actually set up a 100K trading combine, and he's trading along with his group as he's coaching them.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. Yeah. Yeah, why not? I'll start one up and trade with them. What I recommended was 5 micros with a $300 daily loss limit, which is 10% of the initial drawdown. And some traders, it's going to feel uncomfortable, especially for traders that have been trading with a bigger daily loss limit than that. But I think that's intentional, right? It's when we get uncomfortable, we have an opportunity to learn. So yeah, I'm going to start one up as well.
Awesome.
And, trade alongside.
We should all do it. Let's all get in a 100K combine and compete with the VIP traders. I'm in. All right, Coach Jay, going into, finishing up week 1. Again, we don't have a lot of data on these traders yet, but we're going to have some next week. So looking forward to talking about who's up, who's down, who's improving, who's going to blow out. It's the way it goes. But Coach Jay, any words of wisdom? I lost track of what I was saying. I totally just drew a blank.
It's all good.
Any words of wisdom for the Lunatics before we cut out of here?
Stay engaged, right? Stay engaged. I have a couple of questions. Traders are throwing things out. Hey, can we do this? Can we do this? Which I really like to see. It shows me that they, want to do well at this, right? So it's on me as a coach to stay as active as the team, but keep going.
Awesome. Big shout out to all the lunatics, every trader in the VIP experience. Season 2 is started. We are 2 days in, 2.5 trading days in to be exact. And we're going to start sharing some data on these traders with you guys early next week. All right, Coach Jay, thanks for your time as always, bud.
Thanks,
Catch
JD.
up in a few minutes.
Catch you later. All right, Hoag, you did say we open up that 30-minute bar above the initial balance high, so it's a buy from there. Recheck the initial balance high in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. Is it, are we late?
Like almost to the tick.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you're not late, but you're just expanding your risk.
There you
go. Lucy Cat asking me, asking me why you are not trading ES. I used to trade it, but I find out that I can handle only one animal at a time. So, yeah. Even when I have when I have 2 cats, it went me crazy. So just get rid of one. So understanding one market is pretty hard. So if you jump from market to market, that's for me. It will let you behave differently between 2 of them. By the way, I jumped in long during the session before the segment at the same entry.
You're long again, Mo.
Yeah, I took target and trailing the remaining right now.
Do we have it on the board, Mohammed? What price you long from? Bam, damn.
629. 629.
Whoa, an animal, dude.
And I'm out. Don't update it. I
mean, don't even update. In and out.
No.
New highs here in the NASDAQ, 21,000. You can update the P&L for us, Mo. Update it in the Slack, the P&L, so our peeps can see it back there. We got 21,648. Sure. Last trade, 5 points off the highs. Just hooking to the upside here. Finally, someone woke up. 60-60 last trade in the ES. Crude trying to bottom out here. $71.12, about 8 cents off the lows there. Hoag said it. Look up, look to the upside here. Buyers in control if we could hold, and so far we are holding. Trump talking, is that true?
Is that right?
We confirm back there. We will confirm.
Sure, Sam. I like the white background usually, but maybe because of the show, maybe we can change it to the black.
Thank you, James.
Why not?
Trump is speaking right now. Okay, cool. Sworn in as U.S. Okay, swearing in the Attorney General. Of course. Anything else that pops into his mind? He may talk about. Did have some news from the Middle East overnight. Well, not overnight, but from the president. We'll see what else is on his mind here. As we got about 14 minutes left here in fast markets. We got some call ups, big boards, hot streaks left to go. Grinding higher here.
Trump doesn't take vacation, so we make sure that.
Very thin on the NASDAQ ladder. Nothing really popular. Yes, as well. Jay, you're the volume. One of the best at the look at the volume. How's overall volume so far today? Just take a quick snapshot. Volume good.
Day,
lower.
For the day, it's pretty low. For the day, it's pretty low.
In NQ and ES?
NQ, ES, yeah, both of them. Okay, I mean, we're not even halfway through the session. We're about halfway to the daily average, but yeah, it's pretty low. And I think we're seeing it in the lack of follow through with some of these moves, right? Where it looks a little bit better now, but the beginning of that session was just a lot of overlap. Range bound market, a decent range to trade, right? 100-point range in the NASDAQ, what was it, a 25-point range in the S&Ps, but just a lack of follow through. We might be seeing it right now, though. Let's see if it steps up here.
How about volume? You guys saw the Dalton segment last week. Go flat. You guys saw the Dalton segment last week. Volume, volume, volume. Sounds good. JD. JD's going to do the big board call-ups and hot streaks all at once. Next 5 or 6 minutes. Timothy Loomis says 14 green candles in a row in the 30-minute. What mark are you talking about there?
Looking at the Nasdaq,
Timothy?
yeah, from
Nasdaq.
from 4 a.m. Central, it has just all been green candles. He's right.
Wow, good perspective. Nice catch there,
How
Timothy.
about that? How about this background?
Chart.
Yeah, looks professional, you know.
Oh yes. Look at that 30-minute. Oh, nice catch, Timothy. Look at that beautiful chart. Some big wicks, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me change.
Big wicks in the middle there. Not in a good way, James, I'm sure. 77% long, the YM. That's about all we got. We're still kind of chugging along higher here, grinding higher, if you will. 2 ticks off the new highs in the ES. Just put in some new highs there. Nothing on the tilt. Again, we got some speakers this afternoon. Goolsby and Bowman. And then Jefferson after the bell. Big earnings tomorrow after the bell. Amazon. And of course, on Friday,
and here's
non-farm payrolls. They used to be the biggest number. What's up, Mo?
661 is a nice area to go short, by the way. It's
really why?
Previous.
Why short?
Yeah, it's a previous,
we just looked, Muhammad, we just looked at that 30-minute chart. We saw 14 green candles. Why short?
It has to end sometime.
Does it?
No, not at all. It does not.
No. I'm just good conversation. I just wanted to, what's the thought process?
The supply area.
Okay.
Supply area, as we can see in the chart, it's supply area.
Yep.
Here we can see some sell-off from this area from 661. However, doesn't this momentum is still, I need to see a structure to take this.
When you say that, Mo, you need to see structure where it's a good level, right? Someone just said it in the chat, right? We have 14 green candles. We know that, I mean, if we just continue to see green candles on the Nasdaq, and it never ends, that'd be pretty crazy. But like you said, general area. But now, what are you looking for on a shorter time frame to say, yeah, this is the opportunity to take that short? Because it could be here or it could be 40 points up.
Yeah, I see a strong grid candle, rejection candle from this area.
Okay.
So, for example, if we see the market there and then we see a strong grid candle like this, then we can enter short here with CYA above that candle. But it got to be a strong red candle, strong one, something that emphasize the sellers to jump in.
Isaac Rivera in the chat saying he likes a short at the 60-65 area in the ES. Supply zone? Isaac, what are you seeing in there? Let us know in the chat. I mean, this rally runs out of steam. About 9 minutes left here in fast markets. JD, when you're ready, we'll come in and do some clubs, some big board and hot streaks.
63 is settlement in the S&P. Just kissed it.
Yes.
Just kissed settlement in the NASDAQ as well. That was 670 and a quarter.
So if we apply this, the stop of this trade short at 661, the stop, if we took this short, the stop will be at 685 something. we can apply selling at the stop, entry at the stop. I don't know, and it is a target of the measured move that we talk about at the beginning of the segment. We say it is the target of that measured move, A, B, C, D. So seller target, stop of those entering here at the supply area. I will try it.
Emery also likes short up at 665. Up against settlement. Cheap short. 10-point stop, 30-point target. We can explain that later, Robert. I don't know if there's time in the last 7 minutes to explain settlement right now. Save that question, baby, for Lunchbox. We can talk about settlement and what the significance of settlement. I get JD in here. Yeah, is that cool, Hoag? You got the
absolutely
7 minutes. Yeah.
Whenever. We're short on time a
Settlement.
little bit here.
We do have a morning recap coming up after this. And then we got, what is it, Trade with Topstep? Yeah. Trade with Topstep coming in hot. We got myself, Dolby, Deanna, Paul H. in the house for Trade with Topstep. Should be interesting there. There's JD. Still chugging higher here. 21,670. In the NASDAQ. Oh, Dow finally woke up a little bit. 40. Man, who said that in the chat? No one cares about the YM besides the major media. Well, our traders that trade the YM here at Topstep, they certainly care about the YM, so we're not going to leave them hanging.
Boomers do.
60-60. Yeah. 60-66. We are cooking here to the upside. Mo did not take the short just yet. Still waiting. Still waiting.
Yeah, my short will be at 693.
693.
693.
Yeah, I was just going to say at this point, I would want to see what happens at 700. Right, we're that close to a major level. Let the buyers show that they can't push it above that, and maybe take an opportunity. But
it's almost
right here, it kind of feels like you're in
a 401k again. Almost.
It hasn't been pretty last few weeks, but yes, maybe we take a peek later this week after non-farm. All right, still pushing higher here. 21,680. JD, you want to come on in? Let's show them the goodies, man. The big board, call ups, who's going pro ball, and the hot streaks. JD, come on in, man.
What is up, guys?
Hey, markets are moving a little bit here.
Am I on there? Can you hear me? I don't see myself.
I see you.
Anyway,
I mean, I hear you. Can't see you.
Let's just do. We'll do these hot streaks real quick. Funded trader hot streaks. There they are, front and center on your screen.
Okay.
We've got David, 39 days, $8,157, made $265 trading the micro S&P yesterday. Miguel trading the micro NASDAQ, $173, now at 38 days, we're at $2,993. Sean made $312 trading the NQ yesterday, now sitting at 38 days, $19,857. Alan, $34. Split between the micro NASDAQ and the micro Dow. 34 clams. Now sitting at 32 days, worth $8,445. And then Ali, $205 trading the micro NASDAQ. 31 days, $10,502.
Nice.
Those are your funded trader hot streaks. All right, who wants to queue up some live funded call-ups?
Let's do it.
What do you want to
Big
start
boy.
with?
Who's going pro?
All right, first we've got my did not take a payout, closed out a single XFA, sitting on a $40,000 transfer to live. Nice cushion to get started on that live funded account. Trading the NASDAQ and gold from Tokyo, Japan. Big shout out to my. We've got Hoa. Hoa also closed out a single XFA. Took a $5,000 payout, sitting on a $40,000 starting balance in that live funded account, trading the NQ. Hoa from Taiwan. Nice job. Next, we've got Idris from Lancashire, United Kingdom.
Cool.
Lancashire, sure.
Close enough.
Lancashire. One XFA, closed out a single XFA, did not take a payout, $46,000 starting balance in that new live funded account. Nice job, Idris. Next up. Kevin from Imperial Beach, California. Couldn't fit California in that box, so we just got Imperial Beach. Kevin closed out a single XFA, took a $5,000 payout, and opened that new live funded account with an $18,000 starting balance, trading the NASDAQ. Next up, Sebastian from Poland. Another one. The name of the town he was from was too long to fit in that little box, so we just put from Poland. But Sebastian closed out a single XFA, took a $5,000 payout, and opened that new live funded account with a $5,800 starting balance, trading the NASDAQ. Last but not least, Laura G. Where'd you go, Laura? There it is. Laura closed out 5 XFAs, did a 50-50 split, took $22,400 in payouts, and opened that new live funded account with $22,425 starting balance. From Tarragona, Spain. Nice job, Laura, trading the NASDAQ. A lot of NASDAQ traders on those live funded call-ups.
Welcome to the big
leagues.
Last but
not least, I don't think we have. Do we have a drum roll? Hey. There he is, still sitting at the top. We talked about him yesterday. Kevin G transferred close to $600,000 into that new live funded account. Took a $25,000 payout, closing out 5 XFAs. A little experiment the risk team is working on with a couple of handpicked XFA traders. They expanded his risk parameters, and he hit those caps. So Kevin G went gangbusters starting on this new live funded account. Batting average could use a little help. Hit the DLL, looks like yesterday. Started off day one with almost a $500 winner. Then down to DLL yesterday. But still sitting in the top with more than a $200,000 advantage over Coach Dakota, who is now in second place because of that huge starting balance from Kevin. Dakota sitting on a nice balance, though, $333,353. Then we've got Junyu, Brian, and Rake Trades. We saw Rake Trades on the live funded P&L list a little while ago. That is our boy. Yeah, he's been on TopstepTV a couple times. We've interviewed him. Jerome down there in 24th place, making some moves. Nice. He was in 25th place yesterday. Moved up a notch. Balkron in 14th. Yun Yung in 12th. Kai Chun in 11th. Those are some pretty popular names around here. That's your big board for today. Get your cameras ready. Take your screenshots. We'll leave it up for a few seconds for you.
Click, click, snap, snap.
18% winning batting average for the number one trader.
And it's only 2 days in. Okay, second day in the live funded account. Made $500 on day one. Lost $3,300 on day 2.
Gotcha. Thanks, JD.
Thanks, JD. We're gonna see more JD later today. Got Lunchbox Trading shoulder tap coming up a little bit. Also, all right, guys, that's it for fast markets. The markets are cooking here to the upside. New highs in the NASDAQ and the Dow. Wanted to see what we're going to do that 21,700 level. Well, we went up to 21,709. The S&P's up to 60.73. New highs there as well. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We got morning recap coming up next with Hoag. He's going to recap the morning session and what to look for this afternoon. Then Paul is here to trade with myself, Dobie, and D, and trade with Topstep on the other side of the market recap. Who knows what's going to happen next in these markets? Everyone's waiting on pins and needles. We're here for you all day, opening bell to closing bell. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
What up, TopstepTV? Alex Ferrer here. Just got second at the China World Cup, leading the World Cup standings for the year so far. Heading to Copper next. Hope all's well.
Welcome to the morning recap. I'm Hoag. Thanks for joining me. I hope it was an entertaining and profitable fast markets for you. I'm going to go over our opening range calls very early this morning. The opening range in gold did not pay for us. The opening range broke to the downside, getting a short, came up, took out our stop, and then started putting in the low. Gold, it continues to push higher over time. If you were watching fast markets, you probably heard me say, we're probably going to take out this overnight all-time high. And as we did so, watching the profile on the way up, I did say it was a very emotional upside move. Probably a lot of laggard buyers up here. Now that can mean a lot in different time frames. In the short time frame, you saw the pullback that came in right after we pulled back below the overnight high. This can be a really tasty trade for those of you that watch those overnight highs and lows when the regular trading session exceeds it and then comes back inside of it, particularly in the context of what gold was doing today. Very emotional upside move, taking out a recent all-time high, taking out an overnight high, unable to maintain that. We saw a lot of laggard buyers up here just get squished to the downside. Doesn't mean that the buyers can't take over and continue this move to the upside as we talk about on the opening call. This move has teeth. It's been building open interest with negative delta. What's the delta now? Negative 74. So still negative delta, pushing above the weekly kickoff high, 28.78 even. All right, let's take a look at the opening range trade in crude oil this morning. So that was an opening range breakout to the long side. I didn't hate this. I know that the overall trend is to the downside, but we did have some pretty substantial overnight inventory that was holding shorts. So just looking at this as a see money, take money, and shorting the gold was certainly a see money, take money opportunity. I want to go back to that in a second and talk about what we mentioned and how actually good that turned out or could have turned out. Opening range was to the upside in crude oil. That came out and took out our stop. That's okay. The market did come back above our entry, putting in the IB high, and then you can see the market has continued to try and push to the downside. So our overnight inventory did not do a very good job of evening out that inventory. Probably saw some longer time frame sellers come into this market, take us right into and through the weekly kickoff low. I want to go back to gold for just a second because there were a couple of things that we said. So if we were going to be taking this is the NASDAQ. I thought I was on gold here. Hang on. So if we were going to be taking the opening range trade in gold, it was see money, take money. Why? If we're short gold and we see money in it, we better take it. Overnight inventory was long. Settlement was down here at about 28.75, 70, 75, 80. Overnight inventory was long. The market opened, leaving the opening range at the high of the session. It had to come and just take out our stop by a couple of ticks. And then really right to where our profit target was going to be for this opening range trade. Excuse me one second. Yes, as you can tell, I am fighting something again. So that put in our profit target for the opening range trade if it would have played out. What we should have been doing was looking for an opportunity for a long down there. Again, took out the overnight all-time high. Laggard buyers, pull back, bam. That's all you need to do in one day, right? What about the S&Ps? All right, well, let's see here. No real overnight inventory. This was yesterday, right? No, this is today's. Oh, yeah, this is today's profile. So let's expand that. Overnight inventory. No. Putting in the low. Where? relatively close to the opening range from yesterday in the S&Ps. The market looked higher, put in the IB low, put in the IB high, put in the IB low. Where I think the bigger opportunity really was today was we put up a failed upside auction. The market came back into range, and once we took out that failed upside auction, you heard me say, well, it's all longs from here, and we don't know how far these longs are going to continue to go. I don't think I would be shorting this. Last thing I want to do is short a strong trending market, and I believe we have one here. These little lips here is when the market came up and kissed settlement. Did we have overnight inventory to the short side? We did. It was largely reconciled on the open, but we were unable to test it to the overnight low. Failed upside auction, failed. Now we're looking to continue to the upside. Now, there's one thing I want to talk about a little bit. When we have Mo on, I try. Hang on one second. I try to kind of get in the heads and understand the strategies of our experts on screen here. And I had an idea about halfway through the day today, because Mo is a very active trader. It's hard for me to keep up with the particulars of all his trades. So I didn't do a very good job of it today, and I got a couple of them on. But I'm going to go to to the same charts that he uses. I think most of the time he's using the 100-tick chart. So I'm going to keep this on the 100-tick chart so we can get a better grip of what Mo was looking at the correct times when he gets into these trades. I have the same tools on here that he uses. He's got the moving averages. I have his smoothing moving average as well. So we're going to, I think, probably get a better look at and a better review of what Mo is thinking and what his strategy looks like, just as a review after the session. Now, there were, he took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8 trades. He was just getting into one when we were done with fast markets. I consider that a pretty active trader. So we're going to work on getting a better job of keeping track of those, getting them on that 1,000-tick chart so we can have a look at what he's really looking at. He looks at 3 different charts, the 500-tick, the 1,000-tick, the 5,000-tick. It's difficult to kind of accumulate all that information in a way that's reviewable in a very short period of time, but I'm working on it. Rest of the day, don't fight a directional market. A couple other somewhat cliche things is, if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. Look for the trades that find you. And we'll see what happens here the rest of the day. I know we've got a trade with Topstep coming up with Andre Dolby, Deanna, and Paul H. Deanna and Paul started new express funded accounts at the end of January. And I think Paul has kept his winning rate at 67%. That may be both Deanna and Paul. I'll let you tell them. Enjoy this segment. Enjoy the rest of the day. There's a lot going on here on TopstepTV, so make sure you stick around. See you in a little bit. And what else? That's it. Stick around. We'll be back in a
All right, we are back with Trade with Topstep. You guys know, love her, the coach of the Chameleonaires, VIP style. We got D in the house, throwing up the deuces piece. Paul H joining. This is the first time Paul and I have been on together, but Paul is a regular around here, so you guys might recognize him. And Dolby Time, of course. Let's get right into it. D, welcome to Trade with Topstep. What is your read on these markets? You don't necessarily trade the indices, equities, I should say. What's your thoughts so far on how the trade is going today?
Well, equities, I'm happy I'm not trading equities. I can tell you that now, looking at how the day went. Wow. Difficult, right? Crude oil, excuse me, I've got frogs in my throat. Crude oil obviously fell after the inventories, but that's kind of grinded to a halt. So we're going to see if we can maybe get some kind of a range-bound trade or something going for this time of day. Because for all intents and purposes, we have the lunchtime in New York, right? So that never really lends to any big moves. So maybe a couple of scalps here and there. I'm having a couple of issues with my live account in my products. Typically, when you want to trade, you can't. So I'm kind of taking a bit of a break until that's sorted. So I do have a combine, and to go along with the VIPs, I actually got 100K combine. So we got to see what's happening. But yeah, so all looks okay on the gold and gold front. Gold has been moving. So let's see. I know that the house account tried doing some gold trades, and it was the opening range. It could have been a good one. Maybe maybe stop was a little bit too tight there. But yeah, gold's still making all-time highs, still wagging around, but generally trending up, right? So we'll see. Let's have a look. I do have the first live session right after this with my team, so that's super exciting. Slowly getting to know everybody, but yeah, it's a process. I'm getting to know a whole bunch of new traders, so I need to see who's a scalper, who's a trend trader, what sort of issues we have, and then start to tackle those one by one.
Wow, you guys are in good hands, all the Chameleonaires. I think I saw Coop in the house. Yeah, Chameleonaires in the building, indeed. All right, Paul H., what is your take? I know we've talked in the green room this week, or this week's been a little bit different than last week. Yesterday's been different than today. It is an ever-changing market dynamic. Paul H., how are we navigating these choppy waters, this new market environment?
I'll tell you something about that. It's Dee's right. I mean, last week I did have some really good trades. I was long in gold for I can't remember how many points, but I made nearly 3.5K in the XFA on that trade, and that was one trade that was, I think I was holding that for about 4 hours, 5 hours. It was that kind of day. It was like, well, if you're in early, you can just let that run and run and run, because no matter how much choppiness there is during the day, if you're in really early in the day, so I was in just the other side of Globex open and then just let it go. In fact, I think I joined about 7 a.m. UK time, which I don't know what time of the morning that is over in America, because I'm not great at that. I think 1 a.m. or something like that. So everyone was asleep, but I was getting in. And that worked really well. And I had a few other trades in gold as well last week. And I don't just trade gold. I trade all the markets. I try to stay away from the NASDAQ because it just freaks me out. That being said, my trading buddy, Charlie, who got me into Topstep in the first place, has a great skill, right? And his skill is he can trade the NASDAQ all day long. He can be down $500 on the day, and then he can say to me, right, I'm just gonna scalp this through and get myself back to green. And then he'll say to me, right, I've just locked up the max profit, $1,500. And I'm like, right, how the hell do you do that? How many trades is that? And it is hundreds of trades, right? But it's like, I need to know how to trade the range. And I'm not sure that scalping is the answer, but I really wanted to have a go. And to be fair, today, my XFA was negative 800 at one point, and I switched over to Charlie's strategy, and I thought, right, let's just do some of this, scalping thing that people are talking about. And I managed to claw back 500. And then I took a long in gold later on, and it flushed, and I lost 300. So I'm like, right, just I've had enough of that. I've been following gold all day today because it kept looking like it was coming up against a gamma wall. And as it was coming up to the gamma wall, I was thinking, if it breaks this gamma wall, there's no telling where it'll go. Earlier on in the day, it was down at like a GEX2 level, and it's been ranging in a level around, just to give you some ideas, some numbers on it, around the 28.75 mark. So for a lot of the day, it was just stuck in that zone. And it was like, as soon as it breaks out of that, I'll take it. And I use one of Coach Jay's setups where you look at the opening candle range, the first 3 minute opening range, and then you buy it when the VWAP goes out of that range. Well, the move was 2/3 of the way over, and the VWAP still hadn't left the range of the candle. And then it hit another wall around 28.92, roughly where it is now, right? Where gold is right now, around this mark, 28.94, 28.92, and it was just sort of stuck there. And so I kept taking along, and it kept reversing. I kept taking along and kept reversing. I kept taking along and kept reversing. Eventually, it broke. But when, at that time it broke, right? This is so infuriating because I traded gold several times in the XF. In one of my combines, I'm up like 900 and something because I traded gold and it worked really well. And then I'm up another 400 in the one that's closest to qualifying for XFA. And I thought, right, this is going well. So let's switch to the XFA. And I was losing every trade in the XFA today. So I just thought, right, okay, I'm just going to do one micro in the XFA because, I mean, the damage is small, right? It's $24 worth of risk. And woohoo, I made $47 on that trade because it did actually break. It broke out, but it was so late to the day. And it was like, right, well, we're very close to the top here, but there's still like 6 or 8 points of room. And yeah, I got it, but I got $40 for my rewards, in my XFA. And I was like, yeah, it's just been one of those
how it
days.
goes.
So to answer your question, Andre,
Paul,
I'm not sure I'm handling it very well.
Well, yes. How do we trade the ranges? How do we do this scalping thing with the ranges? Well, lucky for you, lucky for us. We got Mr. Range himself, Dolby Time in the house. Dolby Time, let's take a look. I think we're taking a look at the gold right now. Let's take a look at the gold.
I don't have, I can't pull up gold because I don't have that in my live account.
No gold.
But I can look up NASDAQ for you or any of the indices.
Yeah. Right.
You range trade it. Go for it.
Well, I do have some bad news for NASDAQ traders. We might be witnessing one of the largest Dorito patterns we've ever seen in NASDAQ. It goes all the way back to December 17th. And what is a Dorito pattern? Well, it's a series of lower highs and then higher lows. And typically we see that when the market is undecided or is awaiting news. Typically we see this on, like, let's say before FOMC or before big earnings announcements. And it just kind of means like players aren't super interested in moving price around. And I think this is kind of the Trump effect. And I think we were talking about it yesterday, where maybe the market is just a little bit too risk adverse with Trump still talking and just having meetings all the time. And it seems like traders are not super interested in pushing price really, really low or really, really high. And so we get stuck in a range. And it's been really tough trading. I think we've all been feeling that unless you're catching moves really well. But it is very, very difficult. And we've also had like 2 gaps recently as well. I think it's like on the 4 hour I found those. Yeah, we had one there, like one there. This does not look like the NQ that we know and love. This looks like a RTY chart to me.
Well, you know what? Something you said there was that this is the biggest Dorito pattern that we've had in the NASDAQ for quite some time. And all I heard in my head, screaming out real loud, was my trading buddy, Charlie, going, hey, yeah, tell me about it. No shit. He's had a hell of a day. And I know that he will be laughing his head off now that I've said that. But honestly, it's been very, very, very hard to trade, right? And I'm glad you're backing me up on that, so I don't feel so bad. Before we go much further, I've got to do this. Sorry,
let's do it.
Hey,
who's watching right now?
Hello, Mum.
Hello, Mum, and everybody out there, please, don't forget to hit the like. Yeah, cool.
You heard the man.
Oh, you're a legend.
Love it.
Yes, you heard the man. Hello, Paul's mom.
Well, you just got to smile about days like today, right? And Charlie, you know, fair play to him. It's really good, guys. If you can get a trading buddy, get a trading buddy, and if it's someone that's also a top step trader, all the better, because then you're talking the same lingo, right? But he said to me today, you know what? You've had a really bad day today, mate, but it's just one day. In the whole breadth of the career that you're doing, you know, it's not going to matter. And he's absolutely right. On a day like today, if there's anybody out there that's feeling as beat up as I do today, then, you know, that's all I can say to you. It's just one day. It's just one day. It's not going to kill you. It's not going to finish you off. You know, you can start again tomorrow with a fresh head. I personally am going to set a max daily loss on my XFA of about $200. Nice. And it doesn't matter if I hit that because it's only $200. It's not going to bother me. And I'm going to be trading 1 and 2 micros until I've had at least a couple of $200 gain days. You know, when I've done that, then I can start maybe moving that personal daily loss limit up to because I usually use like 10-15%. But when it gets to within like $50 of my, here's something that happens to me a lot. It's like when it gets to within $50 of my personal daily loss, I'm like, right, okay, now if I take this trade, it might move $80 before it works. So I'm going to just move my personal daily loss. I'll go in and edit it, give myself a bit of room because I don't like that.
Like this.
Give myself a bit of room. I'll just stick another $200 on it, and that'll be fine, right? And then you take that trade and it loses, and then you're like, okay, well, it's okay. I'll take another trade, and then that loses, and you think to yourself, okay, so now I'm within $30 of the personal daily. In fact, I'm over the personal daily loss. Well, what am I going to do here? Well, look at that setup. It looks great, right? This looks great. This one's surely going to do it. And seriously, guys, it doesn't work. Just stick to the personal daily
It's
loss.
just the whole thing about, oh yeah, this one will work, this one will work. This is where the randomly distributed probabilities come into consideration.
What does that mean?
This is where things like Monte Carlo simulations, that's what they're looking for. So if you have a certain expectancy, let's say that your trading system is 60% profitable, you still have 40% of the trades that will not work out. But we can never know which of those are going to appear. You can have weeks where those 40% just keep coming and you're thinking, oh my God, what the hell is going on? And then suddenly it changes. But, you know, until you have a very large sample size, you know, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's extremely difficult to rely on what traders are doing that I can see in the VIPs. They're like, I had a great day. And then, I blew out of an XFA. And why? Because they're just basing their decisions on the 2 days that they spent in the combine, like, whole 2 days. So I'm never really impressed with people who present me with 1 day. It's kind of like dieting, right? If you eat terribly 1 day, it's not going to harm or make any changes to your body in that 1 day. If you also behave yourself for just 1 day, that's also not going to make any difference, right? But you do the same thing over and over for 3 months, 6 months, a year, suddenly you're like in the top shape of your life and everybody's noticing. So think about your trading results and the sample sizes that you need to base your real systems on in that way. It's like a diet. And it might help to just kind of break some of the behavior. So don't focus on any single trade or single day outcome. What you're looking for is how that system will perform over time. Time is the only judge, right? We all know that.
Yeah.
Well,
and chat.
At least I would hope so. Yeah.
And the chat.
And chat. Yeah. Chat judges.
The ultimate judge. D, what is a good sample size? What is a good sample size to actually make some fair assessments about your trading, your strategies?
Yeah, I would say at the very least 3 months and minimum 50 trades. Now, we have traders that do 50 trades in a day, right? Whether that's the good thing to do, it depends on your style, it depends on exactly what you're looking for. But, you know, for me, I would probably not analyze the 50 trades per day traders because, you know, who the hell wants to stare at like 50 trades? 50 trades per day and try to figure out what the guy was thinking there. So for journaling purposes, it's always better to be a little bit more selective. Unfortunately, it's always the newer traders that will trade more than those of us who have been in the game for a while. You know, I mean, if I do, 10 or 13 trades in a day, I'm like, wow, that was a lot of trading. But somebody else would be like, what? You only did 13 trades? And some days I will only do 1 up to 3. right? And that will be my day. But again, that's where the selectivity comes into consideration. And when it comes to sample sizes, data gathering, it has to be obviously significant enough for you over a certain amount of time. So 2 days in a combine and then staring at your lovely 1.5K, 2 days, it's like, wow, I smashed it. Did you really? Is that those 2 days? Are they going to teach you anything about bankroll management? Are they going to teach you about the times when your system is not working out? Like if you're a momentum trader and that's all you go for, and then we end up in a range-bound markets, is that really going to work? No. So you need to have enough of a sample size to be able to analyze it, but also not so many that you get lost trying to figure out what's going on. And if that's what's happening, maybe consider cutting some of those trades out. Don't just keep clicking buttons. When we see old-time scalpers, they had a very different access to information. They were in the pit. They could see the guy next to them. They could see what Goldman is doing. They were all in the same room. We don't have that anymore. So I don't really see the reason for anyone to go over like 25 trades per day. That's like a lot of trading. And that's if you do multiple products. But when I see people going like, oh yeah, I've done 200. I had this one guy on the London stream who was actually in one of my private things, which was like a payout incubator thing. And he said, D, how do I journal 200 trades? And I recognized the name. So I said, you don't. And if you think that I'm going to be doing that, think again, mate.
That was a good indicator for me, actually, that I was trading too much. It's like, have I taken so many trades that I can't keep up with my journal? And if I have, then I'm tilted. But that was just personally because I trade 2 to 3 times. Like, ideally, you want 2 to 3 trades a day. Take your best ones and get out of the arena.
So I got a question.
Make your money in one.
Do you know what? It's always it's wonderful to be here with D, because there's 2 sessions that I'm always in as much as I possibly can. One is the London session. As you can imagine, living in London, it makes sense for me to watch D's show. But she's got such a wealth of information and real detail. It's really fantastic. The other one is Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the Buzzers Show. If you haven't caught that yet, make sure you check that out, because they are just masters of just looking at all of the markets and opening your mind to what you can do and what you don't do, etc., etc. But a question for you, D, is whilst I accept that, because you said a couple of weeks ago to me in chat that, well, you can look at it one or 2 ways. You can either say, well, I'm a rubbish range trader, and so just trade the trend days, in which case you're only going to trade like 4 days in a month, or you get good at range trading. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Can I just say that in the interim, until I get good at range trading, am I better off just staying out the market and maybe using a practice account or something to get
I mean, data gathering is data gathering, whether you are even only in observation mode. You don't even have to be in trades, as long as you have some sort of markers on the chart of what you want to do, and then you can just log that as any other trade. We don't actually need to click buttons in order to see whether the trade idea would work out. But of course, we do have the practice account on Topstep, and you can do that. But it depends on how you like to do things. Some people are like, oh, I have to try it. I have to see it. I have to live through it, right? But other people will be like, yeah, actually, let's just put one of the measuring tools, plop in, like, let's say we want to go short to the single prints and then see what happens, right? And you just watch it, see whether it works out or not. Use the same stop that you would use as if you're in a real trade, and then come back after half an hour and see what it's done. Right? It's a trade idea. It's a data point, and it can be just as useful. So it's down to you, Paul, whether you're going to actually use a practice account. I would use a practice account definitely if you're trying something new. So if you're not good at range trading, it means that you need to gather data, analyze the trades, see what can be improved, and then come back to the combine and the XFAs that matter once you work it out. One way that I like to approach range days is to look at the initial balance extensions. So do we actually have a neutral day? And if yes, that would be my sign to turn into more of a scalper and just try and wait for the edges of the ranges like Dolby does. And then I just take profits in the middle. and that's it. So sometimes it's not a lot. Sometimes it's a negative risk reward. Sometimes it's like 0.8 R. Other times it would be 1.3. But, on those days, I'm not going to be looking for some home run trade that just doesn't exist, because the market generated information is telling me it's not there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'll talk ranges all day with you, Paul. I'll talk ranges all day with you, Paul.
Little pillow talk. Little pillow talk.
That's it's where I need
real quick, guys. Let me do a recap of the markets here real quick. Great discussion so far on trade with Topstep. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,707, about 35 points off the highs there. It's kind of fading off a little bit, bleeding a little lower here. Take a look at the ES. High of the day, 60.76, about 6 points off the highs there. Last trade, 60.70. YM 44,816. Keep chugging higher here. See if we get to those 45,000s in the Dow. And like he was talking about in the crude. Bottomed out at $70.98. A little bit of a range. We're about 30 cents off that last trade, $71.29. And gold, the darling of the day, making new all-time highs at $29.06. I saw a big sell-off like Hoag was talking about. Late to the party. The chasers getting long above 2,900. Sellers came in and smacked it down about $15 there. Last trade, $28.94. Dolby time, I want to get your take on this range here in the NASDAQ for all our NASDAQ shares. What are we seeing right now in the NASDAQ? We did have a nice upward trend. I see a bunch of green candles for the last hour. Now we're seeing a bit of a sell-off. But how are you reading the NASDAQ over there?
I mean, if we're going like top to bottom, I'll wait a sec for the charts to come up. But, what I like doing is going from daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute, 30 second. Those are the time frames. So I do consider Dorito patterns and megaphones kind of like range adjacent. So that's why I drew this really big one. So lower highs, higher lows, go down even further. Didn't really see anything on the 4 hour. It was mostly just trending. Went to the 1 hour. I think there's one good range that happened at like overnight session, which has been, is that overnight? No, that's the close of the day of yesterday. But then we didn't see any ranges either. So down to the 30 minute, still didn't see any ranges. 15 minutes, still didn't see any ranges. 5 minute might be forming one here if it can get some support. 1 minute looks a little bit better, but it's just, there's like not a lot. Actually, this 1 minute one looks pretty good. If you like shorter time frame ranges, but this is more of like the range pattern that we want to see, and we're just not really seeing it in NASDAQ. And I think NASDAQ has a hard time kind of getting rangy, but I do prefer actually the 1 minute range over a 5 minute range. But in crude oil, I like a 5 minute range over a 1 minute. So it kind of just depends on what market it is. But the hard part with range trading is you got to wait for the range to set up. And if it doesn't set up, you really shouldn't be in a trade. But it is nice because it can give you 15, 20 minutes to wait for a setup. So it's easy to sit on your hands. So I actually kind of like interested in NQ right now, to be honest.
Have a problem.
I don't have a problem with if you're looking at a 1 minute range, so therefore your thought should be, are we taking essentially a 1 minute trade? Because that range has been holding for 1 minute. So essentially, is this trade going to last about a minute? Or are we looking at a price? How do you know when to get in and when to get out?
It kind of depends on what you're... It depends on where the range is setting up relative to like the larger market. So I've mentioned this before, which is, let's say we're working on a 1 minute chart and we like 21,700s. You can put an order in and then go to a larger time frame and then kind of see how your order lines up against, say, a 1 hour chart, a 4 hour chart, 30 minute chart. And so I marked this line at 21,700s. And we can kind of see how it's lining up. And maybe what I would do is like, we have a 1 minute range. That looks like an interesting buy. But on the 4 hour or 1 hour, maybe I would move that order down just a hair to see if we can kind of get a bounce off of, where'd my drawing tool go? Off maybe these peaks here. And so you can kind of like set up multiple time frames to like micro adjust where your entry is going to be. But that is what I like doing, because I want to make sure that I have a concept of what is going on in the broader market before I put a trade on. So that's what I would say. So yeah, I mean, we look bullish. 1 minute has a nice range. And so maybe this is the opportunity for us to get a cheap short on a a cheap long on a large time frame, or short. I guess it depends on what your bias is in the market. But if you can set that up, then you kind of can get a really nice risk reward relative to what the potential profits could be, because you're trying to set it up for a large time frame, and the larger the time frame, the larger the move you can get.
Okay, I've got some questions. If somebody could show my chart that I've got going there. One thing I don't like about this range trading business is that it really skews my, because normally I take like 8 trades a day, but if I'm doing ranging, I'm going to make 30 odd trades in a time, and it's like, right now that's screwed all my statistics. Do you know what I mean? It just feels wrong. No. But anyway, let's just I need to get good at it. So this is why I'm bringing this up, right? So we're looking at the NASDAQ here. Here we've obviously moved up into this range here, right? That's I can see that. So then switching over to a 3-minute or because I normally trade on a 30-minute time frame, right? So when you guys are talking about a 1 minute, it's like, wow, okay. So let's go into a 1 minute then. And what I would say is, isn't this a range around, is sort of like, this is the range here, right? That's kind of it. I mean, I'll move that out so that we can see it better, right? But that's what it looks like to me. It looks like this is the range. So now the play, if I'm understanding correctly, is to go long here and take it off there.
What's the prices, Paul? What are those prices? When you say here and there, what are those prices?
Oh, sorry. So 21,700. I think we're at 21,700 now.
Yep.
And so taking it off would be at 21,712, for example, which is the midpoint of the range. Is that what you would say do, or is it like, no, you go one side to the other side, or?
Yeah, so that's great. So let's say if we have, 3 contracts and we get long, you know,
3 contracts long,
695. You know, we could take one off in the middle. We could take one off at the upper end, and then we could leave the last one for a runner. If you have 2 contracts, you could skip the runner. If you only have 1 contract, you can, you know, this is where things get a little bit tricky, because it's always harder if you have 1 contract. You know, do you hold for a base hit? Do you hold for, you know, the double, or do you try to hit the homer and see if you can get the extension outward? When I was trading crude oil, my rules for range trading is that I was always playing for the breakout, no matter what. Always.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah, so it's either a breakout or it's a breakdown. So I literally just placed that trade as we were talking it through, just to see, because it's a small trade, right? It's 3 micros, so it's not a big deal if it works or doesn't.
So there's a couple of things to note with ranges. How big is the range would probably be number one, and depends on how big the range is. You would then decide whether to go for a full rotation or to just go to the middle. Now, I like to use the profile. So that would be like extensions on both sides of the 30-minute TPO base profile. So therefore, typically we will have a bit of a bigger range, and I will very rarely want it to rotate all the way through, even though I want to snipe it from one end and the other, but I want to take profits at the mean, right? That's the whole point. So you have a range, tries to stretch out, comes back to the mean. But if you have such a small range like NQ, then you can try and shoot with the trend or with the anticipation of whatever you expect to happen at that time of day. Now, as a lot of people know, time of day and anticipating a certain event statistically is how I like to do some of my hypos. And that would be one of them. It's like, what do we expect to happen for power hour? Do we expect, new highs all the time? Well, probably not. So maybe not going all the way to the other side, but taking it in the middle, and then maybe trying to snipe it from a second standard deviation curve from the top, and then looking for the breakout downwards. That would be another choice. So there's like a million ways to do things, but it's very contextual. So you do have to have a lot of situational awareness in any situation, obviously. But size of the range and where you're going to take it off will largely be dependent on what you're actually trying to achieve and what the time of the day is.
Yep. And so
and so if it breaks out of the range, then that's exactly what I'd love it. If it breaks out of the range, it's like, right now we're in a trend, we're going to move to another level, which is great, because now I can put a trade on and just let it work, right? Which is what I love.
But that's an unknown. That's an unknown at the time when we're doing a trade, because we don't know whether it's going to break out or not. And there's no point speculating, right? So you have to just take what's there until it breaks. Dolby actually says that a lot, right? We trade the range until it's no longer a range.
Until it's no longer a range,
because you can't make an assumption on what is going to happen, because when you're trading a range, really you're just waiting for two events to happen, and anything else does not matter. It is, do we break out or do I get stopped out? And anything else is a distraction. You know, attempting to read momentum within a range, like, oh, I have this feeling, it's totally irrelevant in range trading. All you are looking for is the breakout, or am I getting stopped out? And that's about it. But I've gotten burned. Let's say I've lost more money over managing range trades by moving stops to break even than I have outright losers. So money I've given up by over managing position probably outweighs outright losers by, I don't know, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, a ridiculous amount. And that's because if you're range trading, you have to let the range play out, and you don't get to pick how long that takes. It could take a long time. I've half an hour sometimes for a range to break, and it can touch your
for 90
entry
minutes
4
in
times.
range traders.
Yeah,
Range
and it will
traders.
touch your entry a couple
easy.
times, and it'll drive you crazy, and that will force you
But that's
to get out of a trade.
That's actually expected.
But
Isn't that an expected behavior, that it comes back to your entry and touches it a few times before it actually moves? That's a range day, right? It's quieter, and you're not going to get that quick move. So you almost have to anticipate the touches of your entry and be okay with a little bit of drawdown as well.
There's two things that I never do. One is I never move a stop, and the second is I mean, literally, I never move a stop. And the other thing is I never add to trades, or whether they're winning or losing. I just don't. It's like I'm in with that size. I've got my stop set there. That's the price I pay for the trade, and it's done. Right? This either works or it doesn't. And at the point I'm pressing that buy button, it's a 50-50. It's either going to work or it isn't. And I accept it either way. So for range trading, it's a case of, well, if I'm buying the bottom of the range, my stop should be just outside the range. It doesn't have to be a big stop, right? Because if it's in the range, then it's going to stay in that range.
Ideally, yes, but watch out. Just watch out for sweeps, because what they love doing in ranges is taking out the range just for a little bit. And then there's actually a setup that I like to do. And actually, Dobie, we've done that on crude oil on the house account back like last year. We waited until the session lows were out, and then we waited until it came back into the range, sniped it, and there was a 3-hour trade. Remember that?
Yep.
It rotated all the way back. Yeah.
It was a great
things like that.
trade.
Yeah.
Well, it depends
very
too,
easy.
right?
I think we had like five ticks of drawdown. It was ridiculous.
That's the thing with range trading. It's either you're going to have an insanely good entry, or you're going to get totally smoked. I mean, either the range fails or you get whipped out. One of the reasons why a NASDAQ, I think, is a tough market to range trade, because it loves to extend typically further than what we as day traders like setting as our personal loss limits, or loss limits on the trade. And I think, I don't know if you've done this before, D, but something I like doing in range trades is, let's say, we're going to identify this one that Paul traded, right? This little 1 minute range is, let me use this one, purple line. No, we'll do a yellow line because it's brighter. Give me just a moment to set this up. Okay, so we have this yellow line. So what we could do sometimes for range trading is, like Paul, you're trading 3 micros. So we could try to buy one at the low, and then actually try to nibble on potential trades outside of the range. Because if we're anticipating that, NASDAQ has a habit of extending ranges, we can try to get filled on the stop run, but then leave our stop outside of those 3. And as long as you've already done the math, you know what your risk is on this stop. But if we do get this flush down, like we kind of got right there for Paul, now you have just an even better trade, because now you're taking less risk on that third entry, second entry. And now if you do get filled, your average is 21,695, and you basically just loaded up at the bottom of a range, and now everything to the upside is going to be just really, really nice profits. So, Paul, did you pull one out because you got to about the midpoint of the range? Great discussion, people.
I know.
Love it.
I didn't get in, but I took a small stop on the.
Look at it go!
Yeah, I know it's gone.
The range
held
held
without me, and I didn't get in. But there was one thing, one little tiny tiny little. I love that, Dolby. That's brilliant. What you've just said there is really, really cool. I really like that scaling in from outside the range as well. But it reminded me of one thing, one little change that I made to my trading, which is actually been really successful so far. I've only got 2 weeks of data, so anything can happen. But what I've started to do is, where you guys today have been saying, put your entry where you would set your stop.
Very
what
similar.
I've been doing, I've not been doing that. But what I have had is where I've got a stop set. Let's say I've got a stop with $100 loss or $150 loss, whatever it is. I've worked out what stop I'm prepared to pay for that trade. Where I put the stop, I replace it with a double my position size order and move my stop just 4 ticks from it. And the reason I do that is because the number of times it comes down, takes my double the order and rips back up, which is exactly where my stop would have been. And now I've made twice as much money. And on the times it fails, it's the difference between if you've got like $200 worth of risk on your stop, it's the difference between losing $200 or $240 because it's only 4 ticks. Right, so you're either going to lose 200 or you're going to lose 240, and if it picks it up and goes, you've doubled your gain. And so far, it's been 50-50. Half of the time it works, half of the time it doesn't. But the times it works, it pays off way more than the time I've lost. So that's a little change that I've made recently. It seems to
there's
work
a
really,
measure
really
in journaling platforms that's called the maximum adverse excursion, MAE. And what
does that mean?
Now you have to have something that measures open equity, because it has to track how much it went into your position and against it for all the kind of trade life. But effectively what it tells you is how much drawdown you suffer whilst your trade is alive. Why is that important?
How much heat you take?
Well, if you out how much heat you're taking, so you can actually use that. This is how we were taught. You can actually use that as a scale-in point. And then rather than saying, oh God, when it drags down like 18 ticks against me, I'm going to kill the trade, I've actually done the opposite. So I make sure that when I'm entering, I have enough space for those 18 ticks and then some. When it dips down, I would typically use that for a scale-in, for a range trade, for example. It's not applicable to everything because obviously it's a different strategy. But if we're talking range trades and we're really breaking them down, that is one measure that's very useful for that purpose.
Yeah, that is really good. I don't think I use MAE, but I've definitely heard of it. Because MAE and what's the other one? MFA?
MFE, maximum favorable excursion. How much in profit? Yeah. So if it basically you let it go, you just let the trade play out. At what point was the high watermark of that trade? And then over time, you get an average of that, and then you can see where you're going wrong. If you're leaving trades on too long, which was my problem and still remains on some days, where you just don't take profits. Well, that number can actually tell you, hey, you get to like 1.6 R pretty regularly. Just take it off, It's like, what are you doing, Jason? 2 Rs. And then
trying to go for 2 R, D.
Yeah. No, I'm going to go for 2 R. Yeah.
Trying to squeeze out. Yes. How much do you want to squeeze out of the trade? Yes. All right, guys. This is a fantastic discussion. I hope everyone's liking this in the chat. We're talking ranges here because the markets, or at least the equities, are in a bit of a range right now. So with that being said, we do got one thing to get off the list. I want to throw it to my man, Gabe, Professor Gabe in the house on this day. Gabe, what do we got for the peeps and what happened on this day? What is today? February 5th. I don't know what year we're going to reference, but what happened on February 5th, Gabe?
We are headed back to February 5th of 1919.
Wow.
Hollywood heavyweights Charlie Chaplin, Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, and D.W. Griffith joined forces to create their own film studio, which they called the United Artists Corporation. They gained prestige in Hollywood thanks to the success of films of its stars, like notably Chaplin's The Gold Rush from 1925, as well as the work of actors such as Buster Keaton, Rudolph Valentino, and Gloria Swanson. But that's what I got for you guys. Subbing in for Professor Horn. That is February 5th, 1919, on this day.
I love that, D. I bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know
that. Know that. No,
you're
absolutely right, Dre.
I did not know that either. We are still seeing a little bit of selling coming in here. We got what do we got? We've got 3 minutes left here in Trade with Topstep. Oh, coming up next, Lunchbox Trading. Got Coach Dakota dropping by to look for some trades with JD and also a little VIP check-in. Pop Squad. See how it's going so far in the early stages of Season 2 on the VIP session. Paul, a couple minutes left here. Is Charlie, your trading buddy, is Charlie actually watching right now?
I'm sure he is, yeah. 100%.
Charlie, if you're in the chat.
How come he didn't get a sign, Paul? Your mom got a sign. How come he didn't get a sign?
How come I didn't do a hello, Charlie? Yeah, well, we've been chatting most of the day. We've been in a Zoom most of the day, so he's kind of, do you know what I mean? He's in Texas. I'm in London.
Oh,
he's
nice,
in Texas.
nice.
But, so yeah, no, and you know what? He brought me into Topstep.
There he is.
I'm forever grateful to him. Yeah, very grateful.
Charlie Stone.
In chat? Hey,
Charlie
there he
Stone.
is. It's awesome.
Hello,
Yeah, there
Stone.
he is, Charlie Stone. That's the dude. It's all his fault. It's all
Good
his
job,
fault.
Charlie.
But just real quick, I would just like to say to anyone out there who's thinking, you know, this has been a good session because Paul's got to ask these great questions of these coaches in real time. I've had one-on-one time with Dee and Dolby and Andre, and it's like, yeah, just when they put out a casting call, just go for it, all right? Because that's what this is all about. This is a community. We all support each other. We have a great time doing it. You can get a lot of questions answered in the chat and stuff like that, but sometimes these coaches, they don't always see everybody's questions. But you get time like this, boy, I've picked up some great tips today. Thank you.
What a stop,
everyone.
All right,
Thank
do we have
you.
time to cover charts real quick, Trey, or no? What time we get out of here?
We got 90 seconds here.
Perfect. Okay, let's go back to the
Go
NQ. I had drawn. This is a really good example because remember we were talking about buying the lows of a range and then extending out a couple contracts below to try to get filled. NASDAQ basically just did that exact situation. So we got my charts. Okay, cool. So we had, while we were talking, we just had this rip right down below the range. And theoretically, you know, had our setups, you would have a trade at, 694, say 690, maybe 685. And then you cross-reference it with a 1 hour chart. We see that we have these little kind of wick tops up here. We ended up stretching down to the tops, probably got some stops out, and now we're rallying to the upside. So you can kind of, this is hard to do, right? But the more you practice, the more you see this stuff, you can pull this off. But we got the exact situation that we would have wanted, which is we ran stops down below. Theoretically, 100%. We would have gotten filled on some contracts. And then you get this huge bullish push to the upside because they ran stops and then sellers become buyers. And that's how you get the upward pressure. And sometimes when you do get stopped out, like by a tick or two, it's hard to do, but sometimes it's actually the best time to hop back into the trade because if you trade ranges a lot and you have the instinct, then you know that this is going to be the bull run to the upside.
This is still going to play out. And so what about going short from the top coming down? Or are we able to do that? Or is it?
Sure, you just hit Alt-I.
Yeah, so it's just the same in reverse. But
and then you just inverse your chart, and it's the exact same thing.
And if you're trending upwards, right? What I mean is, if the market's trending upwards, and so you want to be long, right? Because it's more likely to break out to the upside if it's been going up all day, and now you're at a range. What I mean is, would you still take both sides of the range, even though on the overall thing, it's an upward day? So
no, that's a very good question. And it's a trap that I fell in when I was trading crude. It's that, know your market, but also know like the general flow and trends of the market. So I wouldn't take shorts in NASDAQ unless NASDAQ has fundamental news that's making people short the market because there's a natural bid to indices. So I can draw this real quick. So I know we got to get out of here, but this is an uptrend, right? So we got consolidation, and then you're just trying to nip bottoms of the range, but you would avoid taking shorts because we're defaulting to uptrend. Andre, go ahead.
No, I think I choose awesome in the chat says it perfectly. Quote: Dolby knows his shit. I agree. I choose awesome. Indeed. Anyways, we will drop the mic on that one. Coach D.
Anyone doubt that?
Paul, great having you guys. That's how you fill an hour when the markets are not doing anything, folks. Great discussion. Hope everyone learned a lot from that. We will see these folks later on today. Dolby, I'll see you in Power Hour. Anyways, we got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. That was absolutely fantastic, guys. Really appreciate that. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. Dolby knows.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is the extended Lunchbox Trading Hour. We got the man, the myth, Coach Dakota in the middle there. We got the legend, the Hoag, over there on the far right. House count is short. We were talking on the green room about putting a trade on, so we went ahead and did it while we were waiting to come on here. So house count is short. A tree lot, 21,710 and a quarter. House counts in the market. What are we seeing in the markets right now, guys? Why do we like a short right here?
Same thing that we seen yesterday. JD, yesterday, if you guys tuned into Fast Markets, we was looking for a short after this extended run, and we didn't see it play out until after we were off. Unfortunately, it's the same thing. Sometimes you have to be correct in direction, and you have to be correct on timing, right? And if you're wrong on either of those, you know, open yourself up for risk on a loss. And it's the same thing. I don't know if I'm sharing my charts, but I am short 3 contracts as well. And if we zoom in and take a look at this, I talked about this during slow markets, and it's kind of what I'm going to be focusing on my VIP Pop Squad. Big shout out to all those team members in my VIP. I see there's some of them that have already passed their trading combine. It's very early. Nice. We're still not done with introductions, talking, you know, seeing how everyone's trading. Everyone's getting used to Phil. How's the VIP team? Making sure everyone has access to everything, making sure traders are able to, you know, see the voice chat and prepare, and then timing, right? When am I going to be holding my VIP classes? Like, how's that going to look? And try and cater, because you can't, it's so hard to cater to everybody. Finding that out. You know,
can't. It's impossible to cater to everybody. You can
yeah, like 5,000 people on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot easier for 50 traders in a VIP session, but it's still it's still very difficult. So trying to find everyone's time on when it's going to work best, and see traders. Number one thing I've been telling them: size down. Size down. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I want to see every one of my VIP teams have that same account that they started with at the end of 3 months, regardless of whether or not they pass. Like, just stay in that same account for the entire time. Pass, don't pass, right. Doesn't really matter. It's more about the process. Hence the name.
Dakota, don't want to interrupt, but should we start considering peeling 1 or 2 off here?
No. Let's see if we could get a pullback. I mean, I'm looking at this as at a higher time frame as well. I mean, 1 hour chart, you can see we might be getting a 3-bar reversal on the 1 hour chart. If we could break below these 680s, right? 680s. And as we start to zoom in, you know, I like to look at that beautiful 5-minute chart. And yeah, some target I'm looking for is going to be down here in these 70s, and then possibly maybe a run down to 630s, kind of where we broke through and broke into this area. So always, as always, CYA right now is at 42, but I'm actually going to probably move it right here towards 24, 724.
Got it. We're on it. All right, back to it. Yeah, we had my dad on yesterday. He was talking about these same types of situations with his VIP team. He knows he's going to have to ask a few people to kind of pump the brakes a little bit, while at the same time asking a few people to pick up the pace a little bit. So it's I know it's a juggle.
I tell you what,
JD, a good plan work out too at the same time, you know.
Yeah, your dad is great. I've worked with him on the coaching behind the scenes a little bit too, and I tell you what, that level of experience and knowledge, it should never be taken for granted, right? I always think of that myself too. Is everyone is going to get older. Every day you're another day older, right? And that's the way the world works. You learn from the people that are older from you, typically, right? When you're born, you learn from your parents. You learn from your grandparents, and they pass that knowledge on. And now it's up for us, right? It's like you could lead a horse to water. You just can't force them to drink, is that common saying. I think you see it here, right? You see a lot of the experience, expertise, throughout the years, yeah, maybe some that are past their prime, but it's not to be discounted what they're able to teach. It's like saying, yeah, Michael Jordan just doesn't know anything about basketball because he's older. Well, he might not be able to make it in today's league, but when he talks and gives you advice, you listen.
Yeah, because it all comes from experience. Yeah, that's exactly what Pops was saying yesterday. 81 years old, he just wants to share a little knowledge with people. And
and that's all you could ask for.
It.
Yeah. So I'm short with you guys. I'm short from 712 and 3/4, 3 contracts, and house account. You guys are short as well.
House count is short 3. Nice little,
GD,
nice
I was
little runner
thinking
right
about
now.
that yesterday. I met your dad when I was 20 years old. I've known your dad for 41 years.
Well, I've known him longer, Hoag.
Yeah, you have.
I just turned 45. Yep.
You've known him. Hey, at least you guys know your dad.
Okay. Is this can of worms? Are we opening it up?
No, we're fine. We'll end that one there.
All right.
Anyway. How's this short playing out? I heard a little rumor.
I kind of want to cover one now. I really want to cover one now. Covering one, locking in a little bit of profit.
Oh man,
covered
the
one.
Chat.
What are you shocked us on that one?
Oh, I love the chat.
Chat cracks me up. Oh, I look at my screen and I go fuzzy. I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
Everyone in here knows my dad. We seen him talk on FOMC Wednesday. He usually wears a purple tie.
Jerome,
yeah. So
Jerome.
I'm up for holding this trade for a little bit longer. I know the house account was in short 3. If we could peel off a couple on the way down and hold one as a runner is going to be my vote. I do plan on holding this for probably we'll probably even be talking about this trade through into power hour. I believe like this is one of those where hold it into MOC, right? Closing it out somewhere near the end of the day. This is a longer, if only we had a runner. And I think this is going to be one that we could go through and talk about it.
This will be a runner. Yeah, we did peel one off. We could trade around it. We could put it back on. We get a decent bounce. That looks like a selling opportunity again.
Nice.
694, I think, might have been that place. 694 was yesterday's high. Kind of just popped above that real quick and bounced right off of it. Maybe we'll get another move here. Could be setting up a little 1-minute bear flag. But yeah, I was counting short 2. We could put the other one back on anytime.
Okay, question for you, JD. So in the green screen, behind the green screen, when I first came on, you said, yeah, we really need to take a look and see if we could get a trade, a good trade on the house account going. And what was your thought? What's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on the house account lately? I know it has its ups and downs. That was a great,
I think the process is greatly improved. I do sometimes think that we might be over trading just a little bit, being in trades just for the sake of being in trades. I know I said that coming into this, let's put a good one on, but at the same time, like, wasn't trying to force a trade.
Right.
It's better than it was. Last year was a test run, and man, did we get fucking hammered last year. But we're doing a lot better this year. We have definitely more green days than red days in the house account so far. And the process is really coming around. Because it's not us putting on trades. It's a community effort here, Putting on a trade in the house account is it's a team effort. It's everybody's voice coming in and agreeing on a play. And then we execute on it. And that's it. Does it take a little longer to talk out sometimes? Does it always work out every time? No, it doesn't. But it's team trading is what it is, and we're getting better at the process. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and that's it's one thing I want to talk about into my VIP team, and talking about process over profits, right? Process over profits, where it doesn't matter whether we're trading 1, 2, 3 contracts, or what were we trading before, 30, 40, 20 contracts at a time. It's the same exact process, and I know we joke where it's like fade the house account. Your stop losses might take profit, so forth, yada yada, all that fun and joking stuff. Even though the stream's on delayed, even though we have the risk disclosure posted everywhere, it's the same on my slow markets class too. It's just like, hey, if I see a good setup, I'm gonna take it. Somebody who takes someone else's setup, maybe you need to. It's like, think for yourself, because what I was telling in my slow markets class, and I'm going to continue to beat this in my pop squad class, and it's not just in trading. It's maybe how can we put this? Maybe a little bit more of life in general that I've got used to, Hoag, and maybe you could second this, is if you are relying on someone else to help make your own decisions, and it's a good decision, is that really your win as an individual? Like, if for you, Hoag, if you tell me buy here, sell here, I sell and it works out really good and I make money, that's not a me win, right? I'm not going to have confidence in doing that again, because it wasn't me. It was you. That was your win. But then if you tell me to sell here and I lose money, then that's a you loss, right? And then some traders might even think of it, oh, it's a you loss, but then when I win, it's a me win. And then
absolutely, and most of them do think that. If it's a winner, I'm a genius. If it's a loss, you're an idiot.
Exactly. And it's the same outside of trading, right? When it's like, yeah, whether you're going to go ask a beautiful girl or handsome guy out on a date, right? And your friend convinces you to do so, and then you get turned down, and then you blame your friend, right? And then you go do it, and then it works out for the good. And it's the same thing. If you're always relying on someone else to give you advice on how to make your own decisions, then you're never going to be confident, whether it's your decision or someone else's decision. And I mean, that's such a tough place to be. I see it happen all the time for traders when it comes to placing the trades. And it's also for trusting your own process. Like, man, I don't know whether I should get into this trade or not. I'm doubting my process. Is this where I should put my stop loss? Is this where I should put my take profit? And so forth. And then, is this the right size? I know size is a huge thing that I've been talking about in my VIP, is size down, size down, size down. Once you gain that confidence, then later on, you'll always be able to size up. If you start with a small size, you will always be able to size up in the future. But if you start with a big size, then the market's going to force you to size down or not be able to trade at all.
Yeah, I mean, just taking anybody else's trades, it alleviates any responsibility for loss. Any personal responsibility for loss. If you take a trade given to you by somebody else and it's a loser, you get to blame them. Well, you should also not claim the victory if it's a winner. But I think most people do that.
Taking responsibility. We're good at deflecting responsibility.
It's accountability.
Right?
It's taking accountability more than responsibility.
Yeah. It's so easy to deflect responsibility. It's so easy to deflect it. We learned it when we were little, right? Where you blame the dog. It wasn't me, wasn't this. And then the more you get away from it, the easier it is to do. And yeah, you see that too.
I re-entered that short. We're trading around this position. We're back to short 3.
Okay, what price are we short 3 at again?
Average price 708.5.
Nice. Yeah.
We peeled one off at the low of that move. Put it back on towards our entry level. So.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we consolidate here for a little bit and slowly. I'd like to see this market just chop and slowly drift down. No Trump tweets. I seen you guys talking about Trump tweets later earlier today. I seen he spoke.
Headline
This
risk.
market's
Yeah.
settled down a little bit. This market has settled down a little bit from Sunday and Monday and yesterday.
A little more manageable, a little more rangy, I would say today, obviously. But man, headline risk it's a major factor right now.
And this is a new regime, and the administration is doing a lot right at the very beginning. Eventually, they're going to get everything that they want to get done, and it's going to slow down. Not only that, the markets are going to kind of get used to the idea that, he's going to be around for a while. There's going to be lots of tweets, and not all of them are going to be impactful. It's just a matter of getting used to the idea that this information is going to be coming out. Eventually, I think the markets will just kind of adjust to the noise, if you will. But there's just so much going on right now. They're doing so much. It's like crazy. It's like every minute there's something.
That's typical, though, right, Hoag? New presidency, change everything, have a lot of talk, especially when it's either a red wave or blue wave, and they could, get a lot done with whatever they're trying to plan. Market overreacts in one direction, overreacts in another direction, and then after a period of time, things like you said start to become white noise. And then you start focusing on the next thing. Like, what's the next thing we're going to start focusing on? Are we going to get back on interest rates, inflation, deflation? And then after that pass, and then it's just market cycles, right? We've hyper focused on one thing, and then we move on to the next shiny thing, which might be interest rates. Maybe it's going to be inflation. Maybe it's going to be earnings. Who knows? And that's one of the beautiful things that I love about these markets is the markets are just never satisfied. It's never the same thing over and over again. And we have to navigate these markets daily when we're trading them. It's never the same. I was going to say never the same movie on a micro scale, but I can make an argument it's the same movie on a longer time frame. Any sell-off has been amazing opportunities to buy it, and it continues to be that way.
Yeah, things are cyclical and they're seasonal. I used to work pretty closely with Jeffrey Hirsch, who's the editor-in-chief of the Stock Traders Almanac. His father actually started the Stock Traders Almanac. We should get him on here on TV one time. He could outline these seasonal tendencies for you better than anybody else on the planet. That's all he does is track seasonal tendencies, what's popular in the market at what time of the year. It's really interesting. And it's accurate. The Stock Traders Almanac. I recommend checking
that out. And
that's
in stocks. I mean, I could see that in grains and other agricultural products. But
he tracks everything. He tracks everything.
Yeah.
The Stock Traders Almanac.
Even the full moon, they say, has an effect.
I do believe there is seasonality in stocks too, Hoag. Minus the earnings season,
of course.
Yeah, tax season. That's right here in the U.S. tax season. But yeah, we talk about the summer doldrums. We talk about the winter. We just went through a political cycle, right? New president and this volatility. This trade's looking pretty good. I'm liking that ad, JD. Where'd you learn to do that?
Trading Ranges by Dolby. We listened to Dolby's masterclass and got in back at our entry point. Peeled one off. I might peel one off. I might do it again. Just trade around a two-lot.
It's kind of scalping the position.
Yeah.
I used to do that, but I'd have to put the core position in my pocket on my trading card and forget about it, and then just
forget about it and just trade around it all day.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Give a broker a stop and then forget about it.
So I would say this, JD. I would prefer to hold for a break below these 80s, but because you take profit on one contract, right? And
put it back on.
Much you put it back on, but on that one contract you netted what, 20 points?
About $400.
Okay,
right around $400.
So you're pretty much in a as close to a risk-free trade as you could get. That's similar to like moving your stop to break even in a way.
Yeah.
You covered
But
a
better.
lot, so now
But
you're
better.
in a position where you don't have to over manage a trade. And I know you know this better than most. The more you manage the trade, the higher the probabilities are of you messing it up.
Very true.
And
Very true.
I think I've seen that. I think there's a couple I've seen already on the VIP that it happens to me all the time. And here we are. We're starting to sell off into these 80s. Let's see if we can get continuation down. I like that we broke through this main candlestick that happened at 11:50, this 5-minute candle. And I'm okay with peeling off one now here around 74, 75, JD.
Peeled one off. Still got 2 on.
Okay. I'm going to close. I closed one off with you right there.
Ooh, look at that bounce.
Did you get out at 74?
I don't know my exit price. I just hit the join bid and it was filled immediately, or I could even read it.
Yeah, that's what happens when this market starts to go fast in that direction. Join bids don't last long buying it on a sell-off.
Better than a market order, though.
Yeah. I talking about market orders, I traded the Nikkei last night. You can see my P&L. I've had a very fun day in terms of this market craziness. Last night, I had a great trade in the Nikkei. I was up 3,000, and I ended up giving it back this morning in this morning's price action. I actually got in short on this wick, looking for continuation down, and then it stopped me out. And then I believe when you guys were on air, I got in short again on this price action. And, I was looking for continuation down to these 520s. Nope. Just immediately reject, rallied up, took a loss on that. So 1 for 3 today. And here we are on this short into these 70s. If these could, like I said, my target on this is going to be these 620s to 630s. That zone right there where we originally broke through would be my stretch target, but I wouldn't be opposed to closing off one more contract if we get another push down into the 60s. If we could push down to these 60s, I'd be okay with taking another contract off and then leaving a runner into the rest of the day.
I was just saying we've got settlement price at 21,670. That's a decent place to peel another one off, and then we can hold a runner for the auto liquidator at the end of the day. But we're getting a nice rip right now. Let's see if we can hold back up to 686 level, which is yesterday's value area high. So we are still trading inside value, or we are now trading inside value from yesterday. Hoag, typically, when you make a move back inside value from the previous day, do you like to see a run at the value, the opposite end of the value area from the previous day? Is that a thing?
Well, yeah, especially if you open outside of the range and value, but neither of those are true in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Rip and low volume. What do you make of that?
A rip and low volume.
A rip on low volume.
It's not the big boys, right, Hoag? Or the adults are not in the room?
Squeeze. The adults are not in the room.
Retailers versus retail.
Yep, we're picking each other's pockets here.
That's it, yeah. Picking each other's pockets. I love that. I'm going to start using that line every single day now. Picking each other's pockets.
It's like the, what's that bit of the Three Stooges where they owe each other $10 and then they pass the $5
bill. They just keep passing it around. Yeah.
Yeah, here's $5
I owe you. Here's the $5 I owe you.
Yeah. And sometimes that's how this market feels. Yeah, so far I like it. So far so good. I mean, if we take a look at the higher time frame, right? If the price action's choppy, we always want to zoom out. We did get that 3-bar reversal on the 1 hour chart. So if we can close below, what did you say, 84 on that last hour, if we could close below there, hold below it, then it's funny how it lines up. Here's that previous pivot here in these 80s, and maybe we get acceptance right back down into that zone. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to be on for Power Hour with my guy David Green, and should be a fun one today.
David Green's here right now. We should just pull him in. You guys want to do a 4-up? Let's bring David in. Let's all manage this trade together. There he is. Mr. Green, how are you, sir? And he starts the day with a mute fine. $5 for David.
$5 is $5.
$5 is
it's
$5.
half off that Jack's not here, right?
There we go. Sorry, guys. Where he
at? Got a $25 fine this morning, and I threw a few bucks into the swear jar also.
All right.
How was that a $25?
Checks in the mail, guys.
We're sending Moose and Rocco to find you.
We want to stay
$5.
It's your
we
check.
Want to stay under like these 01s to 05s to coat. If we can get the short going again on the downside here.
In
one other short at 0105. Okay.
Well, that's what we want to stay below.
Yeah. Looking at the 15-minute chart, a lot of wicks on the 15-minute chart, both sides of the market.
Yeah.
You're looking at the NASDAQ, David?
Yeah. 15-minute chart on the NASDAQ. You're right. We got to break those 83s.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Not only break them, but hold them.
Yeah.
But in a good position.
Mm-hmm. Well, you took some off, I heard, so that's good.
We've been kind of trading around the position. We put 3 on. We've been scalping a 1 lot.
That's the way to do it.
Regarding trading around a position, I know we don't do it here a lot at Topstep. I know it's a lot harder to do it in the futures markets, but David, I'm pretty sure you trade around a position a lot in what you do in your personal trading.
Not so much with the futures. With my personal trading, absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would your thoughts be on this? You and Hoag.
You guys at 92, I'm short a little bit with you guys.
You're short from 92?
In a combine, yeah.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
I'm going to take one off here.
It's confluence, folks.
Yeah.
Everybody.
We'll see if we can break those 83s now.
Yeah, looking for that continuation down. I'm looking for 630s, David. That's what I'm looking for.
We break the 83s. I have exactly 28. Boom chakalaka. So there you go.
628, you said?
Yep. If we can break through these levels right here.
Yeah, we might not see it till this afternoon. It is lunch hour, so probably markets favor chop.
But even with the futures, I don't mind trading around a little bit because, I was short at 92. I took one off at 85. This way, if it goes up a little bit more, I can add one back to it. So do trade around a little bit. But, like my NVIDIA, I am always trading around, my stock positions. Having a really good day today, NVIDIA.
Yeah, awesome. I've had a good few weeks in NVIDIA as well. I sold some puts on Monday. It worked out absolutely.
I saw that you did
amazing.
That. It was perfect. What was it? Was it in 116s or something like that then? Or 118s?
It was at 114 Monday, and I sold the 110s.
That's perfect.
And the one thing is, you always wish you sold more. You wish you had a bigger position when it works out like that. But here's the question I have for you, David and Hoag. Is you don't see a lot of trading around core positions in the futures. I don't teach it very much. We don't talk about it very much. But since we're on that topic, I want to ask you that question. I do it in my personal account. I don't like to recommend it, but I look at a much bigger time frame. I like looking at the daily charts. I like looking at the hourly charts. But whenever we get a big sell-off in this market, I would get into, for example, one NASDAQ mini, and then throughout the week, throughout the trading week, because I never hold trades over weekend usually, if we get a nice rally like we've seen today, I would short, say, 3 micros, and then I'll hold that for, say, 4 or 5 hours, and then I'll take profit on those micros, and then I'll trade micros around that position. Have you ever done that? Have you ever seen it? Or what's your thoughts on that? Because essentially you're kind of hedging a portion of your position, but you're not closing out that position. You're not changing anything in your core position, I suppose.
I'm into it.
I think that's what real trading is, in my opinion.
Yep.
Not real trading, but it's something that people that have been doing this for a long time, they do it on a daily basis.
Yeah, especially when we get these big outside moves, whatever it is, a news event or whatever, and we're spiking up 40, 50 points, something like that. I will always start a small position there. Then I'll either add to it if it keeps going up from there slowly, or look for that big reversal candle that we get. And that's when I'll really size up. When we get really stretched out, I have a little bit, look for the reversal candle, and then I'll put my full amount on. And then just have a stop if it keeps going back up. But most of the time, that works. Because I journal all my trades. Most of the time, that works.
I think, Dakota, you hit it on the head. Is you've got to be looking at the market in multiple time frames.
In a longer time frame, yeah. What do
Yeah,
you say?
definitely.
I think this is a pretty important topic, something that I think our traders could really benefit from. You guys want to set some time?
Agreed.
So, David Green, you're back again next week. You guys want to set aside a full hour from 12 to 1 o'clock next Wednesday, and we'll just talk about trading around a core position while we have a core position on, possibly. You guys up for that?
What time? I'll have to check my schedule, JD. I'm very busy talking about my VIP team. That was one of my first comments, like, hey guys, the VIP is amazing. We're seeing how the different coaches are approaching it. Some coaches are just jumping in, diving in, both feet. Like, let's do it. Let's have classes, daily classes, so active. And some, like me, I'm like, oh, guys, sorry, I'm very busy. So I don't know how much time I'm really going to be able to dedicate and hold your hand. I'm more for, you guys are the traders. I'm here to answer questions, give advice. Looking forward to holding a few classes a week and guiding them in the right direction. But it's interesting. Every coach has their own trading style, and it's a great thing to see. But yes, JD, I will be. I'd love to have that with you, David, where we could sit here and talk more in depth about it. And I know a lot of new traders here might not understand some of the concepts, but it's a good learning, and it's something that I feel should be talked about because we're professional traders, and it's something that doesn't get talked about a lot. Everyone's glorifies the in and out, 10 points, 20 points, 5 points, trading big sizes, but they don't really talk about some of what goes on behind the scenes for many of the real traders that trade in their personal accounts.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent topic. We could definitely dial this in.
For me, that's what I'm doing all day, Dakota. I'm in the private trading with all my traders. It's not even so much about my trading because it's not, my P&L is not going to make a difference one way or another. I'm not looking to make money. It's not going to make any difference to me. It's the teaching and it's the helping people. I saw one of our students today posted something on X, and thanks, Dave. He had whatever it was, one of our trades set up, and he took 10 points out of it. And that's, to me, that's what this is all about. I don't even have a lot of time to be trading the futures. I just don't, because I'm busy all day long, and it's more important for me to be with my people and talking about the things that we just talked about, and helping people when they get into trouble, which we don't want anyone to do anyway. But that to me, that's what it's all about, 100%. Yeah. So I have no problem, guys. I will be there.
If I showed people what I do in my personal account, I would need
able to follow it.
Yeah, I would need 8 hours a day for like 2 or 3 months to explain it. So trying to simplify it and teach has been it's been a learning curve for me too. Like, to be able to explain what you do sometimes is just as much of a challenge as it is to trade.
No question. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of people that really know their stuff, and they couldn't teach you how to do it in 5 years. Then there's the people who think they know their stuff that really don't, who are full of crap, and that 2 seconds after they open their mouth, right? And there's the people that really know what they're doing and know how to teach people how to apply it. And that's what Topstep's all about. So everybody here is
one thing you can't teach. One thing you can't teach is intuition. That they have to develop on their own.
No doubt about it. And that just takes time. So you see how in the NQs, we got above that 2701. And
just about to talk about it. We
Yeah, as soon as we got above
Broke out
that
of a
2701, boom, to the upside.
broke out of a bull flag. Coming for our stop right now. We'll still be up $400 on this trade if we get stopped out.
And exactly when we got down to those 83s, the 77s, that was our 30 EMA. Check this out. It exactly hit that 30 EMA. And we couldn't get through it. You know, that was a little support level. So got some resistance if we get up to 21,770. Me, now what time is it? 141. You know, I'd probably be a better buyer on a pullback now. Just looks like we're setting up that way.
It does look like we're setting up that way. Should have peeled a couple more off down by that low. Oh, hindsight 2020. Hindsight capital coming in hot.
We're short 2 right now, right? Oh, right.
Short a pair right now. Yeah.
Got it.
That is correct. Short a pair.
Okay. Yeah, we're still short and
yeah, but you're at 07, right? You're fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, this has not been an easy market to trade. At least anyone tell you that it has been. There's been just a crap load of volatility. Sure. And yeah, I mean, where am I today? I don't even know where I am today. Tell you what I did today in my Express account. I made $76. I think we had 2 losing trades and 1 small winning trade. Really small.
You know what they say about $76 in Cicero, Illinois, right?
In Philadelphia, it's worth $50.
It's worth $50. $76 is $76.
So we want to break the 2700. Break the 2700s now. Maybe we could start heading back down again. Let's see what happens here.
It's trying. Should have had the third contract back on. I should have.
ES is I was looking for a little short up at 81, but we got to like 78, 75. 81, we had a little pivot point up there, but kind of negates this pullback now, kind of negates that. So I'm not going to have any orders out for that right now.
RJ in the chat wants to know why we wouldn't take profit down at that 21,680 level in this market. We did take profit down there. We are trading around a position. We've been talking about that.
We took profit at 74, right? 674?
Yeah. Twice.
Yeah, that's when we
twice
took
we
profit.
peeled off and twice we peeled off and put on.
Yeah,
still have the core position on.
72 was the low, so there you go. Spectaculicious. What I like to do most of the time is if I get a nice profit on a trade, you know, short from 92, covering some at 72, I'm usually not going to let that trade turn against me. If it gets back to 92 and I have anything left, I'll just scratch that and take the little profit that I have and just look for the next trading setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're still in this, right? What's the CYA right now?
Still up at 25. Maybe I'll move that to. I don't like round numbers. Move that up just a little bit.
That was one heck of a CYA.
It was your call. It was your call on the CYA, Dakota.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, good job.
I don't have a lot of volume going on right now.
Nice job, Dakota.
Yeah, I guess I can. Whatever. That's something. That's how trading is. It's like, oh, you know what? Was it me? Was that one me?
Who called that one? Good call. Everybody, pat yourself on the back.
Yeah.
House count still short from 07.5.
07.5.
If you've been following along intently, we've been trading around a position during this segment. We put a 3-lot on, we peeled one off, put it back on, peeled it off, put it back on. So we're up a little though. Even if our stop gets hit, this trade is still worth a $400 in profit. If there's a tip to happen.
Yeah, $400 no matter what, right? Yep.
$400 no matter what.
That's where you want to be.
$400 winner. Yep.
So we break the 21 sevens now.
Irv in the chat wants to know why I don't like round numbers. If you ever notice where the huge liquidity pools are, Herv, if you're ever reading the tape, if you're just watching the ladder, you will see huge liquidity pools at those round numbers. If you're looking at the NASDAQ, the 100 lots always come in at the round numbers, 70, 80, 90. or the 100 levels, 100, 200, 300, 400. You will always see the big orders coming in at exactly those prices. It's not a coincidence. That's what people do. So I like to avoid those levels when I can, especially when it comes to setting a CYA.
We call them big fat round numbers.
Big fat round numbers.
Yes. It's okay to sacrifice a tick in either direction. Just
giving up to the rally or crash gods.
Yeah.
Now we need to break 83s. That's a little support level now.
Yeah, break and hold below them. I mean, it's lunch. Price favors chop.
No volume.
Mm-hmm. Price favors chop. What is the CYA? It is the stop loss. It's just an acronym for.
We don't use the S word around here. Go to the Topstep trading vocabulary page. We have a glossary for you folks.
Oh yeah, trading lingo. Yeah, there's so much trading lingo. All my non-trading friends think I speak a whole different language when I'm on air or talking about trading.
100%. Yeah, we have our own language in the green room. Wackadoodle, bagel schmear. We got everything.
What's a bagel schmear? I'm putting that one in the
market starts going down. Market's getting bagel schmeared.
It's getting bagel schmeared. I love it.
When does it get locked?
These things are copyrighted, though, guys. You can't just use them.
Who do I gotta call? Who do I gotta pay? Bagel schmear.
Call my wife. Take my wife, please.
Please. I take my wife everywhere. She always finds her way home.
Every one of my rooms saying Dave has his own language.
Yeah, we don't get a certificate. We put that on a job application, right? We know multiple languages.
It should be
bilingual.
Yeah, should be a language. Something close to it.
Bagel schmear.
Bagel schmear. Love it.
Yeah.
Still sitting on this short, waiting for some movement.
Correct, JD. I know we have just a few more minutes left in this segment, but yeah, we'll see. I'm going to keep this trade going on into Power Hour when I join you, David, again for Power Hour here in about an hour, just over an hour. And this is one. We're both in a really great position. House account's in a great position. No matter what, this is a green trade for the house account. We were talking about that right in the green screen before coming on here about the house account statistics. To be honest, so far this year, seems like every single day I've been seeing the house account in the green. The last couple of days have been red, but I mean that's comes with the transparency. But I believe that there's been more green than red in the house account for 2025, and today, I mean, it's so far so good. It's looking like no matter what, it's might be finishing in the green today too.
Well, the one way to guarantee that is to not trade anymore. That's how you guarantee that.
Oh,
always transparent. We're always putting our trades on right in front of your face, live. You see it on our screens. You see our P&Ls in real time.
That's it.
That's no.
I do the same. I do the same in my trading room. Everything is everyone pushes their own buttons. Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. But every trade is posted live in real time.
David, not trading is not fun though. You don't just trade because it's fun.
Me?
Yeah,
I love trading. I love every single thing about trading. Anything I don't love about it.
Even the waiting part, right? You have
what's your favorite part?
Yeah. Process.
You got to have a favorite part. What's your favorite part?
You got to be an entertainer when things aren't going on. I do a lot of singing in the private trading room.
Good one.
You know, we go oldies. Sometimes we'll play a little name that tune.
Here's a question. Here's our closing question. What is your karaoke song, everybody? Throw it in the chat. David Green, what's your karaoke song?
Don't stop believing. 100%.
Don't stop believing. That
Oh, I was gonna
2005
say
Chicago White Sox World Series. Yes, that was the theme song for that squad. Don't stop believing. I was there. Dakota, what's your
So, who
karaoke
else?
song?
English or Spanish. A lot of my karaoke songs are in Spanish. But
Feliz Navidad.
no, 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 I'm not gonna say it here. It's inappropriate. But I would say that's a good one. That's a good one. Anthony Marchetta.
Take your time. Take your time.
I don't know. I don't do
Not
karaoke.
a trick question. We'll come back to you. What's your karaoke song?
Yeah, we'll get it.
Mine, obviously, Ring of Fire, Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash. Yeah,
love it.
I'm kind of the old school realm. Also, I love Warren Zevon, Lawyers, Guns, and Money. I think that is an excellent karaoke song.
It's a great song.
That is a great song.
You know what? My karaoke song for this past week, JD. Yeah.
What's that?
In honor of Coach D's team, VIP team, what is it? Chameleonaires?
Chameleonaires.
Yeah. I mean, that's also an artist. I would say my karaoke song for the past 2 weeks has been from him. It's called Good Morning.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
Look it up. Look it up. Chat. Look it up. Good morning, Chameleonaire. That's my karaoke song this past week.
All right, wrote it down.
You'll laugh when you hear it.
Who's the artist?
It's Chameleonaire. It's a play on words.
Okay, you said that. Yeah,
and a shout out for Coach D's VIP. Yeah, Chameleonaire. Chamilli. It's right there. Michael Palmer.
Michael Palmer. Oh, we're getting a little selling action here. Getting a little.
Here we go. Boom.
There we go.
It's a joke, everybody.
We want to break the 83s. That's what we want to break. Break these 83s now.
We want some bagel schmear on here.
There you go.
I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Said Lawyers, Guns, and Money. They'll get me out of this.
Oh, that was going to be the song I was going to sing or say. Sweet Child of Mine.
That's a good one. I grew up with Guns N' Roses too.
Yeah,
I'm a child of the
Guns N'
80s.
Roses.
When I drink alone, I prefer to drink by myself.
George Thorogood.
George Thorogood. He was a bad mother, wasn't he?
One bourbon, one scotch, and one beer.
One bourbon.
You know, one of my favorite artists is Dean Martin. I'm surprised there's not a lot of people that mention Dean Martin. It's always the more famous Frank Sinatra or like you said.
Everybody loves somebody sometime.
The old
Rat Pack.
Yeah, old Rat Pack.
Birdman, we're looking for lows of the day. Birdman wants to know, bro, what's your TP? Bro, we're looking for new lows.
Well, if they tell you it can't go to zero, don't believe them.
Our target's negative 3,000.
Didn't oil go negative at one point?
Yes,
it did. Yeah, a couple years ago.
Right.
I wrote it.
Yeah.
If you ever go to the Topstep website, we do have a section for the blog. Myself and me and Jack wrote pretty much every blog article on the website, but there's a good one that we combined efforts on about the crude oil going negative that day. Pretty interesting.
It was crazy. I was watching it. My personal accounts are with Interactive Brokers, and it was weird. It wasn't displaying on my end. I didn't know what was going on, and I was trying to call support because I used to day trade crude oil futures back when it was a cool thing to do, but yeah, there's a lot of platforms that were not set up for crude oil to go negative.
Yeah, nobody was. Federal government wasn't set up for it either. Trump tried to he tried to refill the strategic oil reserve, and he got shut down by Congress at negative prices. Can you believe that?
Benji looked up that song in that chat.
Greg says you had to take the. Yes, you had to fill up your swimming pool with crude oil. That's not actually how it works, folks. An oil tanker does not show up at your front door and start pumping into your basement.
Learned that one on the Series 3.
Yep. You just pay storage fees until you get out. That's it.
You don't need to know what the futures market is to trade it.
You don't have to know what anything is to trade it. You put a chart to it and trade it.
Not anymore. Yeah, this is just blind point and click these days. You really don't need to know anything about the market you're trading. I mean, if you're gonna just go in there and be a momentum scalper, it doesn't matter. You're just looking for movement in the market. If you could pick out a pattern and make it work, then you're golden. That's it.
That's it. Journal. Find something that works and just keep doing it. Spies are sitting right here too. We're sitting at this little level.
Fire drill, yeah, I've went there. It's a nice biking trail here in Utah.
What's it called?
Bike. No, it's called Gravedigger Mountain here in Utah.
Tesla.
Ooh, hey guys, I just looked at the clock. We are this has been so much fun, but we're about up on time. We got Back to the Futures coming up in just a minute. I see John London in the green room right now. Colby's going to jump in, and we are going to start trading some more. We got a position on in the house account. We are currently short. We're trading around a position. We're going to talk more about that maybe next week, or maybe even this afternoon. We'll have David Green and Dakota on for a fast market or Power Hour. Maybe we could talk a little bit more about our trading strategy during this segment. But we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Back to the Futures. John London's in the background. Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Mr. Green. David Green, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Tell us all about it. When's the next webinar? What's going on?
Next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is our webinar. I think we already have it up on the site. You guys can go register. Absolutely 100%. You want to pop my email up, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Anyone who wants only from Topstep can come and hang out in the private trading room for 5 days with us. Doesn't cost anything. Go over our techniques and try to help people if they're having problems. That's it. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. Mr. Green is a longtime veteran of the futures or of the trading realm in general. This guy knows what he's talking about. Excellent technical analyst. He shows us charts all the time. He puts on trades live. He shows you his entries and exits in real time. And he's got an excellent strategy. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Green. Dakota,
thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure.
Yes.
Mr. Hoag, I will see you at the Kegerator. We're going to take a short break.
Everybody, 3 o'clock.
TopstepTV. Let's go.
What's the order? Daniel, what's our order?
I got 5 Chicago dogs.
Run it through the garden.
No ketchup, Michael. Ketchup is for kids, not closers.
Oh, you heard it. That's the problem with Chicago dog. JD, something tells me when you're in the womb with your mother, super dog every day, right? So break down Chicago dog.
Here's your classic Chicago dog. Vienna beef, poppy seed bun, pickle, neon green relish, sport peppers, onions, tomatoes. There's some mustard down there, and a spritz of celery salt.
Where's the ketchup?
Oh, what? Ketchup is up there.
What, a 3? Pickle is too small. Boiled hot dog? Nah, give me a char dog.
Ooh, love the hot dog. Miss me with the tomatoes. Everything else, bueno.
6.4. Pickle's a little wobbly, a little floppy. Tomatoes could use a little more pep too. 6.4. That's it. That's review.
Perfect 5 out of 5. I'm easy.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. Welcome back to the futures. We've got Houston's favorite son, the man from Texas, John London, right in the middle. We got Dolby time. We got a house account trade on. Mr. London, since we've seen you last, what's been going on? Making some moves in the markets today?
Yeah. So rough week. I'm not down that much, but it's definitely more of like a break even / slightly down week. The couple weeks before that were great. This week it's kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing, which is okay. Down a little bit on the day in one of my accounts. The other two, I'm completely flat. We've had a lot of catalysts and just economic reports this week, so I've been trying to take it a little bit lighter, not take too much risk in my accounts. But yeah, it's been a fun week still.
It's been a risk on type of week, no doubt about it. There's headline risk, there's economic report risk. There's a lot of moving parts going on this week, and the markets have been real choppy. If you know how to trade a range, it's been profitable. I hope everybody's making money. Dolby Time put on a masterclass in range trading just a little while ago. How are you feeling right now about this market, Mr. Dolby Time?
It's a tough trade. It is a very tough trade. NASDAQ has felt really weird. I know it's just, I still feel like a lot of big money is sitting on the sidelines waiting for, sort of this rebuild to occur in the U.S. government as Trump is kind of blowtorching a ton of stuff, which causes a lot of uncertainty in the markets. And so I think there's some people sitting on the side kind of waiting for this to resolve, which has led to a lot of choppy range-bound trading, low volume. We've had 2 gaps recently in NASDAQ. I can't remember the last time we had that, but I think we pulled them up on the 4-hour chart. And it's a real weird market state. And I think we can all kind of feel it in the dome, in the charts, kind of smell it in the air. There's something feels a little bit off. These are not the days when you would just look at what NVIDIA was doing and then just buy the NASDAQ.
Yep.
That's right.
Oh, we did just get tagged on a short position that we've been in the house account for the last hour or so. Still a $400 profit on that trade. House account's down a little bit at the moment, but yeah, we're chopping that wood. We're bringing it back. So what are we looking at right now? What are you guys seeing in the markets as we're talking about the market?
For me, we're at kind of the top of the range of the last few hours, the last like 5 hours. We're getting close to the top of the range. If we pull back to I'm looking at 21.7, like 21,700 on the NQ or the micro NQ. If we pull back there, I'll take a dip buy up to like 722. I'd look at a risk level of maybe like 690 or 695. But it looks strong. I think one thing that could happen is we might keep pushing up towards the top of this range at like 740. And then I don't know if we'll break it or come back down for like a double top there. But I'm looking to buy a dip. We just need a strong enough one to come back down to like 21.7, maybe 21.705 is what I'm looking at now.
Feeling a little strong at the moment. Heading, kind of cruising up to new highs.
I would lead along with. I would lead along for sure with John London here. I'm never interested in shorting NASDAQ anyways, unless there's fundamental news that's really driving things down, because indices have a natural inflow of funds. So there really has to be a really big fundamental reason for me to lean short. Some days that can kind of bite you in the butt, but more times than not, NASDAQ is going to be on the up and up. Doesn't mean you can't take shorts. Shorts still work in an uptrending market. You just kind of have to manage your expectations. It's like you're not going to be holding for long trends. It's going to be see profit, take profit. Maybe you're going like 1-to-1, 1 to 1.5. Whereas if you're trading with the trend, maybe you can get to 1.5 to 3. But man, look at this nasty just run right now. We kind of just came off a really good 5-minute consolidation too. 15-minute was getting really kind of bogged down between, let's say, 11:30 Central and 12:45. It's about an hour. We haven't really done anything other than kind of consolidate above these twin peaks that we had at 21,692. We kind of did a little bit of a stop run, probably got some people stopped out, and then we've just been shooting to the upside. I would lead along for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. And like tomorrow we have jobless claims. Friday we have payroll data, which in the market's been weird because it's been kind of backwards land. Like this morning we had ISM services come out weaker than expected. Market ripped up a lot from it. The question is like, do payrolls on Friday, if we come in greater than expected or strong for payrolls, does the market correct downward because of inflation fears? And I think we've seen that a lot the last like month and a half. I know we talked about it last time, but yeah, I'm scared to short the market right now. I'll buy a pullback, but I'm going to wait.
I see Scrump in the chat talking about the bull flag that we were talking about for the last hour. Looking at the 50-minute chart, we did bust out of it. He's curious why we were short. We were short while that bull flag was forming, and it was a profitable trade. Again, we had a 3-lot on, and we kept peeling one off, putting it back on, peeling it off, putting it back on, turned into it. Even though we got stopped out on it, it was still a $400 profit on the trade. That's how you trade around a position. And now we are obviously moving away from this latest bull flag. Bulls are in control. The case for shorts is getting weaker and weaker. And we're tapping on the ceiling of new highs right now. Do we like buying new highs, guys? What's the play here?
I'd rather just buy it now. If we were going to buy new highs, I would just take it right now.
Just take it right now? We just
I'd
blew
rather
out
just
some
take it
liquidity.
now
A 50 lot just got swiped in the NQ. Like immediately as we were talking.
I'm too worried we're going to reject the top. I'm too worried at the double top up there at like 21 or 740, 21, 738 is where I have like an old resistance line. I'm too worried we're going to tap that and come back down, which is kind of what we're doing now. I see a little bit of support at like 720, maybe 720 is a level. I
we've
could consider
we've been real rangy, real wiki for the last 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. So it's and we're seeing rejection off the highs
722s
as we speak.
I'll bid
722s. Here we go.
And 719s. I like John's call there. I think that it's an interesting level. If we're going to pull back and maybe form a new stair step, we get this big consolidation, and maybe we break out and we reconsolidate and push higher.
Yeah,
but I do like that concept. Yeah.
720
it's
level
just kind of
is
attacking the
ceiling
range
for 2 hours. Yeah, attacking the range or using the upper extreme of that 1 minute range, right around the 720 level for the last 2 hours as a support zone. I like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
and like as we get closer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. No. As we get closer to highs, sometimes it can act kind of like a magnet. Like the closer we get to highs, the more it wants to at least test it. But then also sometimes, like when we hit highs, it just kind of elevates, or it takes an elevator down really quickly and just dumps really, really fast. And so I don't like buying right at highs. I'm kind of with Dolby. But I don't mind buying like a little pullback to see if we range back up to test that 740 level, kind of the highs of the day, and then we'll see if we break after that is okay. I think too.
Yep.
So I'm with you. I think that makes sense.
Yep, that makes perfect sense.
Getting a little bit of resistance off this midpoint from the previous range. So I have this little 1 minute range over here. And then I just like using a Fibonacci, and then you just pull everything out and just focus on the middle. And then that's 50% of this range there. And we got a little bit of resistance. So kind of curious to see what happens. It's something I've been keeping an eye on, is just kind of keeping track of those, not only the tops and bottoms of the range, but the middle as well. It does seem like we've been getting some good responses from the market there. But maybe we can get this pullback and get long, and we can say hello to 750s.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna go close my door. I'll be right back. I just gotta close my door.
Your thing. I'm gonna address a comment in the chat. Brishti Pervin wants to know if David can sing for us. Brishti, I implore you to refresh your stream. You're about 20 minutes late. David Green has already left the table. He'll be back though in about an hour. But David Green is not here presently. Please refresh your screen.
Yeah.
Yes,
We
the
did
voice
not
of an
get
angel.
filled, by the way. That was
And
kind of unfortunate.
I pray that you're not trading or putting on positions along with us with a 20-minute lag on your stream. Everybody go ahead, refresh your YouTube stream, please.
Yeah. It happens though. It happens. I'll cover economic data, and like the data will come out at 8:30 or 10 a.m. And somebody in the chat's like, man, the economic data has been out for 10 minutes. He still hasn't reported it. And I always got to tell him, hit the live button. Guys, hit the live button. You'll catch back up.
The delayed indicator. The most delayed of all indicators.
The lagging indicator. The lagging indicator, they call it.
Oh, that's what I was looking for, lagging. NQ came down to about 22s, 24s, and then we were at 22 and a quarter. So we did not get filled yet. We might get filled on this pullback here. 722, 719s.
I'm going to start a small position.
Yeah.
So I just jumped into micros.
Dolby, just to be in the market.
I'm going to keep adding to 720 though. That's kind of the level. I'll keep adding up to maybe like 8 contracts is what I'm looking at now. So There's 4. I have 4.
I really like this 20 level.
Yeah, so we did get filled. We are filled at 21,722. I'm going to move this stop to about a couple ticks below the midpoint of this range that we've been kind of playing in. We're going to try to buy 719s, and then maybe if things go sideways, we can try to buy 707s with risk.
Ooh,
only 3 points of risk on the third one. Yeah, a little bit. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
But we're looking for new highs here. Second contract coming soon.
Where's your risk at, Dolby? I'm looking at like 712, 710s, give or take. We
Real
tapped
tight.
it. I didn't
right around there.
Man, I
Right
didn't
around
get to
there
add
with you.
full size. I'm
Bounce
gonna
right
take
off that 720.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Ripped.
take half off
Just
here
720
just
and
because. Yeah, it went up so quickly. I'm gonna take half off there, and then the rest. I talked about it last time. I'm gonna hold the rest break even, so that no matter what, I'm gonna make money on the trade. It's either gonna be a tiny win or a break even trade, and I can kind of let it work now risk free. I might add more to it. I wanted larger size. We just, we didn't get quite down to the level. It bounced exactly off of it though, so a little bummed, but I'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
So,
risk-free trading. Hey,
Do you have
Daniel
a
J in the
target?
chat. Who are you fading, Daniel J? Add some context. Speak your mind.
Yeah, my target is 740, 738, 740. You could also take like 735. I think makes sense too. But
You like a re-add back down here?
I'm thinking about
yeah,
it. I wanted, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wanted 8 contracts. I wanted 8 contracts, but I only got 4, and then we went up so quickly. I don't mind adding back since I've already taken a little bit of profit, so it's still kind of like a risk-free trade, but it's retracing pretty quick here, so it might be a little past that point. I might add a little bit more here now. Like I'm gonna add 2 contracts here, and then see if we go up some more. There we go.
Birdman BMD wants to know if we still think it's going down. Birdman, trading is a dynamic profession. You don't fall in love with positions. You don't fall in love with a bias. You react to what the markets are doing. That's it. You don't anticipate. You participate. That's about it.
So we don't even know the outcome of any of this stuff. Like as soon as you have a trade on, you do not know what the outcome is going to be.
That's right.
Unless you're
You gotta just
managing the hell out of it, and then you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and you gotta accept the risk when you take it. Like be okay with losing whatever the risk is, and just kind of
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna use 735 as a risk or as a reward target. We'll see if we can hold up there. I like getting close to the highs here. I think it kind of attracts the price action. Traders get more optimistic as we get close, but we're also at the top of the range, and so there's a chance we come back down too. But I'm optimistic.
Oh yeah,
we'll
most definitely. Most definitely. We could easily touch 740s and rip down 100 points.
Sure.
100 easily.
I'm looking at a 1 minute bull flag here. See how it plays out. But
I mean, other markets
the
are
1
pretty
minute
bullish,
flags,
right?
1 minute flags are a little touchy feely. I don't know. I do like a longer term flag. Like the 15 minute that we broke out of here, obviously that was a move.
Awesome.
Right?
Bigger the
Just going
time
back to
frame,
1
the
minute.
better.
The more
Bigger
dynamic
the time frame,
or
the
the
better.
more
Birdman, I have no idea what you guys are doing. Well, feel free to ask a question, Birdman, and we'll answer.
Birdman, what's your
answer
problem?
For you.
We're here to answer questions. Yeah. What's your
We are
beef,
here
bro?
to answer your questions.
Come on,
I don't know if they even
bro.
have beef. They might legitimately be. They might actually just be confused. Maybe they're a new user, new watcher of the channel.
Cool.
Maybe the YouTube algorithm just sent them here, and they didn't even know how they got here.
It was meant to be. I think. Yeah.
Could be. Could be. Never know.
Hit like, Birdman. Hit like. Hit subscribe. Feed the monkey, man.
Yeah, so we're kind of flat now.
Yep.
I'm gonna stick to the original risk. Yeah. We'll let it play.
It's a range trade. Just gotta let the range do its thing. This is garbage time until we're either stopped out or we get a breakout. But this is just the market trying to get people baited out of their trade.
Yeah. I think the market's up a lot too today because AMD went down big from their earnings. So did Google. So Google and AMD both went down big, and I think we're just kind of like correcting back up a little bit after a big drop yesterday. So
I would think that people would still want to put their money to use, you know. I have to think there's a lot of money on the sidelines, and people are just itching to get back. And maybe if we start seeing Nvidia and Apple and the tech start bidding back up again, people will maybe get some FOMO and throw some money back in the market, which might push us to even newer highs. I have to assume there's also a lot of shorts out there who've been licking their chops trying to get a good short in on these indices for a while.
Sure.
Popping
A lot of
above,
high P ratios. Yeah.
I'm looking at a 3 minute and one. I'm looking at a 3 minute and 1 minute bull flag. We're popping above it right now.
Oh, it feels good.
I put one on.
It's something I talk about too, and John Lennon. I think you probably also enjoy this. Is that when you can get your entry to actually become support? Like that's a really nice feeling. Instead of have it vice versa, where let's say we're long at this, you know, what at 722s, and the market is, you know, rejecting our entry. That's never a good feeling. This is by far the better of the two, especially for a range trade because we bought the bottom of the 1 minute range. This is exactly how we want this to look.
Yeah, and I just took we're getting close to the top towards the reward target, so I took half of mine off again. I've just kind of been adding back and then reducing, and now no matter what, it's probably going to be a green trade. If it's not, it'll be break even, which is kind of the the best scenario you can get in. You already have money locked up. If you lose, it's break even. If you win more. So that's a good position to be in. I'm just glad to see my support level confirmed. 720, 719. Nice little confirmation there.
And that was a great level. Very fast as well. JD, were you guys when you're managing a trade, you guys were doing that 3 lot. Were you going in 3 all at once and then peeling off the contracts, or were you like buying more off of your entry with like starting?
So we were trading. What we were doing is called trading around a position. We put a core position on. We put an initial trade on short 3 lots, and then I traded a 1 lot around the 3 lots. So we were short 3. I pulled one off. Market broke. Took profit on 1 lot. It bounced back. I put the 1 lot back on, so we were short 3 again. Market broke.
Got you.
Peeled the 1 lot off.
You started at 3.
We started with 3. It was we always had 2 or 3 contracts on. We were just trading 1 lot around the core position, and that's what we were doing. That's how we were able to lock in profits, even though our our ballistic stop got hit. We still locked in $400 profit on the trade.
Interesting. That's something I've actually tried in a practice account, but I was doing it with 1 lots. And so if we use like this house account trade that we have on right now, is that you definitely have your long 1, and then you bid your entry again to see if the range holds, and then you can take that one for like a 1-to-1, and then you just keep on buying your entry.
An even better way to
it.
An even better way to do it would be to enter a trade with multiple contracts. So you're always in a position. You're never out of the position, but you have one that you bounce around, you know? You pop, you get out, you break, you get back in, pop, get out, break, back, get back in. Instead of just waiting on the 2 lot to hit your profit target or whatever, you're trading a 1 lot around a core position. That's it.
Sure.
Yeah, that
makes sense.
It's advanced though. It is like an advanced sort of strategy. It takes a lot of conviction. You really have to understand what like your primary setup is, and I would say maybe like the variations and personality of that setup. You know, I only trade ranges, so there's a lot of intricacies of ranges that I'm familiar with. So I've more confidence, you know, buying my entry and scalping off like a 1-to-1. But it's a good skill to learn eventually if you get really comfortable with your system.
And Dakota talked about this too. You have to be real in tune with what the bigger picture is. You have to start with the top-down approach. You know, look at those higher time frames, move down to the lower time frames. You got to look at your weekly chart, your daily chart, your 4-hour chart, your 1-hour chart, your 30-minute chart, 15-minute chart, and
let's try it. Let's see if we can. We'll bid 722s again, which is our entry, and then we'll see if we can scalp one for like $100 or $200 and see how many times we can pull that off. But as long as the range establishes, then that trade is valid of buying lows and selling highs. It's always going to be valid. Maybe this is the one time it doesn't work. But
I was going to ask, do you like buying down here? So you like buying at the bottom of the range again around 720s?
We're going to try it and see.
Yeah.
I'm trying to live the example that like JD was talking about. Like, how do you manage like scalping around a position, right? And so we like our initial entry, and it's been good. Okay, so we got into one. Let's see if we can sell one for 5. Let's see if we can get 10 points. That'd be 32s. Man, that's a really tight range. It's actually a lot tighter than I thought it was.
Yeah, it really tightened up the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if I'm going to add to it. I might just leave this here and let it really test that 720, 719 level. It confirmed it again just now. We'll see if it holds, though. Give it a little second.
See. You know, have we been doing this the entire segment, we probably would have racked up maybe 200 or 300 bucks. Obviously, now we're trying it, and maybe this is the time that it fails and rolls over, but that's trading. This is what we signed up for.
That's right. And I'm sure to get good at that, you got to... Yeah.
Everything works until it doesn't. That's the name of the game.
And it definitely doesn't work if you're on TopstepTV the first time trying to do something new.
Yeah, for sure. When it's supposed to work, it doesn't. You know, that's always
exactly. So now this might roll over and we take a bunch of risk, but we'll see how this plays out. But either way, it's a good example of how to try to execute that strategy.
Still kind of flagging here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so we're kind of flat on the day. We got ourselves in a good spot, but we're going to cut it, I think, if it breaks under like 715 or so. And we'll be roughly break even, which is good. That's kind of the ideal situation here. See if we can find another pullback.
I mean, the downside is it does expand your risk a little bit, so I am going to walk up our stop. But this might be coming back, so we might be okay here. We'll see.
I like the retracement. The retracement looks good.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, pullbacks are healthy for rallies.
What would you do, JD? Pullback is healthy for direction. What's that? What would you do for this stop, right? So we're long 3 contracts, so we've got quite a bit of risk on right now. Is it, do we move it to 716? Is that too easy? Do we keep it down below like that midpoint, like the original strategy said? That puts us at about $1,000 for a loss.
We are. Switch over to, if you click over to my charts real quick, we got this little mini 3-minute bull flag happening here. We just bounced off the bottom end. I love buying extremes of bull flags because they're super cheap trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So would you move this stop then to further up?
If I was long if I was long right now, which the house count is, I would give it a little room to breathe. You want to see a real failure of this bull flag before you get out of this position. Yeah, I would go 05, around 05.
05s, okay. Then we're just gonna leave it. We will leave it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See how this plays.
Yeah, I just hope that previous like 720 level doesn't turn into resistance, which is it's still a little early to tell, but that's all I'm worried about now.
See if we can get one at the mid.
Chris T doesn't want to touch it at all now. That's all right, Chris. You be you. Do your own thing.
Yeah, that's right. It's your account.
Accountability. That's what we preach.
Yeah.
You're the only one clicking your mouse, right?
It's the truth. Everything is your responsibility when you're trading. Every single thing.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
See, now our entry is kind of becoming resistance, which makes me feel a little bit more icky, but we'll see.
Yeah. I'm just going to give it time.
Example of that.
Yeah.
Volume really dropped off. Volatility's crashing.
Is ES rolling over? Not really. Bitcoin bidding.
I don't see anything else rolling over, really.
No. I still would be interested in buying more at 708s, though.
Yeah, so we jumped out just now. That's a big red candle.
Yeah, it's
mostly flat now.
7.7's just bounced perfect. Oh my goodness!
Look at that.
Added one. That's insane.
Yeah. That's a big canvas.
Oh, hello, midpoint. How are you doing?
Yeah, 705s, right? That's what y'all said right there.
Yep.
Talk about
Well, that's
making
what I
you.
said.
Talk about making you. Talk about making you sweat. Yeah, we're still in it.
Called that one. Whew. Still haven't taken any profits yet, but it felt good. Yeah, that's kind of the thesis, though, right? It's like we wanted to make sure we had our stop a couple points underneath the midpoint of that previous range, and that worked out exactly how we wanted it to. Still not a green trade, but it was nice to get some confirmation that that ended up happening.
Sure. And that's a big wick too, so more buying pressure look in the chart.
I do want to see if we can kind of reduce our risk, though.
I love seeing a strong liquidity grab like that. When you see
the
breakdown and then the immediate pop in the opposite direction, that's exactly what you want to see when you're in a trade like this.
Yeah, JD, where would we put our risk now? Like, are you interested in reducing risk on this trade because we're still long? We're still long 3.
Let's keep letting it play out. I don't.
Let it play.
We took the risk.
Right.
We took the heat. We should reap the reward. That's trading.
I would agree.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Andre in the chat posting the news. Inflation's come down and is approaching the Fed's 2% goal. Interesting.
I don't know if the market's going to like that because they want lower interest rates, right?
Sure, yeah, they want cuts, I think.
Oh, we got Goolsby speaking right now. Goolsby started speaking at 1:30.
So what would he do? Flat? Oh man, this market's starting to get real weird.
Yeah, Fed speakers, Goolsby doesn't have too much weight. He has a little bit. It's not like Powell. But yeah.
We might get stopped on this one. We'll see, though.
Let's see.
We just could not get
We're going to wait till we're out of this
entry.
trade. What was our entry price again?
Long 3, 21,721. So it went from acting as support to acting as resistance, which is not great. But also, we don't know what's going to happen. If we could get back up to our entry, I would love to start walking this stop up to peel off some risk.
If we come down to 7s, 21 7s, do y'all like that? I'm thinking about that.
On 700 evens?
Yeah, right around 702. I have 7. Yeah, I have a long at 702 that I'm thinking about, but that's y'all stop? Oh man.
We're stop at 706. Yeah, go 5.
Okay, I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I don't know. It means it's a level, I guess. Yeah.
This has been the theme for like a week and a half now. Getting in at our stop levels.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could get. Yeah, that has been the theme, and there's something to be said about that because if you want your entry to be where people are getting stopped out, because that way you get the best price action off your entry, and they also get a little bit of confirmation.
We're just not seeing any buying coming in right now. No follow through to the long side at the moment.
Well, that midpoint bounced, but if we got back to entry, I wouldn't mind moving our stop up to like 709s. And just walking.
I would have loved to see some immediate. Yeah, I would have loved to see some immediate follow through from that liquidity grab in that last 3-minute bar. We're just not getting it.
At 720 level, still resistance. I think too. I think we got to get over that level and hold. 712 might be a support level. I have one on my chart. I'm not sure how far back it dates, but I kind of leave levels like big levels on the chart, and so I see 712 as one. Hopefully that'll hold.
Well, we're still in the trade.
Bearish all of a sudden.
Oh, Chad's bearish. It's because we're long.
Yeah.
But while Chad is bearish,
let's talk about stair step too.
You think so?
A lot of candle wicks.
I mean, it depends. 1 minute. Sorry, 30 second. I'm a real degenerate right now. 30 second.
Yeah, a 30-second chart.
Yeah, 30 second. But we are getting a stair step to the downside. So, which is stair step is just a consolidation, goes underneath, consolidation, underneath, consolidation. But we might bid back up again, so we might be okay.
So, do you use 30 seconds for? I guess it would be good for scalping and like really short-term trades. 30-second charts. Patterns are patterns,
all the same. But a range is a range.
I love chart patterns.
It's all the same.
I grew up on chart patterns. I still look at them. I could pinpoint a chart pattern. You show me a chart and I'll draw a pattern for you. And I love trading around them. Do they work all the time? Absolutely not. Are they a good way to help you sort of dial down your analysis a little bit? Absolutely.
Sure. Good way to understand human psychology, I think. Like chart patterns are just psychology. You know, so interesting way to
Super
look at it.
visual. You could, if you know how to read a chart and draw chart patterns, you can see where people are putting their stops in.
Now we got a Dorito. 30-second Dorito.
There we go.
Oh, now we don't. Well, maybe we do. We'll see. JD, would you buy the midpoint and add another one and add 2 points of risk on a fourth contract?
Not right now. I'd be more comfortable with a breakout. I think we're going to get chumped on this long.
Yeah, this doesn't feel great. Oh, man. Buyers keep on coming in right around 707s, though.
I love the quote in chat. If you can read a chart, you can dodge a wrench. That's a dodgeball quote.
Absolutely.
I love it, man. I love it. We just watched it. Great movie. Yeah, man.
I love it when chat's on fire. It makes my day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been in a great mood today.
I'm gonna steal some of their jokes. Yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot going on. Like, I know we're kind of like really zeroed in here on the NASDAQ, but this is a very tight range. We're talking like 20 points. There's not a whole lot going on in NASDAQ.
How has crude behaved?
On that 30-second chart.
Yeah.
How has crude behaved? That's a good question. So crude is officially closed for the day. 1:30 Central Time is the close of regular trading hours in crude. Pull up a 15-minute chart. We can talk about that for just a minute.
I would love to find a way out of this trade. To be honest. Let's see if we can just bid off this midpoint.
I don't know. Do you think consolidation here is good or bad? Because I think it consolidate, it could pick up steam and go higher. It's been sitting here for like 10 minutes, basically in the same range.
And when we're sitting around highs going into power hour, I definitely want to see a rip to new highs going into the close. You know, new highs on the close. NHOTC is one of my favorite acronyms. New highs on the close. That's what I want to see.
Sure.
The likelihood of us getting ticked out on this long is pretty high.
Yeah.
But I would also love to just jump back in and buy it again, you know, on the breakout of this flag.
Sure.
Yeah. Pretty strong channel to the downside. I still fear for another rip to the downside, only for it to bid back up again.
Yeah, grab liquidity.
We got to make some highs. We got to make some higher highs now. Get out of this like 1 minute channel that rejected off of 730s.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Only 16 points of total risk on this, which is crazy.
Yeah, this is a super cheap trade. We're in at a good price. It's a good position. It's a super valid trade. We just
It'd be better if we had 3 at 708, but we'll take it.
Some follow through real fast. Dolby.
We do, but I'd rather have this than getting destroyed right off the rip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dolby, while we're waiting for this trade to play out, are you up for a little jab? You want to do it?
Oh, yes. Hold on. Let me open up my laptop real quick. Sorry, Gus was trying to sleep on it, and it was very distracting. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, there we go. We're back up. Almost to that 720.
Okay. Producers?
Tim Brown says the house count's the worst luck on the planet. You got to trade with us all day, Tim Brown. We don't grip it and rip it.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Also, chat's getting a sample size of one trade at a time when realistically you got to trade the whole month. And it's different strategies all the time. It's very complicated. We've got the jab up. Hell yeah. Yes, we do. Okay.
Let's
Tim. M. Effin Ching, another plus 3,000, 21,557 to 21,587. Nice trade, Tim. Handle covered 4,500, done for the day. Wonder if you locked it out. Probably did. I know Brandon Baker did, though, up 1046 today in the XFA. Locked it out. Congratulations. Bankroll. See you in chat all the time. Too easy today. I don't know what those numbers are, but past the combine. Congratulations. Jubba Dub reached my max loss limit this morning. It's okay. That's what the max loss limit there is for. Hopefully you learned a lesson and are journaling because you want to learn. EMS up 666 on practice account. That's right. Hail Satan, you metalheads. And then Jesse, Jiu-Jitsu. Damn, I got slapped again. 6 XFAs passed and blown in the past 3 months. I'm trading better on my own than when watching now. Hard to stop watching since I learned everything here. Jesse, thank you for participating in chat, and congratulations on learning some stuff. I'm glad you are here and you are learning. Super important. Mo Trades, first Topstep payout locked in after a year and a half of trying. Mo, that is amazing. And that is jabbing and jabbing and jabbing. That is some awesome stuff from all of our traders. Also, speaking of metal, my band has a show February 22nd at the Forge in Joliet. Opening up for the lovely band Septic Flesh. See you there. Back to the market.
I've seen Dolby's band live in person. It's very impressive.
Yeah,
I've been to the Forge in Joliet too. Awesome.
Joliet does not rip, but the Forge is pretty fun.
So how you feeling right here?
Ultimate. We're almost about to. It looked like we were about to break out of this bull flag to the upside.
Right.
We're kind of.
I was really optimistic until that last red candle. That last red candle, But we're still right there, But man, that's a red candle.
It was. This is maybe a position. This is something I've thought about before. It's like, let's say you do sit in the red in a trade in a while. Do you start peeling off positions as you get back to break even to reduce risk and then reassess? That's
I do that sometimes.
Yeah, that's more of like an individual like decision, but that's probably also some more advanced sort of trading. And
sure,
something I keep on like theory crafting about is, as traders, we always like moving our stop to break even when it's in our favor, but we never take profit at break even after sitting in the red in a trade for a long time. So this has been a good time to actually get rid of these and then just actually get out at break even because we've been sitting in red. I don't know. Traders, do you do that in chat? You always like moving to break even on winning trades. Do you take profit to 0 on losing trades?
Scotty B, I think Scotty B had the chat comment of the day. Unfortunately, it was hidden in the background. But
what do you say?
It was the trade was fine until you guys started looking at it again. So we just got to stop talking about the trade, and it'll be good.
That's true.
Is what Scotty B is
ignore
saying.
It really is true. If you look at it goes bad.
I like that mentality.
Yeah. Put the jab back up again. Get this. I want to see
talk
this
about
chart
something
more.
else. Let's talk about the band. Where else are you going on tour,
Yeah,
Dolby?
sure.
Beyond Death.
We don't have
is coming to a town
no
near
tours. No tours planned. We're gonna try doing some in and out tours, which are pretty fun. So essentially, you leave on a Thursday, and then come back on a Saturday or Sunday, and you spend the night. Basically, play like 2-3 shows, and then head back home. So it's like a mini tour. We'll probably start doing those, which is a great way to get your band name out while still kind of maintaining your radius, and then you can still work, which is great.
Sure,
that's the best part.
It just sounds like a lot of fun too. Like, do you guys have fun when you're doing it?
Oh hell yeah!
Gotta be.
These guys are great.
Yeah,
depends like who you're on tour with, obviously, because you're sharing a tight space. But my band is super professional. They've been doing this for a long time. So our first tour was a lot of fun. We had 0 issues. Honestly, the most stressed out I got, JD, was I've never driven a trailer before, and we had a U-Haul trailer. And for the life of me, I could not back this thing up straight. So it was always turning, and it was like 3 a.m. in a Denny's parking lot, and I was about to lose my mind. I was like, dude, I am done with this.
Did you guys sleep in the truck too? Was that your home base?
No. We do like a Econo Lodge. We would split an Econo Lodge, or we had like friends or venues. So we actually had 2 venues that let us spend the night, which was awesome.
That hosted you.
One was in
That's cool.
Yeah, one was in Woodruff, Wisconsin, which is about as far north as you can go. We had a snowstorm. We had a blizzard end of April. So which was insane. But they had a bed upstairs. They had like a whole sleeping area. They fed us, got us beer, and then they had 4 cheap bedrooms upstairs. We got to stay for free. It was super cool.
I thought you said they had a bed upstairs. I pictured the 4 of you, like the Stooges, taking head to foot, like, pushing each other's feet away.
I mean, it's tough. Another funny story too is that we were staying at this other band's house, which was like the worst place we stayed. Was actually another band's house because it was a total dump. And everyone snores in my band. And so I had AirPods in to play white noise, but I wasn't on Wi-Fi. And so I ended up eating my entire family's data plan about the second week of the month because I was streaming 8 hours of white noise so I could sleep. They were not happy about that.
Data went quick.
Probably gonna get probably gonna get stopped on this one, but we'll see if 708.
I was just about to check in on the trade here. We got about 5 minutes left before Hoag comes in for an afternoon recap, and then we're gonna go right into Power Hour. Still in this long trade at the bottom, at the extreme channel line of this bull flag.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at a buy down here too.
I like your buy. I mean,
yeah.
Whenever you're at risk of getting ticked out on a stop, like, I love the immediate buyback.
Yeah. Some of my best trades are trades when I get stopped out, and then or when I exit my trade, I'm like, hey, this doesn't look good. Something happens that makes it look so much better, and I'll jump right back in, and it's a great trade. So some of my best trades are like that, but you just got to be careful with it. But yeah.
Well, 708's bounced again. I wish we were just adding there instead of at that other entry.
I mean, if we were trading around this position and we bought, if we kept buying 08s and selling 18s, like, this would definitely be a risk-free trade right now.
Would have been great.
Yeah, we might heat up for Power Hour, especially if we start heading closer to that top of the range at like 740, the highs. It's possible for sure. I don't think we have any big earnings after the bell today to make like optimism. I think we have ARM, which isn't the biggest stock, but I don't know if we're going to get enough hype from ARM's earnings to drag the NASDAQ up. Tomorrow we have Amazon, but
that's a big one.
I'm still watching. Yeah, I'm still watching 712s, 710s.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is really nice, actually. But yeah, JD, you're right. It would have been nice if we could have gotten out at break even and been like, oh, hey, let's actually reestablish our base down at 708s and then trade around there instead. That's advanced. That's some advanced stuff, though.
Here we are, right back to 18. 08 and 18. Hey. That's our zone.
Yeah. Midpoint, keeping us alive.
Right. Still looks good. Doesn't look bad. I think it's possible we go up to the highs again. It's just been so choppy. I think it's kind of stopping people out, getting liquidity, and then heading back up.
Yeah, I think there's going to be one more liquidity grab. If there is a rip higher, there's going to be one more liquidity grab to the downside. They're not going to leave those wicks down there without blasting a few week longs out.
It does seem.
We are the week longs right here.
I was the one earlier. I was a week long earlier for sure. Jab. Yeah.
Knees shaking. Arms weak. Please don't stop us out, NASDAQ. Do anything. Let us have a winner.
I thought you were quoting Eminem.
I mean, I was, but then I realized I don't know the lyric. I know nothing about rap.
I was waiting for Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, I was waiting for Mom's
spaghetti.
I was like, Mom's sushi. What?
Yeah. Let's see
if I told you I
like it.
If I told you I make better tomato sauce than my mom, would you believe me?
I don't know. Moms usually make great tomato sauce. Yeah, you can't beat moms.
No, I'm not gonna.
The goat.
I'm not gonna go short on mom's cooking, JD. If that's what you're saying.
Right. It's never a good idea.
No, the market does not like that. Does not like that. Well, if we end up getting any profit out of this trade, this is going to be a hell of a hold time and a hell of a stop placement.
Yeah,
this is a hell of a hold time. We could have been. We seriously could have been trading around this position this whole segment, just buying 8s and selling 18s, and
easily.
It would have been a wonderful trade.
Now we're stuck here with this. Sometimes I hate that. And sometimes you get into a trade and it's like, you're not quite stopped out. You're not quite in profit. You just kind of sit in limbo trying to figure out what to do with it. Because it's still technically pretty good. And it could still rip to the upside. It could also still rip to the downside. We don't know.
Yeah, but because you're so close to stop, you kind of feel bad. So you just got to sit there kind of feeling bad. Like, man, am I about to get stopped out? And then,
708s have bounced 4 times already. This feels different.
720.
This momentum feels different.
Yeah, there's going to be, I sense it. I was going to say I feel it in my bones, but I really don't. I just sense it. There's going to be a grab and then a pop. Liquidity grab, pop.
We should just buy 5 at like 04s, 03s, 02s, 01s, evens, 99s, 98s, and then just just see what
Martingale.
happens.
The Martingale trading
Martingale,
strategy. Yeah.
Buy 1, buy 2, buy 3, buy them all.
Yeah. They say Bowman speaks in 10 minutes too. I don't know if that's going to help or hurt. We'll see.
Thank you for the
Everyone's
update,
gonna
Coop.
lose if Fed starts speaking.
Everyone's gonna lose today.
Yeah,
everybody loses.
Sure.
Really nice
All right,
5-minute range. Wow.
Superb 5-minute range.
Perfect.
Almost hit those
Picture
08s
perfect
again.
5-minute range.
All right, guys.
One day,
we gotta let
JD.
Hogan. One day. Hoag's coming in for the afternoon recap. John London, thanks again for being here. Appreciate your time. Appreciate
it,
your
guys.
commentary. Appreciate your friendship. Thanks for being here. Just appreciate you in general. Dolby Time's hanging on to this trade. He'll be around for Power Hour.
Oh yes.
Stick around. We're gonna take a short break. Captain Hoag is coming in for an afternoon recap. Right after this. TopstepTV. Let's go.
All right, welcome to the afternoon recap. I'm Hoag. As always, thank you for joining me. A few more trades here in the house account since last we spoke earlier on the morning recap. Really just kind of going over the context of what we're seeing here. The market opened in range below value. We set an early range, and once we broke out of and accepted above the ID high, it was all longs from that point. We've been working on some trades here since we put in the high. The house account with a little earlier had a short and a pretty decent short. I thought the stop was not hit for quite a long time here. I mean, about 45 minutes it looked like. So the short was where was it? Overall, I think it was about 710. 710, I think was about where it ended up being there was some additions to this. We got out of one contract at a small profit. We got back into that short for another total of 4. We took out one on right at these lows, which was a really good exit on that. That made the stop overall on this trade. If we hit that stop, it was a plus 400 on the trade. Nice job on that trade. Nice job adding to it when it returned back to that level. And again, another $400 winner for the house. Just recently, the house was long 3 here at 21,721. We did have some offers above that never got hit. The stop just now got hit. That was about $1,000 loss. And the way I'm seeing this day is, I mean, it's a double distribution trend day. We have a distribution of time and volume. Price rejected value. Value has moved higher. It has now set up a new area of balance. In my time frame, the area of balance is really closer to around, let's call it 21,685 up to 21,723. In my time frame, I probably wouldn't be doing much in the middle here, just kind of focusing on those extremes for the opportunities. Something you may want to think about for the rest of the day, if we even get to any of those extremes. The market is waiting for new information. The most important information is the unemployment rate on Friday, as well as non-farm payrolls and all of that. The E-mini S&Ps, largely the same, opening in range, not necessarily below. And the S&P has presented as the stronger of the two today. But again, once we opened up the next 30, that first 30-minute bar above the initial balance high, I said it. It's all longs from here, folks, and it has been all longs from here. We put in a high up near an afternoon pullback low from right back around the 28th of January. That's getting a little bit old in the tooth, but are we going to continue to just kind of consolidate? We start taking out the single TPOs or the single ticks in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps. That is, if we start taking out 60, 65 and start eating these single prints down here like Pac-Man, the market could fail up here and continue and then roll into the previous area of balance from earlier in the session back inside the IB high. What's that look like in the NASDAQ? Let's take a look at that. So we do have on the 30-minute chart, those single TPOs just they start right below that exit when JD was on in the house account. So we have, a pretty good line of single TPOs. If we start taking those out, then I would stop looking for potential longs in this upper distribution. Crude oil is a dead issue now. It is, for all intents and purposes, closed. Opening, we had a couple of small losses on the opening range trade here in the crude oil and in gold. We'll take a look at that again. But again, there was a failed downside auction. The failed downside auction in crude oil did offer a decent long, but it didn't really rotate back to the high of the initial balance. Once we broke through that IB low and the potential failed downside auction, I'd prefer to look at this on a 30-minute chart. There's the failed downside auction. There is a continuation. Once it finally accepted below that, it tested down to and below weekly kickoff low 71.30, where it has been just kind of spending time, and time marks acceptance of price. Be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. And then last thing in gold, again, was just talking about context. Excuse me. This is the daily chart, folks. We've been saying since down here that gold has a lot of teeth to the upside, and it is continuing to prove that as we speak. The trend line here was pretty mechanical. Now that trend line has now accelerated. We talked this morning, excuse me, as we were putting in those highs, that we're starting to get a little bit long in the tooth here. We're starting to see some evidence of laggard buying. What are laggards? Laggards are the ones that pay the high. Laggards are the ones that sell the low. It doesn't mean that this move is over. It's suggesting possibly nothing permanent, nothing precise, nothing for sure, but I'm starting to think that we're getting a little bit too long. We need to pull back a little bit so we can even out inventories and the market can then continue the upside auction. We've got a ways to go before we're going to break this upside auction. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. Okay. Overnight inventory was long. Market opened. The market opened and we had a breakout to the upside. Sometimes overnight inventory just invites more buying. It took the market to come back down near weekly kickoff low. No gap close, but we did get relatively close to settlement. But the overnight inventory down to this would have been our target for our short, because we were saying, well, the market is in an uptrend, right? In an uptrend, if we're short in an uptrend, if we see money, we got to take money. JD and I both agreed. If we do take money and if we do make money on this trade and we get down near this weekly kickoff high, 28.78, anywhere down there, we're taking this profit. We probably should have looked at that as, okay, well, we got down there. We were taking profits there. Why didn't we take the long? Well, lots going on, so we missed that. But the market did give us another opportunity as it broke out above the initial balance high right there, continued above it, and then we were just looking at the profile, and it's hard to see on the volume profile, but it was a very emotional profile. There were lots of holes, lots of continuations, lots of buyers coming in. It just looked like it was panic buying. Panic buying is usually laggard buying. It's the FOMO traders. It's the folks that are the last ones to the party that are now panicking because they're going to miss the whole thing. Said it as we were at the highs too. I said, this is a very laggard-like, panicky upside move. I believe this market needs to pull back before it can continue its move to the upside. And look what's happened ever since. I don't think that there's that much opportunity in gold for the rest of the day or for the power hour coming up here. But what do I know? Folks, that's going to be our afternoon recap. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope it helps. Trade well the rest of the day. Stick around. We do have power hour coming up here. We've got some heavy hitters here, folks. We got Andre. We got Dolby. We got David Green. We got Coach Dakota. Let's watch the great traders trade. Still lots left here on Topstep TV today. Stick around. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey, what's up, Topstep TV? Got my Power Hour friend here, Dre, and James, who's behind the camera right now, spotted Empirical Dorito flavored spirit. Can't quite say it's vodka because it's neutral grain. The Dorito pattern, if you're not familiar here, higher lows and lower highs. So that's how we got here in the first place. We're gonna pour some shots. We're gonna take it and do a little review. Yeah, what's on the nose?
I mean, it's a spirit. There's a hint of the Dorito in there, but it is a spirit. It's more like grain alcohol. This could be moonshine.
Could be. What's it say? It says Doritos Empirical.
Vacuum distilled Doritos nacho cheese.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
All right, here, cheers, buddy.
Cheers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there it is.
You taste it?
At the end.
I gotta be honest, not great.
Not great.
It's really not good.
Nope.
I would not recommend it at all. I don't even think you get a ton of nacho cheese flavor.
No.
However, we're gonna try to make it work. We went ahead and we've made some Bloody Marys. Shout out to, what is this? McClure's Bloody Mary mix here. So we're gonna try it again. Cheers.
Cheers to Bloodies. It's afternoon, but hey, Bloody still hit.
Yeah, this works.
A little bit better. A little bit better.
Yeah, I would say way better. It just tastes like Bloody. This is a $60 mixer at the end of the day.
This is really what it is.
That's really what it is. I honestly think you could mix it with pretty much anything. It would just taste like that because the sugar content, whatever, is so strong. I don't think this flavor is personally strong enough for those people who really want to get that nacho cheese experience from their alcohol.
No one asked for that.
No one asked for that, dude.
And we are back. This is Power Hour. We got Dave. It's a David Green Wednesday, by the way. We also got number 2 on the big board, Dakota in the house, and my partner in crime, Dolby Time. Actually, that rhymes pretty good. A bit of a debate behind in the green room coming into Power Hour. Bullish or bearish? And Dakota's leaning bearish. Dakota, why?
For this Power Hour, yeah, I've been for the past few hours, right? I mean, I think Hoag was kind of talked about it a little bit a moment ago. And I was referring into a little bit as well. Just looking at risk reward, I tend to be a reversal trader a lot of the times. Of course, I want to put myself in the direction of the trend. If we get a pullback, we haven't really got a decent pullback today. We got the one, which I'm still kind of, my mind's blown on how traders were watching that last trade that we were in. David, that short that we were in, and we was trading around that position with JD. We actually ended up making 30 points, 35 points, and then 25 points. And some of the traders in the chat thought it was a loss. I don't understand that. I'm a little bit confused on that trade. That was a great short. That hour where we were short, like 708, and we ended up, buying it back at 670, 675, I believe that last trade was. Well, I'm looking for something very similar to the last hour. There is a little bit of caution, right? Where you guys are talking, this is now starting to look more and more like a bull flag. We never know whether it's a bull flag until after the fact, but we've had that nice rally going into it. But then as we zoom out, right, this is where context always matters. When you zoom out to higher time frames, and this is something that I have been paying attention to, and this is why I was okay with taking that short, and why I am looking for a little bit of a pullback going into Power Hour, is because we had that nice rally yesterday. And, very similar, I talked about this during slow markets last night, is typically that's about an average move that we've been seeing in the NASDAQ. And so, right, average move we've been seeing in the NASDAQ before we get a pullback. So we got this average move so far. We see the last 3 hours of a little bit of consolidation. And yeah, we're consolidating, and I wouldn't be opposed to shorts near the upper end of this consolidation. I know you know what I mean, Dobie, and then looking for a pullback. I'm still targeting these 620s, but the later it goes, I'm not going to expect a 100-point move in Power Hour, even though we've seen them before. Just like I was saying the last trade, if we get into 3 contracts, we take profit and then leave a runner on, and it's okay if that runner gets stopped out.
Sounds good to me.
Like it.
Top of the range for you is what, 725s or so?
Yeah, I'd say these upper 20s. These upper 20s is the top end of the range.
Hey, you bid, I bid, we bid. Let me know.
Keep in mind, we might have Bowman speaking, is scheduled to speak about 10 minutes ago. Still nothing hitting the wire. I want to put a poll out there. Are we bullish or bearish equities right now? A quick flash poll here.
Andre, seeing on Financial Juice right now, Bowman does not discuss economic or monetary policy outlook in remarks prepared for delivery to the Kansas Bankers Association.
You the man, Hoag. Thank you. We got that in the rearview mirror now. The poll is up. Are you bullish, bearish on equities?
So I'll tell you what I'm looking at here. Later in where we are right now. Every time we've pulled back to our 30 EMA for the last 2.5 hours, and this is where you guys covered some, which was a great cover. We haven't broken that yet. So we pulled back here, we held it. We pulled back here, we held it. We even pulled back a little bit here, and we held it. So if I'm thinking short, it would be on a break of this 30 EMA. If we get below this, which is now right about, I'll tell you right here, 21,706. If we can get strongly, a little bit below that, then we got room down, 20, 30 points before we get our next support level. And again, I'm not opposed to the top of the range up here. If we test back up to the 25s or 30s, there's a ton of price action up here if we go across the chart here, here, here. So I'm not opposed to Dakota's thinking if we could spike back up there, but I need a break of this to confirm a little more downside from here.
We're short with you, Dakota. Where's your
and I'll
target? What's your entry?
So my entry is at 17.75. Yeah, I do agree with you, David, where there would be an opportunity to add if this market starts going in our favor in the direction that we want it to go. What I'm looking at, Dobie, is looking to get into 3 contracts. and maybe one a break of say 713, and then what price level were you looking at, David? What, 701 or?
I wanted to break 706s even.
Okay.
So we stayed along this 30 EMA trend line for most of the afternoon. So that's what we need to break.
All right, house count short. Dakota short. How many times, Dolby?
We're short 121.717, offering 713s.
All right.
Okay. Oh, hey you. There's the risk disclosure.
Yes, there it is. Quick poll results. Are you bullish or bearish on equities? 58% bullish, 41% bearish. See how that plays out. Nothing on the tilt, really. 50-50 on the tilt.
Downside target.
So if you're in multiple positions, the final target's going to be these lower 600, 630s to 640s. But more immediate target's going to be 690 to 680s. Back to where we were at before.
Yep, 88s. 88s would be the first spot.
88s. Okay, so we're about 1-to-1 approximately. Where's your stop at?
Mine's at 46 right now.
Okay, so definitely 1-to-1. Cool. Perfect.
Works.
So stop is outside of the range high. And we got about the same price, Dakota, which is great. I got 717.25. You got 17.75.
Correct.
Perfect. And you're going to be short too momentarily, like right now?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
I want to get in short 3, Dobie. I'd like to get into short 3 contracts. That will allow us to take profits on the way down, and then hold on to a runner. Now,
where's your third? Because we got filled. We got filled on a second at 713s.
That's fine. That's fine.
So we're short from 15 then, Dolby? Average price?
Yeah, 15.25.
Cool.
Okay. That's fine. I'm short 2 now from 16.5.
Short 2, 16.5. Nothing on the tilt. Again, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. You know the drill by now. But if you are new, first of all, welcome aboard. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Turn around that content towards the end of Power Hour. You see the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. A lot of time left in Power Hour. David Green, these guys are bearish right now. Any downside targets you're looking for? Any levels we got to break through to keep the momentum going?
For me to be bearish, we got to first break the 21,706. We're just sitting in. We're kind of sitting in an uptrend right now. So I wouldn't get bearish until we broke those 706 levels.
And we wait.
Yeah, adding if we could get below 706.
I wonder if Gabe is going to have an actual hard question this time for the Series 3. I'm curious.
Very quiet out of the White House today, I must say.
Yeah, nothing. No tweets, no nothing.
Nothing yet. We still got 43 minutes, though, David Green. You never know. You never know.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Every
tweet's... They're random, too. They're random.
Oh, yeah.
They come out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah. David Green, after the bell, we got what? Qualcomm, Monster, and...
and... I forgot it again. We just talked about
ARM.
I should write it down.
And tomorrow, after the bell, we got Amazon.
Ooh, big one.
Yep. And on Friday,
how many billions they've made.
I know.
Today's only Wednesday, huh? Feels like a Thursday afternoon or something.
Every day has felt like Friday reversal challenge because this market has been so frustrating to trade.
Seriously.
It has not been easy. 100%.
No, it has not been.
David Green, do you remember a time like this? And, you've been a stock market veteran for very long. Anything remind you of the times we're in, where just a headline, just like nonstop headline-driven markets, maybe conflict in the Middle East, anything like that reminds you of what we're dealing with right now?
It's happened thousands of times through history, especially when we get a new administration coming in, and especially, and I'm not getting political at all, but especially with Mr. Trump, because you never know what's going to come out of his mouth. Period. came out with the tariffs, and an hour later he was repealing the tariffs. So, especially volatile when we get a new administration in, and I don't think it's going to change.
No, status quo is for sure out the window now, and I think the market is kind of on pins and needles. This feels different for the market. It seems like.
But we've, net, we've held up very, very well. What are we, 1% from all-time highs since the whole thing started? So net, any big sell-offs have been a buying opportunity. So
It's
far.
the same movie, right? Right. Yep. We were talking about that on social media on Sunday. I think it was like over the weekend on Sunday, Monday, something, where it's like we've seen this movie before, where we have the huge giant panic sell, and then it's been a slow grind up, stair step up, elevator down.
100%.
Are we adding to shorts up here? Just slam 50. Still want to hit this. Dakota, you want to trade a 50 lot with me sometime? Find like a real
in better market conditions, yes, Toby. Better market conditions, yes. This market condition, small size.
No,
small size not. For me. Yeah, I'm not gonna trade any bigger size until these markets slow down.
Maybe when Nvidia takes over the market again.
That's exactly what we've been doing. Just you got to cut your size. You just do.
We'll live upticking here.
I want to trade a 50 lot, Michael. Really do. It's on my bucket
list
for 2025.
Bags, he ain't playing, man. 21,733, 34's trade. Speaking of all-time highs, we may do all-time highs.
This is the top of the range.
This is the top of the range.
Save me. Save us.
Coach J, ZN. I would trade 50 lots in ZN with you, Dobie.
What's that? Is that corn?
10-year.
10-year? I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, that's very. We wouldn't get much movement.
When Jack comes back, he can throw a 50 lot on the ZN.
How about pork bellies?
Yeah, that's pretty active. We could do one with Hoop.
Was limit down earlier this week.
We just hit the 35, 36s. So if we base here, we go higher. See what happens. Got big resistance up at 21, 770.
If we
need a pullback from
20 at 42s, get our average back up.
I added to a short right here, Dobie. Stop loss is the same. Yep. Stop loss is the same.
Nice.
Average price.
How many? Just one?
Average price is 722. This is a tight stop, 745.
Okay.
22 points.
We're short 3 now. So now we're short 21,723s. So we're getting warmer. Let's see if we can reject here. We're in. I think we got a slightly better price. So what did we get? We got 740s.
I put one on at the 40s.
You're short at the 40s, David?
Yeah, just small.
Well, you put together all of our one
we're
lots.
We're blowing through it now. Let's see if it's going to run the stop.
Yeah, the double top is like 45. Well, let's see what happens here. Getting a little bit stretched.
Just drop 20 points.
If we hesitate right here, I'm going to get back into this, David.
Another one?
Well, this is a spot. This is it. Right here.
Another one.
This is the spot. I have big resistance up at 70. If we spike up to 70, I'll be aggressive.
Well, it's not going to do much good for our 70-46.
I know.
I love chat, Dobie.
60.
Oh, chat's great. Chat's been great today.
Yeah. Thank you for tuning in, chat. Always active. Great conversation, great dialogue. All right, click like, click subscribe, give us a follow on the X, and check us out on the Discord. Our community is the best.
Okay, I'm back in it, Dobie.
One more?
Yep. CYA is at 47. 47 and a quarter. 47 and a quarter is my CYA.
Okay. We are now short 4, 21,726. Short with Dakota.
What's your price, Dakota?
740.
More.
Thank you.
sell like every point above 42s. Just sell one.
Risking 7 points on this
Really,
one.
how
I
much?
might raise it. I know that I see that resistance that you have at 770, David, but I'm not going to hold a stop until all the way
No,
there.
no, I know that.
Hit that tweet.
Hit that tweet.
Take a look at the 10. Take a look at the 10-year. 4.42% in 10 years. Seeing those yields come down. Well, Goolsby was talking a little hawkish today, but we are seeing 10 years, the 10-year yield coming down. A couple weeks ago, it was up to 4.8%. Now down to 4.42%.
That's so funny. This is like what is it? Something about hoping. Like you don't want to hope in the markets. I feel like the new thing is just please tweet. Just send a tweet out to reverse this market.
I prefer no tweets. I prefer no tweets while I'm in the market, Toby.
Yeah,
I'm
last
Twitter
night
now.
I do not want any tweets while I'm in the market.
I'm just goofing, of course.
Leave us alone. Long or short, it doesn't matter.
Just leave my trade alone.
Yeah,
Brittany,
you
we're
never
never
know
leave
if
you alone.
the tweet's going to go up or down.
It's true. What we do know is a lot of times it reverses.
Yes, it does.
We add more, Dakota. We add more.
Dow creeping higher here.
We add 50. Where does our average entry go?
New highs, Dow.
That's not good.
Yeah, there's
actually it might be because there was a
no. This
inverse
is
relationship
the last. This is the last one. If not, then it's just wait. This is looking for a failure. If we push back above 45, then no, it's nothing.
That's exactly right.
Tweet. Make a tweet.
We are at the top of the range. So
right here, right now.
Yeah, if we hold the breakout, it's nothing. It's not a fake out.
Dow making new highs. What's up, Jack Patrick?
Oh, Zona.
Yeah. It is creeping higher, man. What do you call it?
What do you call it?
60.84 half last trade and the highs in the S&Ps. Dow still pumping higher here as well.
Here's where we need a little reversal right now. This
sign of life.
Come on.
That lasted about
5 seconds.
Not even. Not even.
If we break below 34, I want to see this thing below 34.
17,000, Hoag, is that right? 17,000?
Wow. Wow.
Going with market direction.
Let's see. Now our 9 EMA is down to 28.
Dakota, is there a world in which if we get back to break even that we peel some off?
It depends on what you mean by back to break even.
Well, we're averaging at 21,726. So is there a world in which you peel some off to get risk off?
So this trade, Dobie, I'm looking for the market to if we reject this breakout to the long side, I'm looking for this market to get back down towards these 680s and this lower end of this range. I'm not going to take profits until we get down there. Maybe the halfway mark, like you're referring to. If your break even is at 26, then maybe 710s to 715s, sure. But break even depends where you're at, right? It depends on what your process is. It's hard to recommend on any individual trade. But for me, this is a trade to go back into this range, to go back down to the bottom end of this zone. And it's a high risk reward, meaning for every dollar I'm risking, I'm looking to make 2 or 3. And yeah, that's basically one of those. If you're cutting it short, you're not getting that true risk reward.
So my next follow-up question is, if we were interested in shorting the top of range, what made you get into that trade approximately in the middle of the range versus, say, at the extremes of the range?
Well, with the power of hindsight, right, Dobie? You can see this pattern right here on the 5-minute where we was trying to make a lower high. So I got into one or two small contracts, right? And then the closer we got to the top of this range, I shorted a couple more. Am I wrong? well, if this market goes up to 47s, 48s, I would be wrong and you take a loss. If this market decides to go back in, then great. We just made a 2-to-1 risk reward or 3-to-1 risk reward.
Nice. Now, there was
I wish
some
I
people
could
in
win
chat
every
kinda
time, though,
asking.
Dobby.
I mean,
I
it
really
sounds great,
wish.
doesn't it?
If
you
I could
imagine?
win every time, I don't think I would be here.
No.
What would be the excitement, Dakota? Wouldn't you get tired of winning?
You would still be here.
Charlie Sheen?
You'd still be
That's
here
true.
helping people.
Oh, we're stopped
I mean,
out. House minus
stopped out.
2756.
Dakota's still in.
Dakota's
Finally, hour
still
coming
in?
up.
No, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out, Andre.
okay,
I'm flat. No, we're getting that. We're getting a lot of momentum now up to these 50s. Looking for these 70s.
I'm going to put a short on if we get to 71 for a trade. Faster the better.
See how this goes. 21,751 last trade in the Nasdaq. S&P's 6083. Dow, a little bit of a pullback if you want to call it that. Right around 45,000. The Delta update here.
So I got pivot point up at that 71 level. And we'd be really stretched if we got up there. I'll start up there.
I'd be interested in taking shorts now.
I know, Dobby.
A little bit
Yes.
more interesting.
Look at that rejection.
So if you look left, we got, maybe some support becomes resistance. Maybe resistance becomes resistance again. I like looking left.
Nope.
Maybe it's a really big head and shoulders. I don't know.
50 on the top.
Seems cheaper here to take a short.
Hey, 58% of chat was bullish. 58%. Hopefully they caught that move to the upside there.
Oh,
and they are incoming. Go ahead.
28 and 23.
23, okay.
I don't see.
So do you like shorts, Dakota?
It depends on how we react right here. Yeah, I mean, if we can continue to show resistance, I'm going to do it again. I don't mind, nor do I care what anybody else's opinion is.
You're short, I'm short. It does seem more interesting, a little more intriguing up here.
Yeah. Sometimes I do wish I cared. Sometimes, Dobby. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, Topstep does a casting call and invites traders on. Everyone is really welcome to join, right? Inviting traders members on, but I appreciate everybody in the chat. Like, that's what we're here for.
You don't want to care too much, because if you care too much trading, and then you get too emotional, and then trading becomes not that fun. You have to find that balance of caring and not caring, and that's a very fine line. But that is the sweet spot, because
What's Hoag say?
And we say it differently.
Trade carefree, not care less. I believe he says.
Correct.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's what I don't get.
My phrase, yeah.
Hoag in your book.
That is the comment I don't get in the chat.
What's up, Dakota?
Is that sicko in the chat? I don't understand that comment. Is Dakota, why you blowing up traders on purpose? I don't understand it, because I don't know how many times we post risk disclosures all the time. I don't get it. This is on the delay. We never advise. I think we were just talking about it an hour ago. Is you follow your own process.
You do.
Well, Dakota, following your own process got you almost a $250,000 payout last week. So
there we go.
There's something to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are adapting new.
Okay, I am short.
Right now.
I am
What up,
now
Steve?
short here.
How many?
Dobby?
How many?
I am going.
One?
I'm in 3. I'm short 3 from 43.
3
from 43.
343. Okay.
CYAs is going to be at 54 and a quarter.
Okay.
And I'm going to add if we could break below 35. I have a sell stop at 34.
Okay. Cool.
Let
me see.
Short. Got MOC in 17 minutes.
Yeah, 32 is the first support to code. So if we break 34, break 32.
Yep. I'm offering 45s and 48s. I also have stops at 38 and 35. We'll see if we can get an average in here at 3. Either way, if we get filled, we'll just pull the other orders that are no longer relevant.
That is a doji right here on the 5-minute candle. I was thinking if we do break out, and if this is a true breakout, I wanted it to happen like there. I wanted follow through. We immediately rejected, consolidated right here in these 40s for a moment and hesitated. So still looking for that acceptance back down towards the 690s.
Short 2 is 21, 740. And then we'll add a third if we get below 35s. Okay, now we're short 3. 738.
All right, got to break the 32s.
We should be approximately, we should be around your average, Dakota. And what's your stop currently?
My stop's at 54. My take profit's going to be right here in these 690s.
690s. So you're going range to range.
Correct. Yep, that's what this is.
Okay.
Cool. Short from 38 3 times, correct, Dolby? Short from 38 3 times.
38 and a half 3 times, correct. I do like a range to range trade. You gonna pull any off in the middle around like 710s or no?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. We're in multiple contracts. This allows us to close out of a portion of it, right? Like 710s, 77s.
Cool.
For 1 or 2 of the contracts, and then leave the rest for a run to 680s. And then a very extreme stretch target is still going to be those 630s, 640s. Obviously, it was more of a target back in the last hour. Now that we're at the upper this range, and time is obviously just as important. We only have 25 minutes left in this session, and don't really want to be in a trade going into MOC.
So we're pulling this up before MOC. Oh, we got time. It's only 2:34. It's only 2:34. Nice.
Break 32, then break 26s. Those are the little tiny support levels here. And then nothing till 13. 32, 26, 13.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I mean, hey, come field moves, come fast moves. I do like the range trade up here. It's much cheaper up in the highs around 740s, but obviously hindsight is not something we always get access to.
I just got flat here from the 40 on the little trend at, what was it, 26. Nice. I'm doing nothing right now.
It's got to let this process play.
Yep, got 14 minutes till MOC. Hope we get a chance. Delta update. House is short. Still no tweets. All is quiet on the Western Front right now. So got a Series 3 coming in. David Greenwell, I got you here. These guys are
yes, sir.
Trade right now. What's going on at Wall Street Global? Talked to your boy Tuckman the other day. We got something going on. February 12th, is it?
Next Wednesday is our monthly webinar. We're doing it early this week because I'll be out the week after that. So yeah, next Wednesday is our monthly webinar, and only for Topstep guys. Pop my email up. You guys can come hang out and trade with us for 5 days in the live trading room. dgreen927@yahoo.com. You can pop that in there. And that's about it. That's it for Wall Street Global.
That's it. That's all. We got the link up in the chat right there.
Thank you.
I'm out.
All right. We want to break these 25s now. 25, 24. What was the low we just made?
4.
Yes, made a low of 20, 24.
24.
Let's break that. Break the 24s and then 14s.
Oh, man. Dre, you see these numbers we got right now?
I do see these numbers. Thanks for
Not
tuning in.
too shabby.
Wow.
Not
Thanks for
too
tuning in, guys
shabby.
and gals. Yeah, appreciate it. I mean, that's what happens. It's a David Green Wednesday. What do you expect? We got number 2, Dakota, in the house. Check them out in slow markets as well. Also, I coach the Pop Squad. Dakota, slow markets. Will anyone be joining you today? I know the answer, but I'm just wanting to.
Yeah. For everybody else. So I have Coach Jay joining me. It's probably one of the better nights for slow markets. Last night, I had a banger of a trade on the Nikkei. Tonight we have Coach Jay. We always take some time to review some trader statistics. I love it. I have somebody to take some of the talking burden off myself. So excited to have Coach Jay on Wednesdays.
There you go.
That is nice. It's hard to stream by yourself. Very hard.
I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you do it. Yeah,
It's fun, man. It really is fun. It's you have to enjoy it. You have to like. You're always gonna have the trolls and like all the hate and the drama in the chat, but you really just can't care about that because, I mean, why? If you always cared about what someone else thought, you'll never be able to think for yourself and develop your own process. We spoke on this last hour too. Is what's more important, what you and how you trade and your own process, or someone else, some random person on the internet? And now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind if you use me if you need views and content and someone to vent about and someone to vent about. But yeah, that's what we're here for. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, 100%. MOC coming out in 11 minutes. We do have a Series 3 question, but house account is short right now, so we'll try to squeeze that in. Maybe 11 minutes till MOC. Then we got hashtag Power Hour coming out after that. We'll find a way to get that in there.
Let's go. Let's break here down to the 12s. Come on.
Just gotta. Yeah, we've been doing higher lows in this range for a while, and that level was about 720, in which we can get that to break. That would be great. We've had a couple touches of that higher low trend line. Let's see if we can get down below.
50-50 on the tilt. Delta last reading plus 15,900 in the ES as of 4 minutes ago. Plus 20.
Come on down.
Yeah.
I put a little money in the bank at the 12s, guys, if we spike right down there.
Some at 08s. 08s.
You break the 12s, and I think Dakota's thesis can come into play.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of time.
We do. We do have a lot of time. I wonder if we can get out of this range, though, entirely. That would be... I don't know if we have enough time for all that nonsense, though. I think Dakota's right. Probably the most we could get out of this would be around, like, 670s. Maybe it stop runs to, like, 660. If we were being... Let's see what else is possible. Maybe 620s if this really, really sells off. If we get a real nasty tweet, maybe.
No tweets. I don't want it.
No, we want tweets. I think tweets are good. I think tweets are bearish.
Yeah, if
they freaks out every time.
Typically, yes.
680s are a very big support level. 680s.
This is definitely a good enough trade to get us out of a hole. Yep. Might be able to get out of this hole.
Do it. Break
them
12s.
50 more points.
Process over profits, man. Process over
Pop.
profits. Everyone's too focused on the every individual dollar amount and every single trade, every tick of the market, where they don't look at the overall picture. It matters, where are you at for the year? And I noticed this. Traders don't realize the more important stat is how long you've really kept your account open and the consistency. Too many times I see traders, I like, yeah, this I'm consistent on this and this. And I review statistics.
10% rule. Out one.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go into these nines. You can close off one here in these.
Yeah, we did.
9s and 10s.
We got two.
Hold on.
We got 94 and then 79. We keep going down there. 94,
nice.
79.
S&P's ticking lower here. Let's trade 60, 77. About 7 points off the highs there. Go ahead.
Dakota, why did you beg everyone on this trade?
Yeah, I know. I blew everyone up, huh?
Right?
They faded me. Whoops. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
No, wait, hold on. Let's see.
Yeah. But honestly, Coach, tune in tonight. Coach Jay and I will review some statistics, and what traders are really surprised to see is there's too many traders that like overthink 8 days, 8 trading days, 10 trading days, 15 trading days. It doesn't really matter until you start getting into 3 months, 6 months, a year. That is where true consistency comes from. You show me a screenshot and show me an account that's only 8 days old. That means nothing to me. Like anything less than, I would say 60 days maybe, then you're starting to get somewhere where you're showing consistency.
100%.
21,705 last trade.
House
6076. I need MOC. Why do we need MOC? Hoop, yeah. MOC in 7 minutes.
I like to see a quick spike down to the 680s.
Sicko, I love you.
Falling off here. Oh, what do we got? Yeah, we did, Hoag.
No one ever says
right.
they tried fading and it didn't work.
It works until it doesn't. It works until it doesn't. Like everything else.
Let's manage this trade, boys. Come on, we got this. Let's keep going here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and buy. I'm gonna close out another one right here. Another one right here.
Okay.
How many does the house account have left?
One more. One running. Just one more. We can get down to 670s. We get back to break even on the day. Not that we want to trade our P&L, but it would be nice to get back to break even on the day.
680s.
Yeah,
That'd be range to range. I mean, it's a good level, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And if we megaphone, we could even see like 660s.
Yeah, leave this on as a runner.
Nasty.
Let's see if we can get down to those 80s. The target's been 80s, and then a runner even further.
We have nothing left. I'm out of runners, Dakota. Only got one contract left.
I'm short two from 738. Short two from 738.
Short two. You had another one?
His own account.
No, I've been in. I have two
Didn't
left.
you just say
I have two
flatten?
left
Flatten
from
one?
738. I have two left from 738.
All right. We have one left from 734.
Cool. Okay. Let's keep pushing lower here. 21,694 last trade in the NQ. Dow not selling off as much as the S&Ps and the NASDAQ is. But that doesn't really matter right now. Keeping eyes. Where do they want to take this? 690. Looking for.
We're starting to get into those.
You took profit at 90s, right, Dobie? You did take
At least-
profit on some at 90s.
I think he did.
97s and
Okay,
709s. We've covered
So
so
40
far.
points. So 40 points on that one so far. Okay.
70s is these wicks from this range we had yesterday. Let's see if we can
Timothy
push
Brown.
below those.
Timothy Brown says, not
Very
even close to finish dumping. Trump is live. Can we confirm that in the back?
Is he really?
You can't tweet right now.
He's signing an executive order. Let's see what else we got.
For what?
No
What is he abolishing now?
I don't know. 6075 MOC here in 4 minutes. Going down to the wire here. Okay. Thank you, James.
Not trading related.
Yet, James, yet.
Let's go ahead and tighten our stop to 34.
Oh, there you go.
I've been there. Cool.
So, okay, close it out for 40 points, right? That's where the contracts we closed. And now we have a runner. And yeah, we could basically take our hands off the mouse and let this trade play out.
Runners be running. This one's for you, Ben.
It's for the culture.
See you at 3.
See you 3 indeed. Speaking of that, check out at the
Send it out
buzzer.
for Ben. All right, risk managers, take care of that one.
Look where we just bounced off, guys. We just bounced
We made our
off
40 points.
exactly at yesterday's previous day high, 21,694.
Yep. Yeah, it's level. Yeah, I think we're seeing the exact same thing.
82s would have been nice if we got down there, but great trade, guys. Great trade.
Yeah. We could. Where's that shirt on? We could always put is the stop loss was a better entry, but we got back into it, and
we're still
almost like the exact opposite of the long that we had. We got stopped out by like a tick, and we wanted to buy our stop, and it rallied 40 points, and we just did the same thing, but on the short side, all within the same range too, which is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Would you short any more here, Dakota? Now that we have momentum.
Nope. We have MOC here coming in soon, and we we made that. We should be done if we could get down there and take a break down to those 80s. Like I said, 80s.
603 is overnight MOC.
Could you take that take profit off, Dobie?
Wow.
you
Really,
could,
really
please.
living here, Dakota.
Yeah.
Take the wheel. Savage.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna leave this one on,
yeah,
we know what this is a risk-free trade, and you never know what can happen in these markets. There's been times where I'm in a trade and I'm just trailing it, and the next thing we know, we move 200 points in, and like, man, if I didn't have my
you never know.
you know, but I mean, there's it's a balance with everything. You know, it's not a free lunch. There's no free lunch in anything that we do. There's always give or take. Where if you have to take profit down there, close it out for a take profit, turns around, would be happy. If it just keeps going, dang it, I wish I would have just trailed it instead of having a take profit. But we've already taken profit, right?
Yep,
exactly.
We already took profit.
Here's the runner.
Market does not like free lunches.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good. Because now the midpoint is maybe becoming resistance here at 709, 710s.
709, 710s.
The midpoint of the range.
Harsh at us. Would I take these same trades in my live account? Yeah, you guys see me do it all the time. Smack my head against the wall in the live, and in every aspect. In every aspect, it's the same thing. High risk reward, low win percentage. I lose more than I win. Right. That's why I did that joke yesterday, Andre, where I said, I don't want you to judge me by my winners because I have so few.
Because there's so few. I was on to you. I was on to you, DK. I know. 30 seconds, 25 seconds till MOC. Thank you, Dan Trader. Dan Trader says 1 minute. Yes.
That might have been the greatest conversation ever. That Jordan Belfort on the phone.
We get that on a shirt. That's another great quote.
Hey, gold's making new lows here. Gold is in the sell-off. 80. Didn't make new all-time highs in the gold, but we got MOC coming in here in 2 seconds. Buckle up.
Oh, got some wiggle. Something's going on. There's our MOC.
Stand it.
Let me get back above 7.
Just so you know, I do not advise holding a trade into MOC unless you are in a position like this. If you've already taken profit and your stop loss is already in the green, I highly, highly do not recommend holding trades into MOC because it's unpredictable. It's like holding a trade into a news event unless you're already in a really good position. Exhibit A.
Yep. Have the stops. Just have your stops. 21 is the highest range, Dolby. If you
21s. What time frame?
MOC. S&P's plus 560 million. It's all buy side here. NASDAQ plus 130. Light though. NASDAQ plus 113. Dow plus 76. Light buy side MOC.
27.19 is a couple of trend lines there. But again, you can't do anything. You had a great trade. That's it. Wrap it up.
Yeah, great trade.
Wrap it up, Dolby.
No way. This one's for Ben. David Green. This one is for Ben. He's not busy enough. He needs to babysit the house account as well. Love you, Ben. He's not listening to the show.
I've had some good conversations with Ben.
Yeah,
Our Ben, you mean top stepper of the month, Ben?
Oh yeah, that one.
Ben,
that
the risk
one.
manager.
Yeah, top stepper of the month.
See if we could just sell off.
What does that mean? What does a top
employee of
stepper
the month? Team member of the month.
Employee of the month. Yep.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Ben, the risk manager. I lots of conversations with him.
I was going to say.
Yeah, what do you guys talk about?
Yeah, what do you guys talk about?
Golf.
Shooting the shit.
Have you ever yelled? Have you ever yelled at our risk team before, Dakota? Or have they ever yelled at you?
Yeah.
You guys have had yelling.
I have not been yelled at. I've it's been the opposite. I've been kind of the one that was a little hot-headed at sometimes. I've pulled the not really. I didn't really pull like who do you think you are? I am hard, but it's been a conversation. I don't mind talking about it because it's it's no big deal. I was just in this conversation like, hey, what's your thoughts on, scaling me up to 30 contracts or 40 contracts? And like, not right now. Let's see more consistent trading, right? These markets are very volatile. And I'm like, well, I could just pull out my entire account balance and do it myself. And that's probably the most heated conversation we've had. Other than that, it's been very nice. And it's like, no, it's just let's just do it the right way, do it the process, and try and show it. So that was the most heated moment I've had. And honestly, 5 minutes later, we were talking about golf and how I'm going to be coming to Chicago, and I'll probably be in Chicago for a month as soon as the weather starts to get better, and probably play some golf.
In a month? See you in 3 months, Dakota.
Yeah. No, I will be in Chicago for a month. Okay. So when I get there, I'm going to be staying for an entire month. Okay. Yeah, once the weather gets better.
Bro, March is not much better than February. Wait a couple more.
We'll hit the links for sure. Dubs Dread, yeah, we'll play dubs for sure. Hoop knows it. Too much sand on that course, man. Too much
80 to 85 for the next 10 days with no rain in sight.
Look at
no one cares where you live,
good
David.
Life. Living the good. It looks sunny as hell wherever you're at. It looks sunny as hell.
Yeah, what is that? I can see you tanning while you sit in your chair.
You're wearing shorts, David Green.
You gained a few shades of tan.
Oh, I do not. All right, we got 5 minutes coming into the close here on TopstepTV. Buckle up. Let's go. We're going to try to get hashtag Power Hour in here in the last 5 minutes. All these viewers tuning in, man. Thanks for joining us. Hanging on.
Just so everybody knows, the risk managers were correct in what they were telling me. It was me. There's absolutely no hard feelings. Like, risk managers know what they're doing. They know what they're talking about. I can't pull anything over them, regardless of what I say. And I don't get treated like anybody else. It's the same. Or I get treated like everybody else.
I'm in here 5 minutes. See what happens. Got injection of liquidity come in about 7 seconds here. I'm just going to step in here.
Hours with those earnings coming in.
Whoa, we got stopped on that flash.
We're out.
Nice. All good. I like the idea.
We got back about half. Actually, 1,300. So we got about 1,300 all day on that short off the top. We got back about half of our P&L, which is great.
Nice trade. Awesome. Nice trade. It's a good process. All right. Who we got back there for hashtag Power? We asked you this morning, again, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. We asked you to hit us up with some cool trader stations, some unique places. You guys are trading in the car, the bus, trading to work, whatever you guys trade. Use that mobile-friendly app for TopStep X here. If we're good to go, let's see how they did today. Who we got, Gabe or James back there?
Absolutely, Andre. You got me as James back here. Let's hit these Power Hour and Fast Market submissions. Thank you all to everybody who has put them out there, including Patrick. Made $3,000 today trading futures on the Topstep Express account. Can't wait to see what February brings. Nice trading, Patrick. Keep it up. Keep jabbing away, and we hope to see you on our leaderboard soon. Moving on, we got N. Caught a nice long to finish off the day on Topstep. Wasn't going to trade today, but saw a nice opportunity for a long. You know what? That's good. It means you have a process. You stuck to it. You saw your setup, and you went in for it. Nice trading, N. Keep up the good work. From AA, eagerly awaiting on this. A nice fat $1,600 coming to your bank account from your Express funded account. That's what we'd like to see. Keep up the good work. Keep paying yourself back. We got a funded trader hat out in the wild and a pin from FX Golfer, parentheses Ron. Check the mail today. See, everybody, just check your mail. One of these days. Little hat's going to show up, and you too, like Andre and Dakota, can wear it. And Dolby, all three of you.
Yeah.
Do I have mine on? Oh, I do have mine on.
New highs.
And finally, the last submission for the day from Hefe, Jeff. Everything is red, therefore we should pull back, right? Yeah. Traders asking the NQ and ES, how are you alive? And Sonic the NQ ES says, I have NVIDIA.
Yes.
There you go.
Wow, we are pushing higher here, guys. New highs. Are we good there, James? Because we're making new highs
here.
You're
good. Back to you guys for the end of it. Take us home.
New highs. S&P's new highs. NASDAQ. Nice trade management there. Left it on for the runner.
Perfection.
Last one got stopped out of break even.
Really
looking to maximize profits there. Really great. That's very great trade management there. Pro ball, professional trading right there.
Yeah, 50.
Oh, what a day. What a day. Last thing I want to say, all jokes aside, I always have great banter with the risk management team. You have to have thick skin if you're going to be in this game. They tease me just as much as I tease them.
Yes, Alpha. Trying to maximize profits by leaving a runner on. Pretty much got covered down at the bottom of that and allowing the runner to indeed maximize profits.
We covered at 690, right? We covered 690s.
Yeah, let's see what we got. We can do a little recap.
Only up 60
697s.
points.
I know. Look at that, David Green. Man, oh man.
Yowza.
Are we back in buy all the dips now? Is that the?
I hope so.
I know.
I really hope so.
90 seconds.
That's way more fun. It just couldn't get below the 689s, David. David, how come you didn't go long 50 down there? That would have been a solid trade.
We got DG in the house. We got DK in the house. Dolby time.
What's yours?
Oh, you beautiful people in the chat.
Andre, what's yours? Andre?
Typically just call me Dre. Just D-R-A-E. Yeah. It's weird calling myself that. All right, we have 60 seconds. See if we can keep making new highs here. 60, 80, 86 half new highs in the ES and 21,766. Gold retreating about $20 off. Take it $28 off. New all-time highs. 29.06. Last trade 28.82. Man, oh man, what a day! Shout out to all the gold traders. Oh, I loved it, Dakota.
Good time to be a gold miner.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You watch Gold Rush at all, David Green?
Of course.
Familiar with that? Yeah.
Schnabels,
man.
Rush.
Yeah.
Schnabel.
I used to be into that.
They're banking right now if they're still in it. All right, here we go. 10 seconds or 15 seconds into the close. Look at this thing power through, making new highs here. Wow. Buyers are just coming in here.
Hello, 770s.
Woo! Bulls on parade. Comes the closing bell. Shout out to all the bell to bellers, man. You guys are the absolute best. Shout out to everyone watching us across the globe. Look at these new highs getting put in at the end of the day. I'm sure there's an edgeful stat for that. Wow, that was awesome. David Green, check him out, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Dakota, check him out on Slow Markets with Coach Jay, Dolby Time, and myself. You know where to find us. It's 5 days a week, anytime the market is open. With that being said, you guys are the absolute best. Got a Fed speaker this evening, 6:30 Central. Whew. James Harden, take us out of here. What a day.
Great job, guys.
Do Andre.
That was awesome.
Thank
See
you,
David.
David and
Dakota.
Dakota. And thank you to chat. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Those of us who hung with us bell to bell, or those who just turned in for Power Hour, we thank you all the same, and we hope to see you here tomorrow. Before you go, just so you know, if you haven't heard the good word yet, we are now starting our show at 7:20 in the morning. We used to start at 8 a.m. Now opening call begins at 7:20 a.m. Central Time sharp. So be there. Hoag, Eddie, and JD will kick off your day. Review the markets, look for some trades, hang out, have a good time. Right after this, be sure to stick around for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. Later on, we got Slow Markets with Coach Dakota at 7:30 p.m. Central. And of course, the London Open with Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Central. This will be the last London Open of the week, so be sure to catch it as Deanna does not stream on Fridays. But for now is you time. Go ahead, stretch those legs, walk around. Be right back here for At the Buzzer, but then have some quality time. As Eddie would say, orders from headquarters. Stay safe. Have a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow. As always, I am James Harden. You are chat. And what you're about to hear is if TopstepTV was an anime, this is our opening. Have a great night. We'll see
Remote in my hand, eyes on the screen. Topstep TV, y'all know what I mean. Charts and graphs, my new reality. Trading knowledge, setting my mind free. Every click, my confidence learning from pros, seeing how it goes. Play by play, breaking down the moves. Riding these waves, got nothing to lose. Topstep TV, all day I stay glued. Making smart trades, feeling so shrewd. Got the edge now, can't be denied. Topstep TV, keeping me supplied. I'm steady as they come. Thanks to those vids, I'm second to none. From the couch to cash, I'm making strides. Topstep TV, my secret guide. Friends ask why I'm breezing by. They think it's luck, but it's my eye. On Topstep TV, where skills align. Drilling deep, making those trades mine. They break it down, no frills, no lies. Topstep TV's my trading skies. From novice to pro, I start to see every show another victory. Topstep TV, all day I stay glued. Making smart trades, feeling so shrewd. Got the edge now, can't be denied. Topstep TV, keeping me supplied. Market's wild, but I'm steady as they come. Thanks to those smart trades, feeling so shrewd. Got the edge now, can't be denied. Topstep TV, keeping me supplied. It's supplied. Market's wild, but I'm steady as they come. Thanks to those vids, I'm second to none. From the couch to cash, I'm making strides. Topstep TV, my secret guide. Friends ask why I'm breezing by. They think it's luck, but it's my eye. On Topstep TV, where skills align. Drilling deep, making those trades mine. They break it down, no frills, no lies. Topstep TV's my trading skies. From novice to pro, I start to see every show another victory. Another victory.